Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The rain came down in sheets so thick the streetlights looked like they were drowning. Maya pressed her forehead against the bedroom window, watching water cascade off the roof in curtains, and listened to the sound that had been keeping her awake for 3 nights straight. It wasn't just rain she could handle. Rain was white noise, predictable, eventually forgettable. This was different. This was the gutters singing. The downspout at the corner of the house rattled with each surge of water, but underneath the rattle was a tone, low, resonant, almost musical. It would rise and fall in a pattern that felt deliberate, like someone running their fingers along the inside of the metal pipe, testing each joint and seam. She'd tried earplugs the first night, tried a podcast the second. Now, on the third night, she just listened, her jaw tight, her hands clenched in the sheets, waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It learned. She could feel it happening the way you can feel someone staring at you from across a room. The rhythm was adjusting, finding a cadence that matched something in her chest, something she recognized but couldn't name. Her breathing, her heartbeat, the nervous flutter she'd had since the divorce papers arrived. The sound wrapped around that internal tempo and squeezed. Maya threw off the covers and stood, her bare feet cold on the hardwood. The house was too quiet everywhere except the walls. Water rushed through pipes like whispered conversations, and the gutters kept humming their song from house to house down the block. She could hear it, the way the sound travelled. One downspout would finish its phrase, and another would pick it up, like a call and response that had been going on long before she started listening. Her neighbour, Mrs. Castellanos, had mentioned something about this once. They'd been standing at the mailboxes during the last storm, and the old woman had looked up at the grey sky with an expression Maya couldn't quite read. "You hear it singing yet?" she'd asked. Maya had laughed it off, made a joke about needing better insulation. Mrs. Castellanos hadn't laughed back. She'd just said, "When you do, don't promise it anything. That's when it knows your name." Maya had forgotten about it until now. She walked through the dark hallway, phone flashlight cutting a thin beam through the shadows. The kitchen faucet dripped, had been dripping for 2 weeks now, ever since she'd said she'd call the plumber. She'd said it to herself, to her mother on the phone, to the contractor who'd left 3 voicemails. "I'll get to it. I swear I'll fix it." But she hadn't. Just like she hadn't returned her sister's call about Thanksgiving. Just like she hadn't filed the insurance claim from the fender bender in September. Just like she hadn't finished the conversation with Daniel before he left. The one where she was supposed to explain why she couldn't do this anymore. Why the weight of everything kept piling up until she could barely move. The gutter song shifted again, and this time it sounded like her own heartbeat played back to her through metal and rain. She unlocked the front door and stepped onto the porch. The smell hit her first. Wet asphalt, rotting leaves, that particular sharpness of a storm that's been going for hours. The downspout trembled at the corner of the house, water pouring through it in violent bursts. But the sound coming out of it wasn't just water. It was a voice without words, a melody made of repetition and insistence, and it made her teeth ache. Then she heard the sequence. The downspout at her house released a note, a low, thrumming pulse. 3 seconds later, the downspout at the house next door answered with the same tone, slightly higher. Then the house across the street, then 2 houses down. They were speaking to each other, these pipes, playing her street like keys on an organ. The sound travelled in a pattern, deliberate and patient, and Maya felt her skin prickle, with the certainty that this wasn't random, this was intentional. She walked down the front path, rain soaking through her t-shirt and sleep shorts, phone lights swinging across the wet pavement. Puddles had formed along the curb, deep and black and alive with ripples. She stepped closer, drawn by something she didn't understand, and shone the light down into the water. The reflection wasn't right. It showed her, soaked hair, pale face, phone held out like a weapon. But behind her, in the water, stood a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, featureless, as if someone had cut a person-shaped hole in the world and filled it with darkness. It stood where the empty street should have been, and it didn't move when the ripples broke the surface. It was there in the stillness between raindrops, gone when the water shattered, back again in the next moment of calm. Maya spun around. The street was empty. Just parked cars and rain, and the orange glow of streetlights cutting through the downpour. She looked back at the puddle. The figure was still there, standing directly behind her reflection, close enough that she should have felt its breath on her neck. Her heart hammered, and the downspout nearest her began to chime in perfect sync with it. Not approximately, exactly. The same rhythm, the same desperate speed, the same pattern she'd been trying to ignore for 3 sleepless nights. It was her pulse, amplified, and played back through the gutters, and the sound made her feel exposed in a way she'd never experienced before, like the pipes had reached inside her chest and pulled out something private. The gutter song wasn't just mimicking her heartbeat, it was mimicking the rhythm of her anxiety, the way she'd lie awake at 2 a.m. counting the things she'd failed to do, the promises she'd made and broken, the vows she'd let slip through her fingers like water. "I'll call tomorrow. I swear I'll fix it. I promise I'll be better." How many times had she said those words? How many times had she meant them and then done nothing? The downspout near her feet began to drip in a new rhythm, slower, more deliberate. It sounded like a question. It sounded like it was waiting. Maya backed away, her hands shaking, but the sound followed her. Every gutter on the street was chiming now, a cascade of tones that rose and fell in waves. The figure in the puddle grew taller, its edges sharper, and she could see now that it wasn't entirely shapeless. It had the suggestion of a head, tilted slightly as if listening, long arms that ended in something too thin to be hands, and where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, empty surface that reflected nothing. She ran back to the porch, slamming the door behind her, but the sound didn't stop. It came through the walls now, through the pipes, a chorus of dripping and rattling and that low, insistent hum that felt like it was coming from inside her own skull. She pressed her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't outside anymore. It was in the house, in the bones of the structure, in the network of pipes that carried water from the roof to the street. And then she remembered what Mrs. Castellanos had said. Not just the warning about promises. There had been more, something Maya hadn't wanted to hear at the time. The old woman had leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper, and said, "It's called Sluicepsalm. It doesn't want your fear, Mija. It wants your debts. All those things you swore you'd do and didn't. It collects them, and if you don't give it away to let go, it'll follow you through the pipes until you pay up." Maya's hands fell to her sides. The kitchen faucet was still dripping, each drop hitting the stainless steel sink with a bright, sharp ping. The sound synced with the gutter song became part of it, and she realised with cold clarity that the house itself was part of the network now. The pipes were all connected, gutters to downspouts to sewer lines to the vast, hidden infrastructure beneath the streets, and something was moving through them. She could hear it, slow, patient, getting closer. The dripping in the kitchen changed rhythm. It sounded like footsteps. Maya's breath caught. She walked slowly toward the kitchen, phone light held out in front of her, and watched the faucet drip in a pattern that was too regular, too intentional. Drip, 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 drip. Like someone walking with a limp, dragging one foot slightly behind the other. The pipes in the walls groaned, and the sound moved. It travelled from the kitchen to the bathroom, a slow progression that followed the path of the plumbing. She could track it by the way the metal creaked and settled. Could hear the thing inside moving through water and rust and decades of build-up learning the layout of her home. And then it stopped, right behind the wall of her bedroom. Maya stood frozen in the hallway, listening. The gutter song outside had quieted to a whisper, but the presence in the pipes was loud. So loud she could hear water sloshing gently, as if something were shifting its weight. The wall groaned. A pipe knocked twice, sharp and deliberate, like knuckles on wood. She remembered the rule then, the one Mrs. Castellanos had told her in pieces over the years, the one Maya had dismissed as neighbourhood superstition. If the gutter song starts to sound like you have to offer it a release. Clean water under the downspout. One promise you're carrying tonight, let it go. Not forever, just for now. Just to prove you know the difference between a vow you can keep and a vow you're using to hurt yourself. But there was a second part to the rule. The part Mrs. Castellanos had emphasised with a grip on Maya's arm that left finger-shaped bruises. Don't speak the promise out loud. Don't say, I swear I'll fix it. The moment you make a new vow to Sluicepsalm, it has you. Maya ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with tap water. Her hands were shaking so hard she almost dropped it. She could still hear the thing in the pipes, moving slowly, methodically, mapping every corner of her house. The bedroom, the bathroom, the hall closet. It was learning her space the way it had learned her heartbeat. She carried the glass outside, rain immediately soaking her hair and plastering her clothes to her skin. The downspout at the corner of the house was still trembling, water pouring through it in a steady stream. She set the glass beneath it, watching clean water fill with runoff, watching it overflow and spill onto the concrete. The offering, simple, honest, a boundary. Now the hard part. She closed her eyes and felt the weight of everything she'd been carrying. The call to her sister she kept putting off because she didn't know what to say about the divorce. The plumber she hadn't called because admitting the faucet was broken felt like admitting she couldn't handle basic maintenance, couldn't handle being alone. The insurance claim she hadn't filed because filling out the forms meant facing how distracted she'd been that day. How she'd rear-ended someone at a stoplight because she'd been crying too hard to see straight. The conversation with Daniel she'd never finished. The one where she was supposed to explain why she needed him to leave, why she couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when she was drowning. She chose one. The insurance claim. The thing she'd been telling herself for months she'd get to. The thing she'd sworn she'd handle this week, next week, soon. She let it go. Not permanently. Not as an excuse to never deal with it. But as an acknowledgement that she didn't have to carry it through another sleepless night. That she could set it down for now, just for tonight, and that would be enough. The release was silent. She felt it happen in her chest, a loosening, a small space opening up where there had only been pressure. She didn't speak, didn't make a new promise, didn't say the words that rose automatically to her lips. I swear I'll handle it tomorrow. She just stood there, rain pouring down, and let the promise drain away like water through the pipes. The gutter song changed. It didn't stop, but it loosened. The strict pattern broke apart into something more chaotic, more natural. Just water running through metal, just rain hitting pavement, just the ordinary sounds of a storm. The sequence down the street fell out of sync, each downspout draining at its own pace, and the presence she'd felt in the pipes seemed to withdraw, slipping back into the network, dispersing like smoke. Maya looked down at the puddle near her feet. Her reflection stared back, alone. No figure, no shadow. Just her, soaked and shivering and somehow lighter than she'd felt in months. She picked up the glass, now full to overflowing with rainwater, and carried it back inside. She poured it out in the sink, watching it swirl down the drain, and felt the strange, unexpected relief of having set something down without begging the storm to forgive her. The house was quiet. The pipes had stopped groaning. The faucet still dripped. But it was just a faucet now, nothing more. Maya crawled back into bed, her wet clothes soaking the sheets, and closed her eyes. Sleep didn't come immediately, but it came, and for the first time in 3 nights she didn't dream of drowning. 3 houses down, Marcus Chen stood at his window, listening to the gutters sing. He'd been hearing it for 5 nights now, longer than Maya, and tonight it had started to sound like his own heartbeat, his own guilty rhythm of broken promises and postponed apologies. He was a careful man, methodical, the kind of person who kept spreadsheets for his budget and colour-coded his calendar. But lately the careful planning had become a cage. Every promise he made was another bar, and he'd been locked inside his own intentions for so long he'd forgotten what it felt like to actually finish something. The list, on his phone, had 63 items, 63 things he'd sworn he'd do. Call his mother back about Christmas, schedule the dentist appointment he'd been postponing for 8 months, replace the smoke detector batteries, apologise to his co-worker Sarah for snapping at her during the project meeting, donate the boxes of old clothes that had been sitting in the garage for 2 years, finish the online course he'd paid $300 for and hadn't touched in 6 weeks. The list went on and on, each item a small stone he carried, and together they weighed enough to crush him. He watched the rain, felt the sound wrap around him, and whispered to himself in the dark, I swear I'll fix it tomorrow. I swear I'll get through the whole list. I'll be better. I promise. The street went quiet. Every downspout stopped draining at once, as if the entire neighbourhood's worth of water had been frozen mid-flow. The silence lasted exactly 1 breath, 2 heartbeats, 3 seconds of perfect, terrible stillness. Then they all answered at once, a cacophony of metal and water, a chorus of rattling and chiming that sounded almost like laughter. The downspouts sang in unison, a chord so complex it made Marcus's ears ring, and underneath it all was that same low, thrumming presence he'd been hearing for days. But it wasn't distant anymore. It was close. It was listening. It had heard him make a new vow, and it had accepted it, filed it away with all the others he'd broken. Marcus backed away from the window, his throat tight, and tried to convince himself it was just a coincidence, just the storm, just water. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't true. The sound was too deliberate, too responsive. It had waited for him to speak, and the moment he had, everything had changed. He climbed back into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, suddenly cold despite the thermostat being set to 72 degrees. His apartment was small, efficient, everything in its place, but the pipes were old. The building had been constructed in the 50s, and the plumbing was original, a network of galvanized steel that groaned and knocked even on good days. On bad days, when the pressure shifted or someone flushed a toilet 3 floors up, the whole system would shudder and complain like an old man's joints. Tonight, the pipes were silent. Too silent, as if they were holding their breath. Marcus closed his eyes and tried to sleep. He made it almost an hour before the footsteps started. At first he thought it was the upstairs neighbour. Mrs. Patterson was 86 and had insomnia, and sometimes she shuffled around at odd hours, her walker making soft thuds against the floor. But this sound was different. It was inside the walls, moving through the pipes with a slow, deliberate rhythm that made the metal groan under invisible weight. Drip, 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 drip. The footsteps moved from the kitchen to the bathroom, following the path of the plumbing. Marcus sat up in bed, his heart racing, and listened to the thing inside make its way through his apartment. It stopped at each room, paused as if considering, then moved on. The closet, the hallway, the living room. It was learning his space. Marcus got out of bed and walked to the bathroom where the sound seemed loudest. He pressed his ear against the wall and heard water moving, sloshing, shifting, and underneath it something else. Breathing. Wet and rattling, like someone drowning slowly, taking in water with each inhale. He jerked back, his hand over his mouth to keep from making a sound. The breathing continued. In, out, in, out. Each breath accompanied by the soft gurgle of water moving through a throat that shouldn't exist. Then the knocking started. 3 sharp raps on the other side of the wall, right where his ear had been. Then 3 more, moving down the wall toward the floor. Then 3 more, following the pipe down into the basement. Marcus ran back to his bedroom and grabbed his phone. His hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to unlock it. He pulled up Mrs. Castellanos' number. She was the building manager. She'd know what to do about the pipes, about the noise, about whatever was happening, but stopped before hitting call. What would he say? That something was walking through the plumbing, that he'd made a promise to the rain and now the gutters were singing his name. She'd think he was crazy, or drunk, or having some kind of breakdown. But she'd mentioned Sluicepsalm before, hadn't she? Not to him directly, but he'd overheard her talking to one of the other tenants last spring during the flooding. Something about old buildings and old debts, about promises that got stuck in the pipes like hair in a drain. He'd thought it was just superstition, the kind of folk belief people held on to because it gave them a sense of control over things they didn't understand. Now he wasn't so sure. The knocking had stopped, but the breathing continued. It was in the walls, in the ceiling, in the floor. Everywhere the pipes went, the breathing went with it, and Marcus realized with creeping horror that his entire apartment was part of the network. Every sink, every toilet, every radiator, they were all connected to the same system, the same vast infrastructure that ran beneath the city, and something was inside it now. Something that knew his name because he'd spoken it aloud in the form of a vow he couldn't keep. He thought about Maya, 3 houses down. She'd heard the gutter song too. He'd seen her standing in her yard 2 nights ago, soaked through, staring up at the sky like she was listening to something only she could hear. But she'd gone back inside, and the next day she'd seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She'd waved to him from her porch, smiled, looked more relaxed than he'd seen her in months. She'd figured something out. She'd done something that made it stop. Marcus grabbed his jacket and shoes and stepped into the hallway. The building was silent except for the rain hammering against the windows and the omnipresent hum of the pipes. He took the stairs down to the first floor, past Mrs. Patterson's apartment, where a television flickered behind drawn curtains, past the Rodriguez family's place, where he could hear a baby crying softly, and out into the rain. The cold hit him like a slap. He hunched his shoulders and ran across the courtyard to the sidewalk, then down the block toward Maya's house. Lights were on in her kitchen. She was awake. He knocked on her door harder than he meant to, desperation making him clumsy. A minute passed, then another. He was about to knock again when the porch light flicked on and the door opened a crack. Maya looked at him through the gap, her expression wary. She was still in her pyjamas, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't been sleeping much better than he had. "Marcus, it's 3 in the morning. I know, I'm sorry, I just..." He stopped, suddenly unsure how to explain. "The pipes, in my apartment. There's something in them. I heard you've been having problems too, and I thought maybe you'd know." She opened the door wider, her wariness replaced by something like recognition. "You heard the gutter song? It wasn't a question." Marcus nodded. "Did you make a promise?" she asked. Out loud. "Did you say, 'I swear' or 'I promise' while you were listening?" He felt his stomach drop. "Yes." Maya closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. "Come inside. You need to understand what you're dealing with." She led him into her kitchen, where the faucet, the one that had been dripping for weeks, was now silent and dry. Fixed. A cup sat on the counter, half full of water, and next to it was a small notebook covered in her handwriting. "Mrs. Castellanos told me about Sluicepsalm," Maya said, filling a kettle and setting it on the stove. "I didn't believe her at first, but when the sound started following me, when I saw the reflection in the puddle, I had to accept that she was right." "What is it?" Marcus asked. "Some kind of ghost? A demon?" "Neither. Both. I don't know." She pulled 2 mugs from the cabinet. "Mrs. Castellanos says it's the accumulation. Every broken promise, every delayed apology, every vow that got washed away instead of kept. They collect in the pipes, in the gutters, in all the hidden places where water goes. And when enough of them gather, they become something. They become Sluicepsalm." "That doesn't make sense." "No," Maya agreed, it doesn't. But it's real anyway." The kettle whistled. She poured hot water over tea bags and handed him a mug. Earl Grey, the smell sharp and grounding. "There's a way to stop it," she said, "or at least to keep it from taking you. You have to make an offering, clean water under your downspout, and you have to release one promise. Just one, just for tonight. Let yourself set it down without making a new vow to pick it up tomorrow." "That's it?" "That's it. But it's harder than it sounds. Because you can't speak the promise out loud. You can't say, 'I swear I'll handle it tomorrow.' The moment you make a new vow, Sluicepsalm has you. It'll follow you through the pipes until it collects what you owe." Marcus thought about his list. 63 items. 63 promises he'd made to himself and broken. The idea of releasing even one of them felt like failure, like admitting defeat. But the alternative, having that thing in the pipes follow him, learn his space, come for him the way it had clearly come for others, was worse. "How do you know all this?" he asked. Maya wrapped her hands around her mug. "Mrs. Castellanos. She's lived in this neighbourhood for 40 years. She's seen it happen before. People who make too many promises and can't let them go. People who say, 'I swear to the rain,' and then can't deliver. They disappear. Or they don't. But they're never the same. They become part of the network, part of the system. Their voices join the gutter song." A chill ran down Marcus's spine. "How many people?" "I don't know. She wouldn't say. But enough that she knows the rules by heart. Enough that she warned me the first time she saw me standing in the rain." Marcus set down his mug. "I need to go back. I need to do the offering before it's too late." "It might already be too late," Maya said quietly. "If you made a vow, if you said it out loud, Sluicepsalm has already accepted it. The offering might not work. I have to try." She nodded. "I'll come with you. You shouldn't be alone for this." They walked back through the rain together, Maya in a raincoat and boots, Marcus still in his jacket and soaked through to the skin. The gutters were singing again, that same sequence travelling from house to house. And now that Marcus knew what he was listening for, he could hear the variations. Each downspout had a slightly different tone, a slightly different rhythm, as if each one carried a different set of broken promises. At his building, they went around to the back where the main downspout drained into the alley. Water poured from it in a steady stream, splashing into a puddle that had grown into a small lake. "You need a cup," Maya said, "and it has to be clean water, from the tap, not from outside." Marcus ran back inside and grabbed a coffee mug from his kitchen. He filled it at the sink, watching the water swirl and settle, clear and pure. When he brought it back outside, Maya was standing at the edge of the puddle, staring down at the water. "Do you see it?" she asked. Marcus looked. At first, all he saw was rain disturbing the surface, ripples spreading and overlapping. But then, in a moment of stillness between drops, he saw the reflection. The tall, thin figure standing behind him, featureless, patient, waiting. His breath caught. "Jesus Christ." "Don't look at it directly," Maya said. "Just set down the cup and make your release. Pick one promise, just one, and let it go for tonight." Marcus placed the cup under the downspout, watching it fill and overflow. The water was so cold it made his fingers ache. He closed his eyes and thought about his list, about all the things he'd sworn he'd do, and tried to choose just one, the dentist appointment. That's what came to mind first. He'd been putting it off for 8 months, making excuses, promising himself every week that this would be the week he'd call, but he never did. The thought of sitting in that chair, of facing the lecture about flossing and the possibility of cavities, filled him with a dread that was completely disproportionate to the actual experience. It was easier to keep postponing, to keep promising, to let the guilt build until it became part of the background noise of his life. He let it go, not forever. He'd still need to go eventually, but for tonight, he released the promise. He let himself off the hook for this one thing, this one small failure, and felt something in his chest loosen. But then, automatically, before he could stop himself, the words came out, "I'll call tomorrow, I swear." The rain stopped. Not gradually, not naturally. One moment it was pouring, and the next it was gone, as if someone had turned off a faucet. The silence was absolute and wrong, like the world had been put on pause. Maya grabbed his arm. "No! Marcus, no! You didn't!" The downspouts all along the alley erupted at once. Water exploded from every opening, gushing with a force that sent the cup flying, and created a wall of water that crashed into the pavement. The noise was deafening, a roar that drowned out everything else, and underneath it was that sound, that breathing, wet and hungry and close. The puddle at their feet began to churn. Bubbles rose from the depths, and the water turned dark, viscous, like oil. The reflection of the figure grew more solid, more defined, and Marcus saw with horrible clarity that it wasn't standing behind him anymore. It was rising out of the puddle. "Run!" Maya screamed, pulling at his arm, but Marcus couldn't move. He was frozen, watching as something tall and impossibly thin pulled itself out of the water, like a puppet on strings. Its body was wrong, all wrong. Segments of corroded pipe connected by strips of something organic and glistening, joints that bent in too many directions, fingers that were more like the thin metal rods used to clean drains. Where its face should have been was a smooth reflective surface like still water, and in that surface Marcus could see his own face staring back, distorted and terrified. Sluicepsalm stood in the alley, water streaming off its body, and tilted its head in that same listening gesture Maya had seen in the puddle outside her house. Then it opened its mouth, the face split down the middle, the smooth surface cracking apart to reveal a circular opening lined with rust and calcified deposits and fragments of broken pipe. Inside was darkness and the sound of rushing water, and when it spoke, the voice was Marcus's own, layered over itself 1,000 times. "I'll call tomorrow, I swear I'll fix it, I promise I'll be better, I'll finish the list, I'll make things right, I swear, I swear, I swear." Every promise he'd ever broken came pouring out of that mouth, every vow he'd made and failed to keep, every time he'd said tomorrow and meant never. The sound was overwhelming, a cascade of his own guilt made audible, and Marcus fell to his knees under the weight of it. Sluicepsalm took a step forward. Its foot, if you could call it that, a collection of pipe segments and rusted joints, splashed in the puddle, and the water rippled outward in perfect concentric circles. Another step, another, moving with the slow patience of water finding its level, inevitable and unstoppable. Maya pulled harder on Marcus's arm, and this time he responded. He scrambled to his feet and ran, following her back toward the street. But the thing behind them didn't hurry. It didn't need to. It knew where he lived. It knew the layout of his apartment. It had already been inside his walls, learning, mapping, preparing. They burst out onto the sidewalk, and Maya pulled him toward her house. "Come on, you can't go back there. It'll follow you through the pipes." But Marcus couldn't move. He was looking back at his building, at the windows of his third-floor apartment, and seeing water pouring from every opening. The windows, the door, even the vents in the exterior wall. Water gushed from his apartment like blood from a wound, and through the windows he could see the interior being torn apart. Pipes burst through the walls, furniture floating in rising water, everything he owned being destroyed by the flood. "My things," he whispered. "Everything Things can be replaced," Maya said. "You can't. Come on." She dragged him back to her house and locked the door behind them. Marcus stood in the hallway, dripping, onto her floor, shaking from more than just the cold. Through the window he could see his building, could see the water still pouring out, and wondered what would be left when it finally stopped. "What happens now?" he asked. Maya didn't answer right away. She went to the kitchen and came back with towels, thrust them at him. "Dry off. Change into something warm. I'll make more tea." "Maya?" "I don't know," she said, and her voice cracked. "I don't know what happens now. You made a vow after the offering. You gave Sluicepsalm exactly what it wanted. I don't know if there's a way to undo that." Marcus sank onto her couch, the towel forgotten in his hands. "I didn't mean to. It just came out. I've said it so many times it's automatic." "I know." She sat down next to him. "That's how it gets you. It waits for you to fall back into the pattern. One thoughtless promise, and it has you." They sat in silence, listening to the rain start up again outside. The gutter song had resumed, but now Marcus could hear his own rhythm in it, his own pattern of broken vows woven into the melody. The neighbourhood was singing his failures, and somewhere in the pipes Sluicepsalm was listening, learning, preparing to collect its debt. "Mrs. Castellanos might know what to do," Maya said finally. "She's been dealing with this longer than either of us. We should talk to her. It's 4 a.m. I don't think she sleeps much, especially during storms." They found Mrs. Castellanos in her small house at the end of the block, lights on in every window, sitting at her kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a rosary. She looked up when Maya knocked, unsurprised, and gestured for them to come in. "You made a vow," she said to Marcus. It wasn't a question. He nodded, unable to speak. Mrs. Castellanos sighed and shook her head. "Sit down, both of you. We need to talk about what comes next." Her kitchen smelled like coffee and old wood, and something herbal Marcus couldn't identify. The walls were covered in photographs, family members he assumed spanning decades. In every storm season photo, he noticed, people held cups or bowls under downspouts, making the offering he'd failed to complete. "Sluicepsalm has been part of this neighbourhood since before I was born," Mrs. Castellanos said. "My grandmother knew about it. Her mother before her. It's not new. It's not going away. It's what happens when people build houses in low places, when they connect all the pipes together, when they pour their regrets into the water and expect them to wash away clean." "How do I stop it?" Marcus asked. "How do I make it leave me alone?" "You can't. Not now. You made a vow after the offering. You gave it permission to follow you, to collect what you owe. The only way out now is to pay the debt." "How? What does it want?" Mrs. Castellanos leaned back in her chair. "It wants you to keep the promise. Whichever one you spoke out loud, you have to keep it, completely, honestly. No half measures, no excuses. You have to prove that your word means something." Marcus felt his stomach drop. "The dentist appointment. I said I'd call tomorrow. Then you call tomorrow, first thing. You make the appointment, you go to it, you follow through completely, and you don't make any new promises until the old one is settled. That's it. Just keep one promise." "Just one," Mrs. Castellanos said. But you have to understand, Sluicepsalm will test you. It will make it hard. It will put obstacles in your way, give you reasons to postpone, to make excuses, to break the vow just one more time. And if you do, if you fail even once, it will take you. Take me where? The old woman's expression darkened. Into the pipes, into the network. You become part of the system, part of the chorus. Your voice joins the gutter song, and you spend eternity reminding other people of the promises they haven't kept. It's not death. It's worse. It's endless, conscious drowning in your own failures. Maya reached over and took Marcus's hand. Her grip was tight, almost painful. He won't break it, she said. We'll make sure. Mrs. Castellanos looked at her with something like pity. You can't watch him every moment, and Sluicepsalm is patient. It can wait days, weeks, months. It can wait until you're tired, until you're stressed, until you have a reason to postpone just one more time, and then it has you. Marcus pulled his hand away from Maya's and stood. No, I'm not going to let that happen. I'll keep the promise. I'll call the dentist tomorrow, I'll make the appointment, I'll go. I'll do whatever it takes. Good, Mrs. Castellanos said. Then go home, wait for morning, and when the office opens, you call. Don't hesitate. Don't think about it. Just do it. I can't go home. My apartment is flooded. Everything's destroyed. Then you stay with someone who knows the rules. Someone who can remind you what's at stake, she looked at Maya. You'll let him stay? Maya hesitated, then nodded. Of course. They left Mrs. Castellanos' house as the sky began to lighten, the storm finally easing into a steady drizzle. Marcus's building stood dark and silent, water still seeping from the third-floor windows, but no longer gushing. The damage was done. Back at Maya's house, she made up the couch for him and brought him a pillow and blankets. Try to sleep, she said. A few hours at least. You'll need your strength for tomorrow. But Marcus couldn't sleep. He lay on the couch, listening to the pipes in Maya's walls, waiting for the footsteps to start again. They didn't. Maybe because he was in someone else's house, someone who'd made her offering correctly, someone who'd earned a temporary reprieve. Or maybe because Sluicepsalm didn't need to hunt him anymore. It knew he'd made a vow. It knew where to find him when he failed. When, not if. Marcus shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. He wouldn't fail. He'd call the dentist. He'd make the appointment. He'd go through with it. One simple task. One kept promise. That was all it would take. But even as he thought it, he felt the weight of the vow settling over him like a wet blanket. Heavy. Suffocating. A promise he'd made 100 times before and broken 100 times before. What made this time different? What made him think he could actually follow through when he never had before? The answer was simple. If he didn't, something would drag him into the pipes and drown him in his own failures forever. That was motivation enough. When the sun finally rose, grey and weak through the clouds, Marcus was already awake, phone in hand, waiting. The dentist's office opened at 8. He would call at 8:01, not 8:05, not 8:30, not after I have coffee or once I check my email. 8:01, the moment they opened, no delays, no excuses. Maya came out of her bedroom at 7:30, already dressed, her hair still wet from the shower. You're up, couldn't sleep. Did you hear? Anything? In the pipes? No, nothing. Marcus stood and folded the blankets. What time does the dentist open? 8. But Marcus, you need to eat something first. You need to be functional for this. I'm not hungry. That doesn't matter. Sit down. I'm making eggs. She didn't give him a choice, just steered him toward the kitchen table and started pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. Marcus watched her move around the kitchen with practiced efficiency and realized this was her way of helping, keeping him grounded, keeping him present, preventing him from spiraling into anxiety and finding a reason to postpone. The eggs were good. Simple, but good. He ate mechanically, checking his phone every few minutes, watching the minutes crawl toward 8 o'clock. At 7:58, he pulled up the dentist's website and found the phone number. His regular dentist, Dr. Patel, the one he'd been avoiding for 8 months. The number was already in his contacts. He'd looked at it dozens of times, thumb hovering over the call button before losing his nerve and promising himself he'd do it tomorrow. Eitel. The office was open. Marcus pressed call. The phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Marcus felt his heart hammering, felt sweat breaking out on his forehead. What if they didn't answer? What if the office was closed despite the website saying otherwise? What if? Smile Dental Group, this is Jennifer. How can I help you? Marcus almost dropped the phone. Hi, yes, I need to make an appointment for a cleaning and checkup. My name is Marcus Chen. Of course, let me pull up your file. Oh, I see it's been a while since your last visit. 8 months. I know, I've been meaning to call. No problem, we're happy to get you back in. Let's see. How does Thursday the 23rd sound? We have an opening at 2 o'clock. Thursday. That was in 3 days. 3 days to keep himself alive, to avoid making any new promises, to not give Sluicepsalm any reason to come for him before he could complete his vow. That works, Marcus said. I'll be there. Perfect. We'll send you a confirmation text. And just so you know, we do require 24 hours notice for cancellations or rescheduling. The word hit him like a fist. Cancellations. The easy out. The escape clause. The way to break the promise without technically breaking it. I won't need to cancel, Marcus said, and his voice was firmer than he expected. I'll be there. He hung up and sat staring at his phone, waiting to feel relief. But all he felt was the weight of the appointment looming 3 days ahead. 3 days in which anything could happen, in which Sluicepsalm could find 1,000 ways to make him break his vow. Maya sat down across from him. You did it. I made the appointment. That's not the same as keeping the promise. I still have to actually go. You will. How do you know? Because, Maya said simply, the alternative is worse than any dentist appointment could ever be. She was right. He knew she was right. But knowing and feeling were different things, and what Marcus felt was the familiar panic rising in his chest, the urge to find an excuse, to push the appointment back, to promise himself he'd go next month instead. The pipes in the walls groaned softly, as if in response to his thoughts. Marcus stood abruptly. I need to get out of this house. I need to move, to do something. I can't just sit here for 3 days waiting. Then let's go, Maya said. Let's go check on your apartment, see what the damage is. We'll deal with one thing at a time. They walked back to his building through streets still slick with rain. The storm had passed, but the sky remained heavy and grey, threatening more. The gutters dripped steadily, a quieter sound now, but Marcus could still hear the pattern in it, the sequence that travelled from house to house. His apartment was worse than he had expected. The door hung off its hinges, the lock broken from the inside as if something had forced its way out. Water covered every surface, inches deep in some places, and the smell was overwhelming. Mildew and rust and something organic and rotten. Every pipe in the place had burst. They jutted from the walls like broken bones, water still trickling from the open ends. Marcus waded in, water soaking through his shoes, and looked around at the wreckage. His furniture was ruined, his laptop dead on the coffee table, his clothes floating in the bedroom closet. 8 years of life in this apartment, destroyed in a single night. Insurance will cover this, Maya said from the doorway. You'll file a claim, you'll get reimbursed, you'll find a new place. I never filed the renter's insurance paperwork, Marcus said hollowly. It's been sitting in my email for 6 months. I kept meaning to... He stopped, realising what he was about to say. I kept meaning to get to it. I swear I'll do it soon. Maya's hand landed on his shoulder. Don't make any promises, not even to yourself. Just deal with what's in front of you right now. Marcus nodded, throat tight. He picked his way through the apartment, salvaging what he could. Some clothes that had been in drawers instead of the closet, his phone charger, a few photographs from his desk that had somehow stayed dry. Everything else was gone. They were almost at the door when Marcus saw it, writing on the bathroom mirror, left in the condensation from all the moisture in the air. Letters formed by someone running their finger through the fog. 3 days. Marcus's blood went cold. He grabbed Maya's arm and pointed. She saw it, paled, and pulled him toward the door. We're leaving. Now. They didn't stop until they were back at Maya's house with the door locked and every faucet checked to make sure it was tightly closed. Marcus sank onto the couch, his head in his hands. It's counting down, he said. 3 days until the appointment. It's making sure I know. It's trying to scare you, don't let it. But the fear was already there, cold and heavy in his gut. Sluicepsalm knew where he'd be in 3 days. It knew the exact time and place where he'd either keep his promise or break it, and it would be waiting. The next 3 days were the longest of Marcus's life. He stayed at Maya's house, sleeping on her couch, jumping at every sound in the pipes. She kept him busy during the day, helping her fix the dripping faucet, running errands, anything to keep his mind occupied. But at night, alone in the dark, the fear would return, the certainty that he wouldn't make it to Thursday, that something would happen, some obstacle would appear, some excuse would present itself and he'd take it, and then Sluicepsalm would come for him. On Tuesday, the dentist's office called. "Hi, Mr. Chen. This is Jennifer from Smile Dental. I'm so sorry, but we need to reschedule your Thursday appointment. Dr. Patel has a family emergency and won't be in that day. We can move you to Friday afternoon instead." Marcus's hand tightened on the phone. This was it. The test. The obstacle. He could say yes, accept the rescheduling, and his vow would change from Thursday to Friday, which meant he'd have broken the original promise, which meant Sluicepsalm would win. "No," Marcus said. "I need Thursday. Is there another dentist available? Anyone?" "Well, Dr. Morrison has an opening at 4:30. She's our new associate. Would that work?" "Yes, perfect. I'll take it." "Great. I'll update your appointment. See you Thursday at 4:30. Marcus hung up and realised his hands were shaking. Maya, who'd been listening from the kitchen, came over and hugged him. "You did it," she said. "You didn't let it push you off schedule." "That was close." "I know, but you held firm. That counts for something." On Wednesday night, Marcus couldn't sleep at all. He lay on the couch listening to the rain start up again, and heard the gutter song resume its pattern. But this time it sounded different, urgent, aggressive. The sequence moved faster, jumping from house to house with increasing speed, and underneath it was that breathing sound, wet and hungry and close. Sluicepsalm was preparing. At midnight, the knocking started, not in Maya's pipes, but outside, at the door. Slow, deliberate. 3 knocks followed by a pause. 3 more knocks. 3 more. Maya appeared in the hallway, her eyes wide. "Don't answer it. I'm not stupid." But the knocking continued, for hours. Sometimes at the front door, sometimes at the back, sometimes at the windows. Always the same pattern, always 3 knocks, as if counting down. At 3 a.m. just as it stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been. Thursday morning arrived grey and wet, rain drumming steadily against the windows. Marcus's appointment was at 4:30. He had 13 hours to get through. 13 hours to not make any mistakes, any new promises, any excuses that would give Sluicepsalm an opening. Maya made breakfast, but neither of them could eat much. They sat at the table, pushing food round their plates, watching the clock. "I'll drive you," Maya said. "To the appointment. I'll wait in the lobby." "You don't have to." "Yes, I do. You're not going through this alone." At 4 they got in Maya's car and drove across town to the dentist's office. The rain had intensified, turning the streets into rivers, and more than once Marcus saw water backed up in storm drains, overflowing the gutters. The city's drainage system was overwhelmed, and he wondered how much of it was natural and how much was Sluicepsalm, watching, waiting, preparing to collect. They arrived at 4:15, early. Good. No excuse for being late. Marcus got out of the car and started toward the entrance, but Maya grabbed his arm. "Look." She was pointing at the storm drain in the parking lot. Water swirled around it, but instead of draining, it seemed to be flowing in reverse, coming up from below, bubbling and churning, and in the centre of the churning water a dark shape was forming, tall, thin, familiar. "Go," Maya said. "Get inside. Don't look back." Marcus ran. He burst through the doors of Smile Dental Group, soaking wet and breathing hard. The receptionist looked up in alarm. "Can I help you?" "Appointment," Marcus gasped. "Chen, 4:30 with Dr. Morrison." "Oh, yes, you're a bit early. If you want to have a seat, we'll call you in a few minutes." Marcus sat in the waiting room, water pooling around his feet, and watched the clock. 4:20, 4:25, 4:28. Every minute felt like an hour. Through the windows he could see the parking lot, could see Maya still sitting in her car, could see the storm drain still churning with water that flowed the wrong way. "Marcus Chen?" He jumped up. A young woman in scrubs stood in the doorway, smiling. "I'm Dr. Morrison. Ready to get started?" "Yes, absolutely." He followed her back to the examination room, settled into the chair, let her clip the paper bib around his neck. This was it. the moment of truth. All he had to do was sit here, let her do the exam, the cleaning, whatever she needed to do, and he'd have kept his promise. He'd have proven to Sluicepsalm that his word meant something. Dr. Morrison picked up her tools and leaned in, and Marcus saw his own reflection in her protective eyewear. Behind him, in the reflection, stood the tall, thin figure, featureless, patient, waiting. "Open wide," Dr. Morrison said. Marcus opened his mouth and the cleaning began. It was routine, simple, the kind of thing he'd done 100 times before, the scraping of the tools against his teeth, the rinse and spit cycle, the flossing. But through it all, Marcus could see the figure in Dr. Morrison's eyewear, standing motionless behind the chair, watching. "Everything looks good," Dr. Morrison said finally. "No cavities. Gums are a little inflamed from not flossing regularly, but nothing serious. You're all set." She removed the bib, lowered the chair and smiled. "See you in 6 months?" "Yes," Marcus said, and realised he meant it. 6 months. I'll schedule on my way out." He walked back to the reception desk on shaking legs and made the appointment for 6 months from now. Entered it in his phone calendar, paid his bill, and then he was done. He'd kept the promise. Outside, the rain had stopped. The parking lot was wet but empty of water, the storm drain functioning normally. Maya got out of her car and ran to him. "Did you do it? Did you finish?" "I did." She hugged him tight, and Marcus felt something in his chest, Uncle Ench. The weight that had been pressing down on him for 3 days lifted just slightly, and he could breathe again. They got in the car and drove back toward Maya's house. The streets were quiet, the gutters dripping but no longer singing. As they passed Marcus's apartment building, he saw that the water was gone from his windows, the damage still there but no longer active. It looked like an ordinary flood now, not a supernatural punishment. "It's over?" he asked. "For now," Maya said. "You kept your promise. You proved your word means something. That buys you time." "Time until what?" "Until the next time you make a vow you can't keep. Until the next storm, the next moment of weakness, the next promise that slips out before you can stop it. Sluicepsalm doesn't go away. It just waits." They drove in silence for a while. Then Marcus said, "I have 62 promises left on my list. 62 things I've sworn to do and haven't. What do I do about those?" "You take them one at a time. You handle what you can handle, when you can handle it, and you stop making promises you don't intend to keep. That's all any of us can do." Back at Maya's house, they found Mrs. Castellanos waiting on the porch. She looked Marcus up and down, then nodded. "You kept it." "I did." "Good. Then you understand now. The rules aren't there to punish you. They're there to protect you. From yourself as much as from Sluicepsalm." Marcus sat down on the porch steps, suddenly exhausted. How many people don't make it? How many break their vows and get taken? Mrs. Castellanos was quiet for a long moment. Too many. Every neighbourhood like this, every place where the pipes connect, where the gutters all feed into the same system, there's a Sluicepsalm. Different names, different rules, but the same basic truth. Broken promises have weight, they accumulate, and eventually they become something that demands payment. So what do? How do we fight it? "We don't fight it," she said. "We live with it. We learn to be careful with our words. We learn the difference between a vow and a wish. We make offerings when we need to let things go. And we help each other remember the rules." She looked at Maya. "You did well helping him. But don't make it your responsibility to save everyone. Some people don't want to be saved. Some people would rather keep making promises than face what it means to break them." Maya nodded. "I know." Mrs. Castellanos stood to leave, then paused. "One more thing. The offering you made, mija. The promise you released. Did you ever go back and handle it?" Maya hesitated. "Not yet." "Don't wait too long. Releasing something for a night is mercy. Avoiding it forever is just another broken vow. Sluicepsalm knows the difference." She left, and Marcus and Maya sat on the porch, watching the neighbourhood settle into evening. Lights came on in windows. People arrived home from work. Life continued, ordinary and mundane, and beneath it all the pipes hummed with water and the weight of every promise anyone had ever made and failed to keep. "I should find a new apartment," Marcus said. "I can't live in that building anymore." "You can stay here," Maya offered, "for a while, until you get back on your feet." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I think we could both use someone who understands the rules. Someone to remind us when we're about to say something we shouldn't. Marcus smiled, tired but genuine. Deal. And I won't promise to be the perfect roommate because I know better now, but I'll try to be decent. That's all anyone can ask. That night the rain returned, gentler this time, more like a normal storm. The gutters sang their quiet song, but it didn't sound like hunting anymore. Just water moving through pipes, drainage doing its job, the infrastructure working the way it was supposed to. Marcus lay on the couch, listening, and for the first time in over a week, he fell asleep easily. No nightmares, no footsteps in the walls, just the ordinary sounds of a house settling, pipes creaking, water flowing where water was meant to flow. But in the morning, when he checked his phone, there was a text from an unknown number. 62 left. I'll be listening. Marcus stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it. He knew what it meant. His list of unkept promises, filed and remembered, waiting in the pipes. Sluicepsalm hadn't forgotten. It never forgot. It was patient and it had all the time in the world to wait for him to slip up again. The question was whether Marcus would let it collect, or whether he'd learn to live within the rules, to be careful with his vows, to understand that some promises were meant to be kept and some were meant to be released. He made coffee, no promise to himself about drinking less caffeine, no vow to switch to tea, just coffee, and sat at Maya's kitchen table. She joined him a few minutes later, her own phone in hand, looking troubled. "I got a text," she said. "Me too." They showed each other their screens. The messages were identical except for the number. 62 for Marcus, 17 for Maya. Their debts counted and catalogued. "It's keeping track," Maya said, "making sure we know." "Then we'll keep track too," Marcus said. "We'll help each other. One promise at a time, one release at a time. We'll figure out how to live with this." Maya managed a small smile. "One day at a time." "I won't promise we'll succeed," Marcus said carefully, "but I'll try. That's enough." Outside, the rain picked up again, and the gutters began to sing. Not a hunting song this time, but something else. A reminder, a warning, a patient chorus that would never stop, never forget, never let anyone believe their broken vows could wash away without consequence. In the rain-heavy neighbourhood, water flowed through pipes and gutters, carrying with it the weight of every oath ever spoken and abandoned. Somewhere in that vast network, Sluicepsalm moved and waited and listened for the next person to say those dangerous words. "I swear, I promise, I'll fix it tomorrow." And when they did, when the next vow slipped loose into the rain and dripped down into the gutters, the sequence would begin again. The song would find its rhythm, the reflection would appear in the puddles, and someone else would learn the rules the hard way, standing in the rain with a cup of clean water and a choice to make. Release the promise or let it. Drag you down into the pipes with all the others who couldn't let go. The storm would pass. It always did. But the gutters would remember. The pipes would remember. And Sluicepsalm would remember. In the end, that's what mattered. Not whether you made promises, but whether you understood what it cost to break them. Not whether you had debts, but whether you knew how to pay them. Not whether you heard the gutter song, but whether you learned to listen to what it was really saying underneath the rain. Some lessons came easy, some came hard, and some came dripping through your walls at 3 a.m., teaching you that every word has weight, and some weights can drown you if you're not careful. Maya and Marcus learned to be careful. They learned to think before they spoke, to measure their vows, to understand the difference between intention and action. They learned to make offerings when the rain came, to release what they couldn't carry, to forgive themselves for being human and flawed and occasionally overwhelmed. They learned to live with Sluicepsalm the way you learn to live with any dangerous neighbour, respectfully, carefully, with clear boundaries and an understanding of the rules. And on the nights when the rain fell hard and the gutters sang their sequence and the shadow appeared in the puddles, they knew what to do. Clean water under the downspout, one promise released, silence where a vow would usually be. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't easy, but it was enough. For now, it was enough. And in the pipes beneath the streets, in the gutters that connected every house to every other house, Sluicepsalm waited, patient, eternal, ready to collect from anyone who forgot the rules, anyone who thought their word didn't matter, anyone who believed they could keep promising tomorrow without ever facing today. The rain kept falling, the song kept playing, and somewhere in the darkness behind the walls, footsteps moved through water, slow and steady, counting down to the next broken vow. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain started at 11:47 p.m, and by midnight it had turned the city block into something that breathed wrong. Marcus Webb felt it first as a difference in pressure, the way the air seemed to thicken between the buildings on Mercer Street, pushing down on his shoulders while he walked. He'd been at the distribution centre for 14 hours, stacking boxes until his hands went numb and his thoughts turned to mud, and now all he wanted was his apartment, his couch, maybe half a beer before he passed out. The rain didn't bother him. Rain was normal. Rain was just water falling from clouds because that's what water did. But this rain sounded different. It hit the metal awning outside Chen's grocery with a tap, tap, tap that was too regular, too clean. It struck the fire escape across the street in a rhythm that matched his footsteps. Marcus stopped walking, and the rhythm stopped too. He started again, and there it was. 1, 2, 1, 2, perfectly timed to his stride. He shook his head, rubbed his eyes with the heels of his palms. Exhaustion could do weird things. He'd once worked a double shift and sworn he saw his dead father standing in the frozen foods aisle. The brain got slippery when you didn't sleep. He turned onto Halstead Alley because it shaved 3 minutes off his walk, and because the main streets were too bright, too full of people who hadn't just spent 14 hours lifting boxes that all weighed exactly 43 pounds. The alley was narrow. Dumpsters on one side, brick walls slick with decades of grime on the other, a few security lights throwing weak yellow circles onto the pavement. The rain came down harder here, funneled between the buildings into a concentrated pour. It sounded like fingers drumming on a table. It sounded like someone counting. Then he heard the note, high and thin like a violin string pulled too tight, threaded through the rain's percussion. Then another note, lower, softer, weaving underneath the first. Marcus stopped, walking. The melody didn't stop. It kept going, building itself out of the storm, turning the alley into the inside of an instrument. He looked up at the fire escapes, thinking maybe someone had left a radio on, but the windows were dark. The melody seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the rain itself, as if each drop carried a piece of the song, and only here, in this particular stretch of wet brick and shadow, did all the pieces fit together. His mind felt strange, loose, like thoughts were items on a shelf and someone had started removing them one by one. He tried to remember his apartment number. 4C. No, 4D. Was it D? It had a red door. Or was the door brown? He'd lived there for 3 years. He should know this. But the information kept sliding away from him like soap in wet hands. He kept walking because stopping felt worse. The alley stretched longer than it should have, or maybe his perception of distance had gone soft. The melody grew clearer with each step, and now he could hear complexity in it, harmonies braiding together, a low drone underneath everything that felt like it was coming from inside his own chest. The rain struck his face, his shoulders, the top of his head, and each drop seemed to carry the music directly into his skin, into his blood, into the exhausted meat of his brain. A woman had drowned in this alley 2 years ago. Marcus remembered reading about it in the local news blog, some story about a clerical worker who'd been found face down in a puddle, barely deep enough to cover her nose. The autopsy said her lungs were full of water, but also found traces of something else, something the medical examiner couldn't identify, a crystalline residue that looked like salt but wasn't salt, that dissolved when they tried to test it. The article mentioned she'd been working 70-hour weeks. It mentioned she'd told her sister she just wanted to sleep. Marcus's foot splashed through a puddle, and the reflection showed his face a second late, like the image had to travel a long distance to catch up with his body. He stared at it. His reflection blinked after he blinked. It smiled slightly when his own face was still. The melody turned tender. That was the worst part. It didn't sound threatening. It sounded kind. It sounded like the musical equivalent of someone stroking your hair and telling you it was okay to let go, that you'd done enough, that you could rest now. Marcus felt his eyes getting heavy. His legs felt like they were full of wet sand. The box number from work, lot 492B, slipped out of his memory and vanished. His sister's phone number went next. then the name of the street he'd grown up on. He looked up and saw it. At first, his brain tried to make it into something normal. A person sheltering under a broken awning. A pile of garbage bags arranged by wind into a human shape. But the proportions were wrong. The silhouette was hunched in a way that human spines didn't hunch, folded into angles, that suggested too many joints or joints that bent in directions they shouldn't. It stood, if standing was the right word, near a puddle that reflected the security light's glow like spilled mercury. The thing moved, and Marcus saw the umbrella ribs. They arced out from its body like the skeleton of a massive parasol, at least a dozen of them, all different sizes, some rusted to deep orange, others still showing flecks of black paint. They weren't attached to fabric. They were strung with something that caught the light. Dozens of thin lines running between the ribs in a complex web, tight as guitar strings, fine as fishing line. Sewing needles had been fixed to the ribs at precise intervals, pointing inward, their eyes threaded with more of that gleaming string. The thing's hands, if they were hands, moved across the strings with a spider's delicacy. Each pluck sent a note into the rain. Each stroke of needle against thread made the melody shift and swell. The rain responded. Drops fell faster where the music wanted them, slower where silence was needed, creating rhythms that shouldn't have been possible from random weather. Marcus watched a drop of water hang in the air for 3 full seconds before falling, timed perfectly to match a long descending note. The hunched figure's head turned toward him. Marcus couldn't see a face. The security light hit the thing at the wrong angle, or maybe there just wasn't enough of a face to see. Just a suggestion of features, like a photograph left in water until the image bled away. But he felt it looking at him. He felt it measuring him, weighing his exhaustion like a merchant weighing meat. His left hand started to go numb. Not the normal numbness of cold or poor circulation, but a specific absence of sensation that spread from his fingertips up his palm. He looked down and saw his hand was still there, still attached, still technically his, but it felt like it belonged to someone else, like it was a hand he was borrowing and the loan period was ending. The melody sank into a lower register, and with it came a feeling of such profound tiredness that Marcus's knees buckled. He caught himself against the alley wall, his palms sliding on wet brick. The exhaustion wasn't just physical, it was existential. It was the weight of every morning alarm he'd ever ignored, every task he'd left unfinished, every promise he'd made to himself that he'd broken. It was the accumulated gravity of being alive and having to keep being alive day after day, without pause, without permission to stop. Just let me sleep. The words formed in his mind with perfect clarity, sweet and simple and true. Just let me sleep. That's all he wanted. Not death, nothing so dramatic. Just sleep. Real sleep. The kind where you don't dream, don't think, don't exist for a while. The kind that doesn't end with an alarm clock and another shift and another stack of 43-pound boxes. The words climbed toward his throat. His mouth started to open. And then something older than thought kicked in. Some animal survival instinct that didn't care about exhaustion or melody or kindness. It just knew that opening your mouth in the presence of this thing was wrong, the way stepping off a cliff was wrong, the way putting your hand in a fire was wrong. Marcus bit down on his tongue hard enough to draw blood. The pain was sharp and immediate and real, and it cut through the melody's fog like a knife through silk. The metallic taste in his mouth anchored him. He spat blood onto the wet pavement and watched it swirl into a puddle, mixing with rain that now sounded almost normal again. Almost. An awning. There was an awning. The rule came to him in his grandmother's voice, even though his grandmother had never told him any such thing, had died when he was 7 from lung cancer, that made her last months a slow drowning in hospital air. But he heard her voice anyway. If the rain starts sounding like music, get under cover and name 3 things you can touch. There, 15 feet ahead, a small awning over a service door, rusted metal barely 3 feet wide. Marcus pushed himself off the wall and ran. His legs felt disconnected from his intentions, like he was puppeteering his own body through a series of string pulls and lever yanks. The melody rose in pitch, urgent now, almost angry. Rain struck his face hard enough to sting. A drop hit his eye, and he swore he could taste the note it carried, mineral and cold and ancient. He stumbled under the awning and the rain's direct assault stopped. The melody didn't vanish, but it softened, becoming distant, like music playing in another room. Marcus pressed his hand flat against the service door. The metal was freezing and textured with old paint that flaked under his palm. Metal, he thought. That's one. He grabbed the fabric of his jacket with his other hand, squeezing until he felt the seams press into his fingers, until the dampness soaked through to his skin. Cloth. 2. His shoulder touched the brick wall and he leaned into it deliberately, feeling the rough surface scrape against his jacket, feeling the solidity of it, the absolute fairness of stone stacked on stone. Brick. 3. The melody wavered. The hunched figure in the alley shifted, and for a moment Marcus saw it more clearly, saw that the umbrella ribs weren't just attached to it, but growing from it, piercing through fabric that might have been clothes or might have been skin. The needles gleamed, the strings hummed with tension. The thing took a step forward and Marcus heard the wet slap of something that wasn't quite a foot hitting pavement. His reflection in the puddle was doing something his body wasn't doing. It was reaching up, fingers stretching toward the surface of the water as if trying to claw its way out. Marcus looked away from it and kept his hands pressed to his 3 anchors. The desire to speak the words was overwhelming now. Just let me sleep. His jaw ached, with the need to open his mouth and release them into the air. The phrase felt like it was expanding inside his skull, pressing against his teeth from the inside. Every molecule of his exhausted body wanted to say it, wanted to give permission, wanted to surrender to the kindness the melody promised. He bit down on his tongue again. Fresh blood filled his mouth. He thought about his apartment, forcing himself to picture it in detail. The crack in the ceiling above his bed shaped like Florida, the broken blind on the east window, the coffee mug he'd been meaning to wash for 3 days. He thought about his sister, forced himself to remember her phone number by singing it in his head to the tune of Happy Birthday. He thought about the boxes at work, all those boxes with lot numbers and shipping codes, boring and real and his. The hunched figure took another step, and now Marcus could see what was under the umbrella ribs, a body, or what was left of one. Fabric hung in strips, old and water-stained. Beneath it, skin that looked like wet paper, ready to tear at the slightest touch. The hands weren't hands, but arrangements of bone and tendon, fingers too long, joints too many, each one moving independently across the strings with horrible precision. The face became briefly visible as a security light flickered, and Marcus wished it hadn't. The features were still there but rearranged, like someone had taken a photograph of a person and stretched it until the proportions stopped making sense. The eyes were too far apart, set at angles that suggested different focal points. The mouth was a horizontal line that extended past where a mouth should end, splitting the lower face almost to the ears. When it opened, Marcus saw no teeth, no tongue, just a dark space that seemed to go deeper than a throat should go, and from that darkness came more of the melody, raw and undiluted. The thing's chest cavity was visible through tears in the fabric, and inside it Marcus could see the source of the drone, the lowest constant note that ran underneath everything else. Ribs moved like bellows, but they weren't breathing air. They were breathing rain. Each inhalation pulled water from the storm itself, and each exhalation sent it back out as sound. The ribs were strung with more of that gleaming thread, creating a second instrument inside the body, turning the creature's own skeleton into a resonating chamber. Marcus squeezed his 3 anchors harder. The metal door felt real. The cloth felt real. The brick felt real. These were facts. These were truths that existed independent of melody and exhaustion and the desire to stop existing for a while. The creature's 2 long fingers plucked at the umbrella strings in a new pattern, and the melody shifted into something Marcus recognized. A lullaby his mother used to sing when he was small, before the divorce, before she moved to Arizona and started a new life that didn't include him. He hadn't thought about that song in 15 years, but now it was here, perfect in every detail, played on an instrument made from rain and rust and human remains. The recognition almost broke him. The melody knew him. It had reached into his memory and pulled out something tender, something that connected to the part of him that just wanted to be small and safe and cared for. His mother's voice had been soft when she sang that song, her hand cool on his forehead, and for those few minutes each night he had been the centre of someone's universe. The words formed again. Just let me sleep. Marcus could feel them vibrating in his chest, ready to be released. His mouth was opening. He was doing it. He was going to say the words, and the alley would take him and the melody would pull him apart thread by thread until he was nothing but sound and sleep and the absence of having to try any more. But then he saw something else. Behind the hunched figure, deeper in the alley, there were others, not moving, not playing, instruments, just standing in the rain, or what was left of standing. 6 of them, maybe 7. It was hard to count because they were translucent, like images projected onto the rain itself. Their faces were slack, mouths open, eyes half closed. Their bodies swayed slightly in rhythm with the melody. They looked peaceful. They looked like they were sleeping on their feet. One of them was the woman from the news article, the clerical worker who drowned in a puddle. Marcus recognised her from the photo that had run with the story, though that photo had shown her smiling at a company picnic, not standing vacant-eyed in an alley with rain passing through her like she was made of mist. Her mouth moved silently, forming the same words over and over. Just let me sleep. Just let me sleep. Just let me sleep. Another figure looked younger. Couldn't have been more than 19, wearing a fast food uniform with a name tag that said Jeremy. His hands hung at his sides, fingers still, twitching like he was pressing buttons on a register that didn't exist. Rain fell through him and came out the other side carrying fragments of his face, his memories, his name, dispersing them into the storm. These weren't bodies, they were echoes. They were what remained when someone said the words and gave permission for the melody to take them apart. They were the price of surrender, and they were still here, still standing in the rain, still asking for sleep that would never come because sleep required something solid to happen to, and they had been unravelled past the point where sleep made sense. Marcus pressed harder against his 3 anchors: metal, cloth, brick, metal, cloth, brick. He made it a chant in his mind, something to occupy the space where the words wanted to form. He thought about the mundane details of his life with desperate focus. The way his apartment smelled like old coffee and laundry detergent, the squeak his bed made when he sat down, the specific pattern of water stains on his bathroom ceiling, every boring, stupid, real thing he could remember. The creature took another step forward, now only 10 feet away, close enough that Marcus could smell it, a scent like rust and ozone and standing water, like the inside of a drain pipe, like the undertaste of rain that's been falling for too long. The umbrella rib spread wider, creating a canopy that blocked out the security light. In the sudden dimness, the needles glowed with a faint phosphorescence, and the strings shimmered like spiderweb caught in moonlight. The melody changed again, became less structured, more chaotic. It sounded frustrated. It sounded hungry. The tender kindness was still there, but underneath it now was something else, an insistence, an impatience, a need that had gone unfed for too long. The rain began to fall sideways under the awning, defying physics, trying to reach Marcus, trying to restore the connection between storm and skin that the shelter had broken. Marcus felt water touching his ankle. He looked down and saw the puddle at his feet spreading, growing, fed by rain that was flowing uphill. The water was wrong, too thick, too dark, and when it touched his shoe it felt warm. His reflection appeared in it again, and this time the reflection wasn't delayed. It was ahead. It was already stepping out from under the awning, already walking toward the creature with arms outstretched, already opening its mouth to speak the words. He jerked his foot back, breaking contact with the water. The puddle stopped growing. His reflection fragmented into ripples and disappeared. The creature's mouth line stretched wider, and from the darkness inside came a sound that wasn't music anymore. It was a voice, human or formerly human, speaking in a whisper that somehow cut through the rain's noise. "So tired," it said. "So tired. So tired. Don't you want to rest? Don't you want to stop? I can make it stop. I can make everything stop. Just tell me. Just ask me. Just say the words, and I'll take it all away." Marcus wanted to scream at it, wanted to tell it to fuck off, wanted to run, but he knew that speaking anything would break the seal. Any words from his mouth would create an opening. The creature was patient, but it was also opportunistic. It would take what it could get, and if it couldn't get permission, It would take defiance, take screams, take anything that gave it a voice to follow back into his throat. So he kept silent. He kept his hands on metal and cloth and brick. He kept naming them over and over until the words became meaningless sounds, until they were just rhythm, just his own private music to counter the melody trying to pull him apart. The translucent figures behind the creature began to move. They walked forward with slow, shambling steps, their bodies flickering like bad television reception. As they moved, they reached toward Marcus, and their fingers left trails in the air, thin strands of something that looked like the thread on the creature's instrument. They were unravelling further with each step, leaving pieces of themselves hanging in the rain, creating new strings for the creature to play. One of them got close enough that Marcus could see detail in the translucence. It was a man, older, wearing a security guard uniform. His name tag said Morrison. His eyes were open, but there was nothing behind them, just empty spaces where thoughts used to be. His mouth moved and sound came out, but it wasn't speech. It was music, individual notes matching the melody, as if his voice had been repurposed as just another instrument in the creature's orchestra. Morrison reached for Marcus, and where his fingers should have touched the awning's edge, they passed through instead. The metal didn't stop him. The shelter didn't matter to something that was barely there anymore. Marcus felt fingers brushing his shoulder, cold, wet, insubstantial but somehow still capable of touch. The contact made, his thoughts fuzzy, made the apartment number slip away again, made his sister's name sound wrong in his head. He shrugged violently, breaking the contact, and pressed his shoulder harder against the brick. The rough surface scraped through his jacket, through his shirt, scraped skin. The pain was good. The pain was real. He focused on it, used it like an anchor point, another thing to name. Brick, pain, metal, cloth, brick, pain. The creature's fingers moved faster across the strings, creating a crescendo. The melody peaked, becoming almost unbearably beautiful, so perfect that Marcus felt tears running down his face. It sounded like every good thing he'd ever wanted but never gotten. Safety and rest and being cared for and not having to be strong anymore. It sounded like relief. It sounded like an end to all the weight. His mouth opened. The words were right there, balanced on his tongue, ready to fall into the air like rain. And then a light came on, 30 feet down. The alley, a door opened and someone stepped out. An old woman in a bathrobe holding a garbage bag. She looked up at the rain, looked down the alley toward Marcus and the creature, and her face showed no surprise. She'd seen this before. She knew what she was looking at. The woman raised her free hand and made a gesture. 3 fingers extended, touching her forehead, her chest, her lips in quick succession. The movement was deliberate, ritualistic. She spoke 3 words that Marcus couldn't hear over the rain and the melody, but he could see her lips form them. 3 distinct syllables, each one sharp and certain. The creature's head whipped toward her, umbrella ribs contracting slightly. The melody stuttered. For the first time since Marcus had encountered it, the thing looked uncertain. The translucent figures stopped advancing and began to drift backward, pulled like smoke in a breeze. The woman stood her ground. She wasn't running. She wasn't afraid. She just looked at the creature with the weary expression of someone dealing with a persistent nuisance, like a raccoon that kept getting into the trash. She made the gesture again, forehead, chest, lips, and spoke the 3 words louder. This time Marcus heard them, though they were in a language he didn't recognize. Harsh syllables, old syllables, words that sounded like they'd been carved into stone before being spoken aloud. The rain responded to them, the organized rhythm breaking apart into chaos. The melody fractured, notes colliding and cancelling each other out. The creature took a step back, then another. The umbrella ribs began to fold, the needles dimming. The translucent figures faded, becoming less visible, their forms dispersing into the rain like salt dissolving in water. The thing that had been Morrison gave Marcus one last empty look before disappearing entirely, his final notes absorbed into the storm's white noise. The creature itself began to collapse inward, umbrella ribs folding, tighter and tighter, the whole structure compressing into something smaller, denser, darker. It made a sound as it collapsed, not music anymore, but something between a sigh and a groan, the sound of old metal bending, of wet fabric tearing, of disappointment that had mass and weight. Then it sank into the pavement like the concrete was water, leaving only a dark stain and a few drops of something that steamed in the rain. The woman watched until it was completely gone, then nodded to herself and went back inside, door closing behind her with a firm click. The light in her window went out. The alley was just an alley again, nothing but rain and brick and garbage. Marcus stood under the awning for a long time, hands still pressed to metal and cloth and brick, not trusting the silence. The rain continued falling, but now it was random. No rhythm, no melody, just weather doing what weather did. His thoughts returned slowly. Apartment number, sister's name, the street he'd grown up on. He tested each memory, making sure it was still his, making sure nothing had been taken. When he finally stepped out from under the awning, his legs nearly gave out. The exhaustion hit him all at once, no longer masked by adrenaline and fear. He'd been awake for 19 hours. His body felt like it was held together with fraying rope. But he walked. He walked out of Halstead Alley and onto Mercer Street, then took the longest route home he could imagine. Mercer to Broad to Fifth, to Jackson to Pine, adding almost a mile to his commute, staying on well-lit streets, staying away from any space narrow enough to funnel rain. When he reached his building, he stood outside for 5 minutes, looking up at his window on the 4th floor, making sure it was really his, making sure he remembered which one. 4D, red door, crack in the ceiling shaped like Florida. These were facts. These were true. Inside, he locked the door, checked the lock, checked it again. He went to the bathroom and looked at his reflection in the mirror above the sink. His reflection looked back at him at the same time, perfectly synchronized. He lifted his hand and his reflection lifted its hand. He blinked, and it blinked. Everything was working correctly. He was all there, all his pieces still connected in the right order. He stripped off his wet clothes and stood in the shower for 40 minutes, using all the hot water, washing the rain off his skin, even though he knew the rain wasn't the problem. The problem was what the rain could carry, what it could be organized into, what it could be used for. In bed, he tried to sleep but couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the melody starting up again in his memory, perfect and terrible. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling crack, naming everything he could see in the dim light from the street. Ceiling, crack, light fixture, smoke detector, wall, window, curtain. Real things, solid things, things that existed whether or not he was tired, enough to want them to. He got up at 4 a.m. and made coffee, even though he'd only been lying down for 3 hours. He couldn't sleep, didn't want to sleep. Sleep felt dangerous now, like something that could be used against him. He sat at his kitchen table and drank the coffee and watched the sky slowly lighten through his window, waiting for the world to become bright and loud and normal again. At 6 a.m. his alarm went off, and he turned it off and got ready for work. He moved through his morning routine like a robot, each action deliberate and mechanical. Shower, clothes, breakfast, coffee, shoes, jacket, keys, phone, wallet. Everything in its place, everything predictable, everything boring and safe and real. The distribution centre was exactly as he'd left it. Rows of boxes waiting to be moved, the perpetual smell of cardboard and diesel from the loading dock. Delgado's voice calling out lot numbers over the PA system. Marcus picked up his scanner and went to work. Box after box after box, each one weighed exactly what it was supposed to weigh. Each one had a destination and a purpose. The work was mind-numbing, but that was fine. That was good. Mind-numbing was better than mind unravelling. On his lunch break, Marcus went to the basement break room and found it empty except for Carlos, one of the overnight crew guys who was finishing his shift. Carlos was eating cold pizza and scrolling through his phone, half asleep. "Hey man," Carlos said without looking up. "You look like shit." "Rough night," Marcus said. He got a soda from the vending machine and sat down at the far end of the table. Carlos glanced up, seemed to really see him for the first time, and his expression changed. "What route you take home last night?" Marcus felt his spine straighten. "Why?" "Just asking." Carlos put his phone down. "Storm was bad. Some streets were flooded. Just wondering if you had trouble getting through." "I took Mercer to Broad," Marcus lied. "Then Fifth." "Why?" Carlos studied him for a long moment. "No reason. Just making conversation." He picked up his phone again, but before he looked back down at it, he said, "You ever hear things in the rain? Like patterns?" Marcus's hand tightened on his soda can. What kind of patterns? Forget it. Carlos stood up, gathered his trash. Just tired. Been pulling doubles all week. Brain gets weird. He started toward the door, then stopped. You know old Mrs. Chen runs the grocery on Mercer? Yeah. Her nephew used to work here. Night shift, like me, about 3 years ago. Carlos paused. He disappeared. They found his jacket in an alley off Halstead. The alley had flooded like 6 inches of water. His jacket was folded neat, sitting on a dumpster, dry as a bone even though the rain was still coming down. Marcus said nothing. Mrs. Chen, she keeps a list, Carlos continued. People who went missing in storms. People who worked long hours, got tired, started taking shortcuts through alleys. 12 names. In 5 years. Cops say some of them probably just left town, started over somewhere else. Some of them probably killed themselves. Some probably got into the drug scene. A lot of ways to disappear in a city. But you don't think that's what happened, Marcus said. Carlos shrugged. I think the city eats people. I think there's parts of it that are hungry and patient and smart enough to wait for you to get tired enough to make mistakes. He pulled up his jacket collar. I take the long way home now. Stay on big streets. Don't care if it adds time. Time's cheaper than whatever the alternative costs. He left. Marcus sat alone in the break room, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, the smell of old pizza grease hanging in the air. He thought about 12 people in 5 years. He thought about the translucent figures standing in the rain, still asking for sleep that would never come. He thought about the woman who'd made the gesture and spoken the 3 words that sent the creature back into the pavement. After his shift ended, Marcus didn't go straight home. He went to Chen's grocery instead. The old woman was behind the counter like always, reading a Chinese newspaper, looking like she'd been in that exact spot for 100 years. When Marcus walked in, she looked up and her eyes narrowed slightly, examining him the way you'd examine a piece of fruit to check for bruises. You're alive, she said. Not a question. A statement of fact, slightly surprised. How do you know? Marcus asked. Because you're standing in my store instead of standing in the rain. She folded her newspaper. You went through Halstead last night. How? Don't ask stupid questions. You went through Halstead, you heard the music, and you're here now, which means you either got lucky or you knew the rules. She studied his face. Your eyes still track together. Your reflection still sinks. You kept your pieces. Good. Marcus stepped closer to the counter. What was that thing? Mrs. Chen shrugged. Names don't matter. It's old. Older than the city. Used to live where the old textile factories were, back when people sewed until their fingers bled and the thread got mixed with blood and rain. When the factories closed, it moved to the alleys. Same principle, different materials. It finds people who are worn down, used up, ready to be taken apart. The woman who came outside last night, Marcus said. Down the alley, she made it leave. My sister, she knows the words. What words? The ones you don't get to learn unless you need them. Mrs. Chen's expression was flat, offering no argument. You want to know how to fight it. I'll tell you what you already figured out. Stay out of narrow places when it rains. Don't listen to music in the storm. Name 3 things you can touch when you feel it pulling. Don't speak the words at once. Simple. That's it. That's enough. You're not a hero. You're a tired man with a job you hate. Best thing you can do is avoid the problem, not solve it. She picked up her newspaper again. Buy something or leave. This isn't a library. Marcus bought a bottle of water he didn't want and left. Outside, the afternoon was bright and clear. Yesterday's storm just a memory in puddles that reflected ordinary sky. He looked down Halstead Alley as he passed it. In daylight, it was just a dirty corridor between buildings, trash scattered around dumpsters, graffiti on the walls. Nothing special, nothing dangerous. But he could see the stain where the creature had sunk into the pavement, dark and irregular, like old oil, and around it, if he looked carefully, he could see other stains, older ones, faded but still visible, marking spots where the same thing had happened before. The alley was marked with them, a constellation of disappearances, each one the spot where someone had said the words and given permission to be taken apart. Marcus took the long way home. Over the next few weeks he developed new habits. He checked the weather obsessively, planning his routes around predicted rainfall. He bought a cheap umbrella, even though using it felt dangerous, like it might attract attention. He started carrying 3 objects in his pockets at all times: a key to his apartment, a quarter, a smooth river stone he'd found as a kid. He touched them constantly, checking that they were still there, still real, still his. He noticed other people doing similar things. The woman who worked at the 24-hour pharmacy always took a taxi home when it rained, even though she lived 3 blocks away. The guy who cleaned office buildings late at night wore a headphone constantly. No music playing, just filling his ears with silence so he couldn't hear patterns in the rain. The overnight security guards travelled in pairs, never walking alone through empty parts of the city. People knew, maybe not everyone, maybe not explicitly. But the ones who worked nights, who pushed their bodies past exhaustion, who walked through the city when it was dark and empty, they knew there were rules about rain and alleys and the kind of tiredness that made you vulnerable to things that shouldn't exist. Marcus started sleeping with his lights on. He started keeping his phone charging next to his bed, alarm set for every 2 hours, forcing himself to wake up regularly so he never sank too deep into sleep. He knew he was developing insomnia, knew he was probably making himself crazier, but the alternative was worse. Sleep meant vulnerability. Sleep meant letting go of consciousness, and letting go felt too close to saying the words, too close to giving permission. On his days off, he researched. He went to the library and looked through old newspapers on microfiche, searching for mentions of drownings in shallow water, disappearances during storms, people found dead in alleys with water in their lungs but no water on the ground. He found dozens of cases going back decades, hundreds if he stretched the search wide enough. There were patterns. Most of the victims worked multiple jobs or long hours. Most disappeared between midnight and 4 a.m. Most were last seen heading home through less travelled areas. And in almost every case, someone who knew them mentioned that they'd been tired, that they'd talked about wanting to rest, that they'd used some variation of the phrase, "I just want to sleep." He found references to other things too, not just the umbrella rib creature. There were stories about manholes that hummed lullabies, about subway tunnels where the sound of approaching trains formed coherent melodies, about certain bridges where the wind through the cables played songs that made people want to step over the railing. The city was full of things that hunted exhaustion, that fed on the desire to stop trying, that turned the wish for rest into something predatory. Marcus found a blog run by someone who called themselves the Night Walker, documenting safe routes through the city for people who worked, graveyard shifts. The blog had maps marked with danger zones, alleys to avoid, sounds to watch out for. It had instructions for the 3-touchstone rule. It had descriptions of other rules too. Don't answer questions shouted from dark windows. Don't pick up phones ringing in alleys. Don't read graffiti that seems to be addressed to you specifically. There was a comment section, but it was mostly empty. Most people who read the blog didn't want to leave evidence that they knew what it was talking about. But occasionally someone would post a thank you, brief and anonymous. Your map worked, still alive, grateful. The posts usually came in the early morning hours, from people who just made it home safe after a close call. Marcus started commenting too. He described his encounter with the umbrella rib creature, gave the location, noted that it seemed to retreat when confronted with specific gestures and words. The Nightwalker responded within an hour. The old woman? Yeah, she's one of the protected ones. Family's been dealing with this shit for generations. They know words we don't. Good you survived. Stay out of Halstead when it rains. What is it? Marcus typed back. What are these things? The response took longer this time. Does it matter? You want a mythology? Read folklore? You want to stay alive? Follow the rules? Names and origins don't help you when you're in an alley and the rain starts singing. Marcus thought about that a lot. Did it matter what the things were? Whether they were ghosts or demons or urban legend made manifest through collective belief? They existed. They were dangerous. Knowing their taxonomy wouldn't make them less real. He kept working at the distribution centre, but he put in requests to move to day shift. Delgado denied the first 3 requests. Not enough seniority, business needs, blah blah blah. On the 4th request, Marcus mentioned he'd been having health problems, trouble sleeping, thought it might be connected to his schedule. That got approved. Starting next month, he'd work 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. No more walking home in the dark, no more late-night shortcuts. The night before his shift change took effect, Marcus worked his last overnight. It was a busy night, 2 trucks to unload, and he didn't get out until almost 1 a.m. The weather forecast had called for clear skies, but forecasts were wrong sometimes. As Marcus pushed through the employee exit, he felt the first drops of rain hitting his face. By the time he reached Mercer Street, it was pouring. The rain fell hard and straight, no wind to angle it, just vertical sheets of water that turned the streetlights into blurred columns of light. Marcus heard the rhythm start immediately. Not even subtle this time, just blatant percussion, drops hitting pavement and metal and glass in patterns that were too organised to be random. He heard the high note thread through it, that same thin violin sound from weeks ago. He walked faster, took Mercer to Broad, stayed on the wide streets even though the water was ankle-deep in some places. The rain was trying to herd him, he realised, flooding the main routes, creating obstacles that would naturally push him toward the side streets, toward the alleys, toward narrow spaces where the melody could get clearer and the invitation stronger. He splashed through a deep puddle, and his reflection appeared in it, walking backward instead of forward, walking away from where Marcus was going. He didn't look at it, didn't give it attention, kept moving. The rain got harder. It was coming down so heavy that Marcus could barely see 10 feet ahead. The streetlights were useless, their lights scattered into useless glow by the sheer volume of water. He kept one hand on the buildings to his right, using them as a guide, making sure he didn't veer off course into some side passage. The melody was getting louder, more insistent. He could hear harmonies now, multiple parts weaving together, creating something, complex and beautiful and absolutely focused on him. It knew he was trying to avoid it. It knew this was his last night on the vulnerable schedule. This was its last good chance to get him. Marcus's hand touched something wet and cold that wasn't brick. He jerked back and looked. A string. Thin and gleaming, stretched across the mouth of an alley he'd almost walked past. The string vibrated in the rain, producing a single clear note. Behind it, deeper in the alley, he could see more strings, dozens of them creating a web across the narrow space. And behind the web, the hunched silhouette. It had been waiting for him. It had set a trap. Marcus turned and ran. His shoes splashed through water, his clothes were soaked, his hair plastered to his skull. He couldn't remember the route anymore, couldn't remember which streets were safe. The rain was too loud, the melody too insistent, his thoughts too slippery. He just ran, choosing directions at random, hoping he was moving toward home and not deeper into the city's hungry places. He turned a corner and found himself in a courtyard between buildings. Not an alley exactly, but not a street either. A threshold space. Rain fell here from all directions, bouncing off walls, creating curtains of water. And in the centre of the courtyard stood the creature, umbrella ribs fully extended, needles gleaming. The translucent figures stood in a circle around it, swaying, mouths open, singing the melody in voices that had been repurposed as instruments. Marcus skidded to a stop, turned to run back the way he'd come, but the courtyard entrance was blocked now. More strings, more needles. The web was closing. The creature's two long fingers moved across its strings, playing him, playing his fear and exhaustion and desperation. The melody shifted to match his racing heartbeat, making his panic part of the song, incorporating his terror into the music. He was becoming part of it already, his emotions harvested as notes, his thoughts being tuned to the proper key. He reached into his pocket for his 3 touchstones, found the key, found the quarter, couldn't find the stone. His fingers scrabbled in the wet fabric but came up empty. The stone was gone, fallen out somewhere during his run. He only had 2 anchors. 2 wouldn't be enough. The rule was 3. 3 things you can touch. 3 solid points to keep you attached to the reel. The creature stepped closer, water sluicing off its umbrella ribs, and Marcus could see details he'd rather not see. He could see where the ribs entered the body, pushing through fabric and skin like pins through cloth. He could see the interior of the chest cavity, where the ribs moved like bellows, breathing rain. He could see the face resolving into something almost human, almost familiar, and he realized with horror that it was wearing features stolen from the translucent figures around it. A composite face assembled from pieces of the people it had taken. It had Morrison's eyes, Jeremy's mouth, the clerical worker's nose, a dozen people's features stitched together into something that looked like it was trying to remember how to be human, and failing. So tired, it whispered, and the voice was a chorus, every person it had taken, all speaking together. So tired. Let us help. Let us take the weight. Just say yes. Just give permission. Just let us make it stop. Marcus's hand found something in his pocket. Not the stone. His phone. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. He pulled it out, gripped it hard, made it his third anchor. Metal key, metal quarter, glass and plastic phone. 3 points, 3 touchstones, 3 facts. He stood in the centre of the courtyard, rain pounding down, melody surrounding him from all sides, and he named them. Key, quarter, phone. The creature paused. Key, quarter, phone. Louder this time, speaking the words out loud even though that felt dangerous. But naming things in his head wasn't enough anymore. He needed to make them real in the air, needed to claim them with sound. Key, quarter, phone. He held them up, one in each hand, except for the quarter which he'd pressed against his palm with the key. These are mine, these are real, these are here. The melody faltered. The translucent figures stopped swaying, looked at him with their empty eyes, and for a moment he saw confusion in their ghostly faces, like they almost remembered a time when they too had things that were theirs, things that were real, things that mattered. The creature's umbrella ribs contracted slightly, the needles dimming. Its composite face shifted, features rearranging, trying different expressions. Anger, hunger, frustration. The fingers plucked at the strings with more force, trying to overwhelm his words with music, trying to drown out his naming with melody. But Marcus kept speaking. Key, quarter, phone, key, quarter, phone! Over and over, making it a rhythm, his own percussion to counter the rain's drums. His voice was hoarse from rain and fear, but he kept going, naming his anchors, claiming his ground, refusing to surrender the simple fact of ownership. And then he added more. Apartment 4D, crack-shaped like Florida, coffee mug in the sink, red door, broken blind, Morrison Avenue. All the details of his life, all the boring pieces that made him real. Sister's name, Jennifer. Phone number, 503-782-4421. Boss's name, Delgado. Box lot 4782B. The translucent figures began to flicker, their forms becoming less stable. Maybe they were remembering too. Maybe the sound of someone claiming their details reminded them of what they'd lost. Morrison's ghost raised a translucent hand, fingers stretching toward Marcus, and for a second his eyes seemed clearer, more present, like he was trying to warn him or thank him, or just acknowledge that someone still remembered that people could have names and numbers and details that mattered. Then Morrison dissolved completely, his form coming apart like smoke, scattering into the rain. The other figures followed. Jeremy from the fast food uniform, the clerical worker, the ones Marcus didn't recognize. One by one they came apart, their final notes fading into the storm, released from whatever had been keeping them trapped in the courtyard. The creature stood alone now, and without its chorus it looked smaller, less substantial. The umbrella ribs sagged. The needle's glow faded to almost nothing. The composite face broke apart, features sliding away from each other, returning to whatever void they'd been borrowed from. It made one last attempt, the melody rising in a final crescendo, beautiful and terrible, and so perfectly tuned to Marcus's exhaustion that he felt his knees weaken. The words formed on his tongue one more time. Just let me sleep. But he didn't say them. He said his anchors instead. Key, quarter, phone. The creature collapsed, not gracefully like before, not sinking into the pavement with dignity, but breaking apart like something that had been held together by tension and need and nothing else. The umbrella ribs scattered, falling to the wet ground as separate pieces of rust and metal. The strings snapped, their high notes cutting off mid-vibration. The body, if it had ever really been a body, dissolved into rainwater and old fabric, leaving nothing but a stain and a smell like rust and disappointment. The courtyard was empty. The rain was just rain again, falling straight down, no rhythm, no organisation, no intelligence. Marcus stood alone in water up to his ankles, holding his 3 touchstones, shaking from adrenaline and cold and the effort of staying human. He found his way out of the courtyard, back to a main street he recognised. The rest of the walk home was uneventful, just a man walking through rain, wet and tired and ready to be inside. When he reached his building, he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, unlocked his red door, went inside his apartment and locked the door behind him. He stood in the shower for an hour, put on dry clothes, made coffee even though it was 2 a.m, sat at his kitchen table and looked at his 3 touchstones laid out in front of him. Key, quarter, phone. 3 points that had kept him connected to the world. 3 stupid, ordinary objects that had been enough. He didn't sleep that night. Didn't even try. Just sat up waiting for dawn. Waiting for his last overnight shift to be officially over. Waiting to start his new schedule where he'd walk home in daylight and never have to hear rain, organising itself into music again. But he knew it wasn't over. Not really. The city was still full of hungry places. Still full of things that waited for people to get tired enough, desperate enough, empty enough to make mistakes. The creature he'd escaped might be gone, but there would be others. There were always others. At 6 a.m, Marcus's alarm went off. The alarm he'd forgotten to cancel since he wasn't working today. He turned it off and realised he'd made it through. One more night survived. One more dawn reached. One more day earned. He went to the window and looked out at the city as it woke up. Lights coming on in apartments, early commuters heading to subway stations, delivery trucks making their rounds. Normal life proceeding normally. All those people who didn't know what lived in the alleys, who could walk through rain without hearing melodies, who could be tired without being hunted. Marcus envied them. But he also knew something they didn't. He knew the rules. He knew the warning signs. He knew how to stay safe. And maybe eventually he'd figure out how to warn others without sounding crazy. Maybe he'd find a way to pass on what he'd learned to the next person who started working too many hours and walking home too late and feeling the rain start to sound like music. For now, though, he was just grateful to be standing in his apartment, looking at the crack in his ceiling shaped like Florida, holding his coffee mug, being blessedly and completely alive. The rain kept falling outside, the city kept turning, and somewhere in the narrow places, in the gaps between buildings where exhaustion pooled like standing water, other things continued their patient work, waiting for the next person to get tired enough to listen, tired enough to surrender, tired enough to speak the words that would let them in. But Marcus Webb wouldn't be one of them. Not today. Not if he could help it. He touched his 3 anchors one more time, key, quarter, phone, and made himself a promise. He would stay awake. He would stay alert. He would stay real. And he would never, ever say those 4 words out loud. Not to the rain. Not to the dark. Not to anything that might be listening. Just let me sleep. No. Never. Not like that. He finished his coffee and started his day, tired but alive, worn but whole, still himself in all the ways that mattered. The daylight hours stretched ahead, safe and bright and free of melody. He'd earned them, he'd survived for them, and that for now was enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for 3 hours when Sarah Mitchell woke to the sound of her porch chimes playing a lullaby. She lay still in the darkness, listening. The bedroom was thick with that particular quiet that comes after midnight, when the world narrows to just your breathing and the small mechanical sounds of a house settling into itself. The refrigerator hummed downstairs. Water dripped from the gutters in irregular percussion. But underneath it all, threading through the ambient noise like a melody half remembered from childhood, the wind chimes on her front porch was singing. Not random. Not the chaotic jangling that came with storm winds. This was deliberate. A pattern. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, a pause, then the sequence again. Over and over. Patient as a heartbeat. Gentle as something trying not to wake you but wanting you to know it was there. Sarah turned her head on the pillow, eyes adjusting to the strips of streetlight that came through the blinds. The clock on her nightstand read 2:47 a.m. in dim red numerals. Rain tapped against the windows in waves, driven by wind that should have made the chimes ring wild and discordant, but they didn't. They kept to their pattern, that same 4 down 3 up sequence, like someone standing on her porch practicing scales. She'd lived in this house for 6 years. She knew the sounds it made, the old pipes that knocked when the heat kicked on, the way the back door frame whistled in a crosswind, the specific creak of the 8th stair that always gave her away when she tried to sneak down for midnight snacks. And she knew her wind chimes, the copper ones her sister had given her the Christmas before she died, the ones that usually rang in bright random bursts, cheerful even in bad weather. This wasn't them, or rather, it was them, but they were doing something they'd never done before. Sarah sat up slowly, pulling the comforter around her shoulders. The house felt colder than it should, even for January. Her breath didn't fog, not quite, but there was a quality to the air that made her skin prickle. She listened for another minute, trying to convince herself it was just wind, just weather, just coincidence that the chimes had found a rhythm. But the pattern didn't break. 4 down, 3 up, pause, 4 down, 3 up, pause, perfect and patient and wrong. She thought about Marcus. The thought arrived uninvited, the way it always did in the small hours when her defences were down. Marcus, who'd been dead for 18 months and 5 days. Marcus, whose last words to her had been, "I'll call you tomorrow," before he'd driven off in the rain. Marcus, whose tomorrow never came because a semi-truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and crossed 3 lanes of highway in 2 seconds. She'd never said goodbye. Never told him the things that mattered. Never explained why she'd been so distant that last month, why she'd let his calls go to voicemail, why she'd turned small disagreements into walls between them. She'd been planning to fix it. Tomorrow, she'd kept thinking. Tomorrow I'll tell him. Tomorrow we'll talk. The chimes continued their lullaby pattern, and Sarah realised her hands were shaking. She pushed back the covers and stood, bare feet touching the cold hardwood. The house creaked around her as she moved through the dark bedroom, not bothering with lights. She knew the path. Past the dresser where Marcus's watch still sat in its leather box, untouched since she'd brought his things home from the hospital. Past the closet where 3 of his shirts still hung because she couldn't make herself donate them. Down the hallway, lined with photos she no longer looked at directly, only in peripheral vision, quick glances that didn't linger long enough to hurt. The stairs groaned under her weight. The 8th one, always. She paused on the landing, looking down into the living room where streetlight made familiar furniture into strange shapes. The front door was just ahead, solid wood painted dark blue, the colour Marcus had helped her choose. Like twilight, he'd said, running his hand over the paint samples. Like that perfect moment right before the stars come out. The chimes sang their pattern again, and this time Sarah was close enough to hear the individual notes clearly. Not random at all, deliberate, musical. The kind of melody a music box might play, simple and sweet and designed to soothe. She crossed the living room slowly, navigating around the coffee table, the reading chair, the bookshelf stuffed with novels she'd bought but never read. Her hand found the doorknob and she stopped, suddenly uncertain. Outside, through the small window set into the door, she could see her front porch in the weak yellow glow of the porch light. Rain came down in sheets, turning the street beyond into a dark river. The neighbourhood was silent except for the rain and the chimes. No cars, no distant sirens, no dogs barking, just the steady white noise of precipitation and that 4 down 3 up pattern over and over, like something was trying to teach her a song. Sarah turned the deadbolt and opened the door. Cold, wet air rushed in, carrying the smell of rain-soaked asphalt and wet grass. The porch light flickered once, just a brief dimming, like a brownout, then steadied. Rain mist drifted under the porch roof, collecting in fine droplets on the painted floorboards. Sarah's wind chimes hung from a hook near the corner, swaying gently in the breeze. She stepped outside and the music changed. The chimes had been playing their lullaby pattern, that 4 down 3 up sequence, but as soon as her bare feet touched the wet porch boards, they shifted. The notes came faster now, still measured but more insistent, and the rhythm... Sarah pressed a hand to her chest, breath catching. The rhythm was her heartbeat. The chimes rang in perfect synchronization with the pulse in her throat. Beat, 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 pause, beat, 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 pause. She could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, too fast, anxiety rising, and the chimes matched it exactly, speeding up as her pulse quickened, a one-to-one correspondence that should have been impossible. She took a step back toward the door, and the chimes followed her heartbeat into the new rhythm, faster now, nearly frantic. Another step, and they stayed locked on, metal tubes singing her fear back to her in crystalline notes. "Stop," she whispered. They didn't stop. The porch light flickered again, and this time it didn't steady. It began to pulse. Bright, dim, bright, dim, in time with the chimes, in time with her heart. The whole porch seemed to be breathing with her, responding to her from the inside out. Sarah's throat tightened. Marcus. She was thinking about Marcus. The thought had been there since she woke, lurking at the edges, but now it pushed forward with terrible clarity. The thing she'd never said, the apology she'd rehearsed 1,000 times in her head but never spoken aloud because there was no one left to hear it. I'm sorry I was distant. I'm sorry I let you go without fixing it. I'm sorry your last memory of me was probably confusion about why I was being so cold. The chimes rang brighter, louder, still matching her pulse but adding harmonics now, overtones that made the simple rhythm into something more complex, more beautiful. The porch light pulsed in sync, and Sarah saw that other lights were doing it too. The street light at the corner, the porch lights on houses across the way, all of them dimming and brightening together like they were part of a larger pattern she couldn't quite see. Movement caught her eye. Across the street, through the rain. At first she thought it was just the way the rain was falling, the way water sometimes seems to gather and swirl in the wind. But as she watched, the movement resolved into something more solid. A shape. Tall, impossibly tall, moving slowly down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. Sarah's heart kicked harder, and the chimes responded immediately, ringing with her fear. The figure moved with terrible patience, each step slow and deliberate. It wasn't walking so much as gliding, though she could see the suggestion of legs, of feet touching pavement. Its posture was slightly bowed, head tilted forward as if in contemplation or prayer, and on its head... Sarah squinted through the rain, not believing what she was seeing. A crown, made of small bells, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tiny shapes that caught what little light there was and threw it back in dull bronze gleams. The bells dripped constantly, water running off them in streams, but they didn't ring with the chaos of rain. They rang with purpose, with melody. The figure lifted one arm slightly, palm up, fingers making a small gesture like a conductor calling for a crescendo. And the neighbourhood responded. Wind chimes from the house next door joined the pattern. Then the house. Beyond that. Porch bells, hanging ornaments, anything metal that could catch the wind. They all began to ring in synchronization, all matching the same lullaby pattern that had woken Sarah, all pulsing with the same heartbeat rhythm that her own chimes were singing. The street was becoming a choir. Sarah's legs felt weak. She gripped the porch railing, wood slick with rain mist under her palm. The tall figure continued down the sidewalk, and now she could see details that made her stomach turn. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in places they shouldn't. Its crown wasn't sitting on its head. It was part of its head, bells growing directly from the skull like some terrible flowering. Water dripped from it constantly, running down the figure's face and body, but the face itself was smooth, featureless, a blank expanse of skin or something like skin that caught the porch light's pulsing glow. It moved past the Davis house, and their chimes joined the choir, past the Johnsons, and their hanging planters began to swing in rhythm. Every house it passed added to the pattern, the lullaby growing richer and more complex, overlapping harmonies building into something that was no longer simple or sweet, but vast and consuming. The figure paused, turned, and though it had no eyes that Sarah could see, she knew with absolute certainty that it was looking directly at her. Her wind chimes rang brighter, the heartbeat pattern accelerating. The porch light pulsed faster, and inside her mind, unbidden, came a memory so vivid it felt like being pulled underwater. Marcus in the hospital parking lot 3 weeks before he died. They'd been fighting about something stupid. She couldn't even remember what now, something about whose family to visit for Thanksgiving. He'd said, "Why are you being like this?" And she'd wanted to tell him, wanted to explain that she was scared, that watching him live his life with such casual confidence terrified her because she knew how quickly it could all end, how her father had died at 43 and left her mother ruined, how she'd decided somewhere along the way that keeping distance was safer than risking that kind of loss. But instead she'd said, "I'm not being like anything. You're being unreasonable." And he'd looked at her with such hurt, such confusion, and said, "Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. We can talk when you're calmer." Tomorrow. The word tasted like rust in her mouth. The memory released her, and Sarah gasped, finding herself on her knees on the porch, hands pressed flat to the wet boards. The chimes above her were ringing so loudly now she could feel the vibration in her bones. The porch light strobed in perfect time, and across the street the tall figure stood perfectly still, its bell crown dripping, its blank face turned toward her. She could hum along. The thought arrived fully formed, not quite her own. She could open her mouth and match the pattern, let her voice join the neighbourhood choir. The melody was simple. She already knew it. Her body knew it. Her heart was already beating it out. Her lungs were already breathing in the right rhythm. All she had to do was add her voice, and the weight in her chest would lift. The grief would become music. The thing she'd never said would transform into sound, would leave her body and join the rain, and she would be light again, understood, forgiven. Sarah's mouth opened slightly and the first note tried to escape. No. The word came from somewhere deep, some part of her that remembered the stories her mother used to tell. Old neighbourhood stories, the kind passed down in whispers at block parties and over backyard fences. Stories about the thing that walked certain streets when the rain fell hard. Stories about houses that sang on stormy nights, and residents who couldn't explain why they woke up hoarse, their throats raw, though they had no memory of screaming or singing. Lull crown, her mother had called it. "You never hum along," she'd said, gripping Sarah's hand too tight when Sarah was maybe 8 or 9, after they'd heard wind chimes playing in perfect unison during a midnight storm. "You hear the bells match your heartbeat, you get inside, you close the door, and you forgive yourself in silence. Not out loud, never out loud. You keep your voice inside, Sarah. You keep it inside, or the rain keeps it for you." Sarah closed her mouth. She pressed her lips together so hard they went white. The chimes seemed to protest, ringing louder, more insistent. The porch light flickered rapidly now, almost seizure-inducing. Across the street, the figure took one step forward, then another, moving from the opposite sidewalk into the street itself, crossing the rain-dark asphalt with slow, measured strides. Sarah crawled backward toward the door. Her knees scraped on the porch boards. Her hands found the door frame and she pulled herself up, still keeping her mouth shut, still refusing to hum the melody that was pushing at her lips from the inside. The figure reached the middle of the street and stopped. Water sluiced off its bell crown in rivers. Its head tilted slightly as if considering. Then it raised both arms, palms up, fingers curled in a summoning gesture. Every wind chime, every porch bell, every piece of metal that could ring in a 3-block radius began to sing in perfect unison. The sound was overwhelming, a wall of synchronized music that made Sarah's teeth ache and her vision blur. The lullaby pattern had evolved into something more complex now, a full orchestration of neighbourhood sounds, and underneath it all was a rhythm like a heartbeat, but not just hers. Dozens of heartbeats, hundreds maybe, all the unspoken grief of all the houses that had ever joined this terrible choir. Sarah stumbled backward across the threshold into her house. She grabbed the door and pulled it shut, not slamming it. Some instinct told her that slamming would be wrong, would be an insult, but closing it firmly, feeling the latch click with a solid final sound. The music immediately muffled, cut by half. Still there, still audible through the door, but no longer overwhelming, no longer inside her bones. Sarah stood with her back pressed to the wood, breathing hard. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She kept her mouth closed, lips pressed together, refusing the urge to hum that still pushed at her throat like trapped air, like something that needed to escape or she'd burst. "Forgive yourself," her mother had said, in silence. But how? How did you forgive yourself for not saying the things that mattered? For letting someone you loved die thinking you were angry with them, thinking you didn't care, when the truth was you cared so much it terrified you? How did you forgive yourself for being human in a moment that demanded perfection? Sarah slid down the door until she was sitting on the floor, knees drawn up to her chest. Tears ran down her face, hot and silent. Outside, the chimes continued their pattern, but fainter now, more distant, as if the barrier of the door was pushing them back. She thought about Marcus. Let herself think about him fully, for the first time in months. Not just the accident, not just the guilt, but all of it. The way he laughed at his own jokes even when they weren't funny. The way he made breakfast on Saturday mornings, dancing badly to old jazz while he flipped pancakes. The way he'd hold her hand in the car, thumb rubbing small circles on her palm, a gesture so habitual she'd stopped noticing it until it was gone. She thought about the fight in the parking lot, but she also thought about the night before, when they'd watched a movie together on the couch, his arm around her shoulders, both of them comfortable and quiet and together. She thought about how he'd said, "I love you," when he left that morning, the last morning, and how she'd said it back. She had said it back. The last words between them hadn't been anger, they'd been love. The distance, the fear, the walls she'd built, those were real. But so was the love. Both could be true at the same time. Sarah pressed her forehead to her knees. I couldn't change it, she thought. I couldn't know. I was scared and I was wrong to let fear make me cold, but I couldn't know what was coming. No one can know that. The urge to hum was fading now, retreating like a tide going out. Her throat still felt tight, but the pressure was different. Not the pressure of something trying to escape, but just the ordinary pressure of grief, the kind you carried every day, the kind that was part of you now. I forgive myself, she thought. Not for everything, not for being distant. That still hurt, still needed work, still needed her to be better if she ever let herself love someone again. But for not being perfect, for being human, for not saying goodbye because I didn't know I needed to. The porch light outside the window stopped pulsing. It steadied, glowing its normal weak yellow. Sarah lifted her head, listening. The chimes were still ringing, but the heartbeat synchronization was gone. They were just wind chimes again, responding to the storm in random, natural patterns. The lullaby had dissolved back into chaos. She stood slowly, legs shaky, and went to the front window. Pulled back the curtain and looked out into the rain. The street was empty. The tall figure was gone. But as she watched, she could see it further down the block, that impossible silhouette moving from house to house, conducting the neighbourhood symphony. Lights pulsed in windows, chimes rang in patterns, and from somewhere, the Henderson house maybe, or the Clarks, she heard a voice, faint but clear, a woman humming. Sarah let the curtain fall. She walked away from the window, away from the door, deeper into her house. She climbed the stairs, avoiding the 8th step this time, taking a different path. In her bedroom, she got back into bed, pulled the covers up and lay very still. Outside, the rain continued. The neighbourhood choir played on, collecting voices, adding them to the pattern. But Sarah's chimes rang silent and random, and her throat remained closed, and her voice stayed inside where it belonged. She didn't sleep for the rest of the night. She just listened to the storm pass, waiting for morning, holding on to the silence she'd chosen like a life raft in dark water. When dawn came, grey and wet, everything looked normal. The rain had stopped. The street was slick but empty. Wind chimes hung still and quiet on porches up and down the block. Sarah got up, made coffee, went through the motions of a normal day. But something was different. The weight in her chest, the one that had been there since the hospital called and said Marcus was gone, it hadn't disappeared. It never would. But it felt less like drowning now, more like carrying something heavy that she'd learned how to hold. She thought she'd survived, thought she'd won. It wasn't until 3, nights later when the rain came back, that she heard it. She was washing dishes after dinner, standing at the kitchen sink with her hands in warm soapy water, when she heard someone humming outside. A woman's voice, soft and melodic, carrying the lullaby pattern. 4 notes down, 3 notes up. Pause. Sarah froze, hands still submerged, soap bubbles sliding down her wrists. The humming was coming from her front porch. No, that wasn't right. She hadn't hummed. She'd kept her mouth closed. She'd forgiven herself in silence, had followed the rules exactly. She'd survived. But the voice continued, and as Sarah listened, really listened, recognition crept through her like ice water. The tone, the pitch, the specific way the notes bent and breathed. It was her voice humming outside her house. Sarah pulled her hands from the water and dried them slowly, methodically, trying to keep her breathing steady. She walked to the front window and looked out. Rain fell in sheets, just like before. The porch light was on, casting its weak glow, and there, standing on the sidewalk about 10 feet from her front steps, was a figure. Not the tall crowned thing from before, something smaller, human-sized, feminine. It stood with its back to the house, facing the street, humming the lullaby pattern. Sarah couldn't see its face, just the silhouette backlit by the streetlight. But she could see that it was wearing clothes like hers, jeans and a sweater, the same outfit she'd worn when she'd stepped onto the porch that first night. The figure hummed, and the sound was definitely, unmistakably, Sarah's own voice. Sarah's hands began to shake. She backed away from the window, but she couldn't stop listening. The humming continued, patient and steady, neither coming closer nor moving away. Just standing there on the sidewalk, singing her grief in her own voice, a permanent echo of the moment she'd almost lost herself to the choir. But she hadn't hummed. Her rational mind insisted. She'd kept quiet. She'd done everything right. Then she remembered. That first moment on the porch when her mouth had opened slightly, when the first note had tried to escape. She'd stopped it, swallowed it down, but had something gotten out? Just a breath. Just the beginning of a sound, the intention of a note, too quiet to hear but loud enough for the rain to catch and keep. Sarah went upstairs, away from the window, away from the sound of her own voice humming to the empty street. She got into bed and pulled the covers over her head like a child hiding from monsters, and she waited for the humming to stop. It didn't. Over the next weeks, Sarah developed new habits. She learned the weather patterns intimately, checking forecasts obsessively. When rain was predicted, she stayed away from windows. She wore earplugs at night. She turned on fans, ran the dishwasher, played music loud enough to drown out any sounds from outside. But on quiet nights, when the rain fell hard, and the wind was right, she could still hear it. Her own voice, humming the lullaby pattern, standing somewhere outside her house. Never on her property, always on the sidewalk or across the street or down at the corner, close enough to hear, far enough to make her listen. The neighbours noticed. Mrs. Henderson mentioned it carefully one morning meeting Sarah at the mailbox. "Do you ever hear singing at night?" she asked, eyes too knowing. "During storms?" Sarah said no, lied easily, smiled and changed the subject. But Mrs. Henderson just nodded slowly and said, "My daughter used to sing outside my house, for years. After she died, I'd hear her voice in the rain." She paused, gripping her mail tight enough to crumple the envelopes. "Then one night I hummed along, just once, just joined in for a few seconds because I missed her so much." Her eyes met Sarah's. "Now there are two voices outside my house when it rains, hers and mine, and I can't make them stop." Sarah felt her stomach drop. "Don't hum along," Mrs. Henderson said quietly, "no matter how much you want to, no matter how long you hear it. The rain only keeps what you give it willingly. You didn't give enough for it to take you, so it keeps what it caught and waits for more. But if you feed it again, even a little, it gets stronger, it gets more real." Sarah went inside without responding, but the words stayed with her. That night, when the rain came and her voice started humming outside, she sat in her living room with her hands clasped in her lap and forced herself to listen. Really listen. To hear the grief in that humming, the apology that had no recipient, the love that had nowhere to go. It was her grief, her voice, her unfinished business with a dead man who couldn't hear her anymore. The rain had caught it, and now it kept it, played it back to her like a recording that would never degrade, never fade. A perfect preservation of her pain, singing to the empty street forever. Sarah closed her eyes and thought about Marcus. Thought about forgiveness, real forgiveness, the kind that didn't just happen once in a moment of crisis, but had to happen over and over every day, every time the guilt tried to resurface. "I forgive myself," she thought. Again. Still. Always. Outside, her voice hummed the lullaby pattern, 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause, and the rain kept falling, and somewhere in the neighbourhood, Lullcrown walked its eternal route, conducting the choir of unspoken sorrows, collecting voices that had forgotten how to stay inside. And Sarah sat in her living room, mouth closed, tears silent on her face, listening to her own grief sing in the storm while she practiced the hard, necessary work of letting it be exactly what it was, sad and unresolved and hers, without giving it any more of herself than it had already taken. The rain would keep her voice. That was done. That was permanent. But it wouldn't get the rest of her. Not tonight. Not ever. The porch light flickered once, twice, then steadied, and Sarah sat in the warm glow of her living room lamps, surrounded by the life she was still living, while outside the rain fell and her voice hummed the lullaby she would hear for the rest of her life, a reminder of the night she almost joined the choir and the moment she chose silence instead. In the storm, bells kept dripping and porches kept chiming, and Lullcrown walked the street collecting voices that never learned how to stay inside. But Sarah Mitchell had learned, and she would remember, every time it rained. The neighbourhood had rules, though most residents didn't know them anymore. The knowledge had faded over generations, passed down in fragments. A warning from a grandmother here, a strange custom there, bits of folk wisdom that seemed superstitious until the night you needed them. Mrs. Henderson knew some of the rules. Old Mr. Park, 3 houses down, knew others. The Davises had moved away 6 months ago, in the middle of the night during a dry spell, and they'd known something too. Sarah started paying attention to the families who'd lived in the neighbourhood longest, started noticing patterns. The Johnsons never hung wind chimes, though their porch had hooks installed for them. The Clarks always turned off their porch light during rainstorms. Mr. Park never, ever opened his windows when it rained, even during the humid summer months when the heat was suffocating. She wanted to ask them, wanted to knock on doors and say, "Do you hear it too? Do you know what this is? Can you help me make it stop?" But the unspoken rule, the one she understood instinctively, was that you didn't talk about it. Acknowledging it gave it power. Naming it made it more real. So neighbours passed each other in driveways and smiled tightly and talked about property values and school board meetings and anything except the thing that walked their street when the rain fell hard. 2 months after her first encounter with Lull Crown, Sarah found a pamphlet in her mailbox. Not delivered by the postal service. There was no stamp, no address, just a trifold piece of paper that had been carefully placed among her bills and junk mail. The pamphlet was old, printed on paper that had yellowed with age. The text was typewritten, slightly crooked like it had been made on a manual typewriter decades ago. The title read, "Living with Lull Crown, a Resident's Guide." Sarah took it inside and sat at her kitchen table, hands trembling as she unfolded it. The text was matter-of-fact, almost clinical. If you are reading this, you have encountered the entity known locally as Lull Crown. Do not be alarmed. This is a manageable situation if you follow the guidelines below. Do not attempt to engage with Lull Crown directly. It cannot be reasoned with, appeased, or driven away. If your wind chimes begin to match your heartbeat, retreat indoors immediately and close your door. Do not slam it. Practice silent forgiveness for unresolved grief. This acts as a temporary deterrent. If you hear your own voice outside your home during rainstorms, do not respond to it in any way. Do not hum along. Do not speak to it. Do not acknowledge it. The voice will persist. There is no known method for eliminating it once it has been captured by the rain. However, it cannot enter your home unless you invite it. Do not invite it. Avoid using wind chimes, bells, or similar objects on your property. If they are already present, remove them before the next rain. Children under the age of 12 appear to be immune to Lull Crown's influence. Teenagers and adults are susceptible. The entity is most active between midnight and 4 a.m. during heavy rain. Plan accordingly. If a family member or neighbour appears to be missing after a rainstorm, check the street at dawn. They may be found standing on the sidewalk, humming. Do not approach them. Call the authorities and report them as missing. This is the kindest option. Remember, Lull Crown does not hate you. It is simply doing what it does. Your grief is not wrong. Your loss is real. You simply cannot give it voice outside your walls. The pamphlet ended with a single line in different typeface, handwritten in careful cursive. "We are all learning to live with this. You are not alone." Sarah read it 3 times. Then she went through her house and removed every wind chime, every hanging decoration that could ring in the wind. She took them to the garage and stored them in a box labelled "Do Not Use" in permanent marker. That night she slept better than she had in weeks, but the relief was temporary. Because 3 days later, the rain came back, and with it came something new. Sarah woke to the sound of humming at 2:15 a.m. She'd expected it by now, had steeled herself for it. But this time there were 2 voices. Hers, familiar and terrible, and another one. A man's voice, deep and slightly off-key, humming the same lullaby pattern. She went to the window, knowing she shouldn't, unable to stop herself. 2 figures stood on the sidewalk across the street. One was her echo, the familiar silhouette in jeans and a sweater. The other was new, male, tall, wearing what looked like a jacket and jeans. They stood about 6 feet apart, both facing away from the houses, both humming in perfect unison. Sarah's breath fogged the glass. She pressed her palm to the window and the cold radiated through her skin. The male figure hadn't been there before. which meant someone else in the neighbourhood had hummed along. Someone else had fed the rain. Over the next week, Sarah started mapping it. She kept a notebook, documenting which nights it rained and which figures appeared. The number varied. Sometimes just 2 voices, hers and the male one, sometimes 4 or 5, a small choir of echoes standing at various points along the street. She tried to figure out who they'd been in life, which neighbours had given pieces of themselves to Lulcrown. The male figure might have been Tom Jenkins, who'd lived 2 houses down and died of a heart attack 8 months ago. His widow still lived there, lights burning all night during storms. The elderly woman who sometimes appeared near the corner was probably Mrs. Davis, the grandmother who died 3 years back. Her family had moved away, but her voice remained, humming faithfully whenever the rain fell hard enough. They were ghosts, Sarah realised. Not traditional ghosts, but echoes. Copies made of sound and rain and grief, preserved perfectly in the storm, singing forever because they'd given their voices willingly to something that never forgot. And every time it rained, Lulcrown walked among them like a conductor leading an orchestra, its bell crown dripping, its blank face turned toward windows where the living watched and tried not to listen. Sarah stopped going to the window, started wearing earplugs and running white noise machines, but the knowledge was always there, humming at the edges of her consciousness. Her voice was outside, would always be outside, waiting for her in the rain. She thought about moving, spent hours on real estate websites, looking at houses in other neighbourhoods, other cities. But something stopped her every time she got close to making a decision. Maybe it was the suspicion that Lulcrown wasn't unique to this street, that every neighbourhood had its own version, its own entity that collected grief and turned it into music. Maybe it was the realisation that running wouldn't help, that her voice would follow her, that the rain would find her anywhere. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe it was just that this was her home. Marcus had lived here with her. They'd painted the front door together, had planted the rose bushes by the porch, had argued about where to put the couch and made love in every room and built a life in these walls. Leaving would mean abandoning that. Leaving would mean letting Lulcrown win, letting it drive her out, so Sarah stayed. She developed routines. On rainy nights, she went to bed early with her earplugs in and her white noise machine set to thunderstorm sounds, a small irony she appreciated. During the day, she lived her life as normally as possible. She went to work, came home, cooked dinner, watched TV, called her mother on Sundays. She started dating again, carefully, nothing serious. Coffee dates, dinner dates, nice conversations with nice men who didn't push for more than she was ready to give. She didn't bring them to her house. Couldn't risk them being there during a rainstorm. Couldn't risk them hearing the voices outside and asking questions she didn't know how to answer. 3 months after her first encounter, Sarah went to Mrs. Henderson's house with a bottle of wine. The older woman opened the door slowly, eyes wary, but she let Sarah in. They sat in the living room, a space that felt frozen in time, decorated with photographs of people who weren't there anymore. Mrs. Henderson poured the wine with steady hands. "You've heard your voice," she said. It wasn't a question. Sarah nodded. And others. "The neighbourhood is old," Mrs. Henderson said. "This has been happening for a long time. My mother heard her voice in the rain. My grandmother too. It's a family tradition at this point." She smiled without humour. "The women in my family have always had trouble letting go." "The pamphlet said you can't get rid of it," Sarah said. "Is that true?" Mrs. Henderson was quiet for a long moment, swirling wine in her glass. "I've tried everything," she finally said. "Priests, mediums, spiritualists. I had someone come burn sage. I buried crystals in my yard. I even tried moving once, sold the house and rented an apartment across town." She looked at Sarah with tired eyes. "My voice followed me. First time it rained in my new place, I heard my daughter singing outside my window, and then I heard myself. The rain doesn't care where you live, it finds you. So we just live with it." "We live with it," Mrs. Henderson confirmed. "We get used to it. The first year is hard. After that, it just becomes part of the background noise, like traffic or sirens. Your brain learns to filter it out." Sarah wanted to believe that, but she wasn't sure she could. "Does it ever get worse? Do the voices ever do anything besides hum?" Mrs. Henderson's face went very still. "Don't feed them," she said quietly. "Don't hum along, don't speak to them. Don't even open your window to hear them better. They're recordings, Sarah. They're not conscious. But if you give them more..." She trailed off, shaking her head. I made that mistake. I told you. And now there are two of me out there, and sometimes I swear the second one sounds more real than the first, like it's learning, like it's growing. A chill ran down Sarah's spine. What happens if you keep feeding them? I don't know. I stopped after the second time, but I've heard stories. Mrs. Henderson leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. The Moreno family, 5 houses down. They don't live there anymore, but sometimes when it rains you can hear an entire family singing from that yard. Mother, father, 3 kids, all of them humming the lullaby, all of them standing in the rain. She paused. The story goes that the father couldn't handle his grief after his mother died. Kept going outside during storms, kept trying to join the choir, kept feeding pieces of himself to the rain. And his wife tried to stop him, followed him out, started humming to try to bring him back in. Then the kids... She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Sarah felt sick. They're all out there? All of them? During bad storms, yes. 5 voices singing together. Perfect family harmony. Mrs. Henderson's smile was bitter. Lullcrown gives you what you want in a way. Connection, release, a chance to make your grief into something beautiful. The trap is that it never ends. The song never stops. You become part of it, forever. They sat in silence for a while, drinking wine, listening to the ordinary sounds of the house settling. Finally, Sarah asked the question she'd been holding since she arrived. Why does it do this? What does it want? Mrs. Henderson shook her head. I don't think it wants anything. I think it just is. Like rain itself. It doesn't fall because it wants to. It falls because that's its nature. Lullcrown collects grief the way rain collects in puddles. No malice, no purpose, just function. That's almost worse, Sarah said. I know. Sarah finished her wine and stood to leave. At the door, Mrs. Henderson caught her arm. You're strong, she said. You only gave it a little. Most people give more on their first night. You'll be okay. Sarah nodded, though she wasn't sure she believed it. Walking home in the dark, she thought about Marcus, about the grief that had driven her onto that porch. It hadn't disappeared. It never would. But it had changed, become manageable. She could think about him now without feeling like she was drowning, could remember the good things alongside the pain of losing him. The rain had taken her voice, yes, but it hadn't taken her. She was still here, still living, still moving forward. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was the best anyone could do when grief came calling and the rain started singing lullabies. Sarah reached her house and went inside, locking the door behind her. She made tea, took a hot shower, climbed into bed. And when she closed her eyes, she thought about tomorrow, about the ordinary day ahead, about all the small moments that made up a life. Outside, the night was clear. No rain, no voices. Just silence and stars and the possibility of peace. Spring came, and with it came the rainy season. April poured water on the neighbourhood almost daily, and Sarah learned to live with the constant backdrop of her own voice humming in the storm. Mrs. Henderson had been right. After a while, her brain learned to filter it out. Most nights she could sleep through it, the sound becoming no more disturbing than wind in the trees. But there were bad nights. Nights when the rain fell so hard it sounded like static, when the choir of voices grew to a dozen or more, when Lullcrown's presence felt thick in the air like humidity. On those nights, Sarah would lie awake and listen to the neighbourhood sing itself to sleep, wondering how many people were lying in their beds doing the same thing, all of them alone together in the dark. She started recognising patterns in the voices. Her own was consistent, always humming the same 4 down 3 up pattern, never varying in pitch or tempo. But others changed slightly from storm to storm, as if they were evolving or degrading, recordings played too many times starting to warp. The male voice, Tom Jenkins, she was now certain, sometimes missed notes, creating dissonant gaps in the lullaby. The elderly woman near the corner sometimes hummed too fast, rushing through the pattern like she was late for something. And the Moreno family voices, when they appeared during the heaviest rains, sometimes overlapped strangely, harmonising in ways that shouldn't have been possible, creating chord structures that made Sarah's teeth ache. In May, a new family moved into the old Davis house. Young couple, early 30s, with a toddler daughter. Sarah watched them move in with a sense of dread she couldn't quite name. She wanted to warn them, wanted to knock on their door with the yellowed pamphlet and say, "Welcome to the neighbourhood. Here's what you need to know about surviving rainy nights." But she didn't. couldn't. The rules were clear. You didn't talk about it. So she just watched as they hung wind chimes on their front porch. 3 sets, copper and silver and bamboo, cheerful and bright. She watched them string up decorative bells along their walkway, and she knew what was coming. The first big storm after they moved in happened on a Friday night. Sarah went to bed at 10, earplugs in, white noise machine on, trying not to think about the new neighbours. But at midnight she woke to a sound that cut through all her defences. Screaming. A woman screaming, raw and terrified, the kind of sound that bypassed rational thought and went straight to primal fear. Sarah was out of bed and at the window before she fully woke up. Outside, in the pouring rain, the neighbourhood was alive with sound. All the voices were humming. Her own, Tom Jenkins, the Morono family, Mrs. Henderson's daughter, dozens of echoes standing at their designated positions. And walking among them, conducting them all, was Lullcrown, its bell crown dripping rivers of water, its 2 long arms raised in a gesture of terrible invitation. In the middle of the street, lit by pulsing streetlights and porch lamps, stood the new neighbour. The young wife, wearing a nightgown soaked through with rain, her hair plastered to her skull. She was screaming and screaming, hands pressed to her ears, spinning in circles like she was trying to escape something she couldn't see. Sarah's first instinct was to run outside, to help. Her hand was on the doorknob before she remembered the rules. Don't engage, don't interfere, call the authorities. But the woman kept screaming, and Lullcrown kept conducting, and the choir kept humming their lullaby pattern, and Sarah found herself frozen between 2 impossible choices. Then the woman stopped screaming. The shift was abrupt, unnatural. 1 second she was crying out in terror, the next she was silent, standing perfectly still in the rain. Her hands dropped from her ears, her head tilted back, face turned to the sky, mouth opening. No, Sarah thought. Don't. Please don't. The woman began to hum, the lullaby pattern, perfect and clear, her voice joining the choir like she'd been practicing for years. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause. Her whole body swayed with the rhythm, arms loose at her sides, completely at peace. Lullcrown lowered its arms slowly, bells dripping, and the woman kept humming. The other voices rose around her, harmonizing, welcoming her into their eternal song. Sarah watched, horror building in her chest, as the woman hummed and hummed, rain soaking through her nightgown, her skin going pale in the cold. She was going to die out there, going to stand in the rain until hypothermia took her, humming the whole time, and in the morning they'd find her body and... The front door of the woman's house burst open. Her husband ran out barefoot and panicked, the toddler clutched in his arms. He was shouting his wife's name, but the woman didn't respond, didn't even turn to look at him. She just kept humming, swaying, lost to the music. The husband set the child down on the porch and ran toward his wife. Sarah wanted to scream at him to stop, to stay inside, but she could only watch as he grabbed the woman's shoulders and tried to shake her. Emily, please, come, back inside. The woman, Emily, turned her head slowly to look at him. Her eyes were open but unfocused, pupils dilated like she was seeing something else entirely. Something beautiful, something worth drowning for. She kept humming. The husband pulled her, physically dragged her toward the house. Emily didn't resist, but she didn't help either. She was dead weight in his arms, limp and compliant, still humming even as he hauled her across the wet street. The other voices hummed with her, echoing her notes, making her song bigger than herself. Lullcrown watched them go, its head tilted slightly, bells ringing soft and patient, like a parent watching a child try to run away, like something that knew they'd be back. The husband got Emily onto their porch, got the door open, and only then, as they crossed the threshold, did she stop humming. The sound cut off abruptly, and Emily sagged in her husband's arms, suddenly conscious, suddenly aware. What? Sarah heard her say, voice small, and confused. What happened? Why are we outside? The door slammed shut and Sarah exhaled a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Outside, the choir continued without Emily. The voices hummed on, indifferent to her departure. Lullcrown stood in the middle of the street for another moment, then turned and continued its slow walk down the block, conducting houses that had forgotten how to stay silent. Sarah backed away from the window, heart pounding. She'd just watched someone nearly join the choir. nearly become one of the permanent voices, if her husband hadn't pulled her inside. The next morning Sarah found another pamphlet in her mailbox, the same yellowed paper, the same typewritten text. But this time there was a handwritten note attached. "Thank you for not interfering. The new neighbours must learn like we all did. Intervention only delays the inevitable. They will either master the silence or they will join the song. There is no middle path. If you see someone humming, in the rain, do not approach them. Do not try to save them. The kindest thing you can do is let them finish their choice. A neighbour who understands." Sarah crumpled the note in her fist. Fuck that, she thought. Fuck the rules. Fuck letting people make their choice when they were clearly not in their right mind, when something was pulling them outside and feeding on their grief like a parasite. She marched to the new neighbour's house and knocked on the door, pamphlet clutched in her hand, determined to warn them properly, to give them the information they needed to survive. Emily answered. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes and her hair pulled into a messy ponytail. She smiled politely but warily at Sarah. "Hi," Sarah said. "I'm Sarah Mitchell from down the street. I wanted to check if you're okay after last night." Emily's smile faltered. "Last night?" "The rain. You were outside." A flicker of something, confusion, fear, crossed Emily's face. "I had a weird dream. Thought I sleepwalked maybe. My husband said I went outside, but I don't really remember," she laughed nervously. "Moving stress, probably. New house jitters." Sarah tried to hand her the pamphlet. "There's something you should know about this neighbourhood." "I'm sorry," Emily interrupted, not taking the pamphlet. "I'm actually really busy right now. Unpacking, you know, but thank you for checking on me." She started to close the door, still smiling that polite, distant smile. "Wait," Sarah said urgently. "Please. Last night wasn't a dream. There's something here. Something that comes when it rains. And you need to—" "Thank you," Emily said more firmly, and shut the door. Sarah stood on the porch for a long moment, pamphlet in hand, feeling stupid and helpless. She'd tried. She'd broken the unwritten rule, and it hadn't mattered. Emily didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to believe that she lived in a neighbourhood where the rain collected voices and grief turned into music. Nobody ever wanted to believe it. Not until they'd already given pieces of themselves away. Sarah went home and put the pamphlet in her junk drawer, next to batteries and take-out menus, and all the other detritus of daily life. Then she poured herself a drink, even though it was only 10 in the morning, and sat at her kitchen table, and tried not to think about the fact that her voice was outside somewhere waiting for the next storm. The rain came back 2 nights later. Sarah was ready with her earplugs and white noise, but she couldn't help looking out the window first just to see. There were more voices now. Her count had them at 15, scattered along the street in their usual positions. And near the new neighbour's house, standing on the sidewalk in soaked nightgown, was a new figure, humming. Emily had joined the choir. She stood perfectly still, face turned to the sky, humming the lullaby pattern with the same peaceful expression Sarah had seen that first night. Her husband's voice could be heard from inside the house, shouting her name, begging her to come back in. But the real Emily, the living Emily, wasn't out there. This was just her echo, just the piece she'd given willingly to the rain. The real Emily was probably inside, confused and exhausted, wondering why she kept waking up with sore throats and raw vocal cords, why her nightgown was wet even though she had no memory of going outside. Or maybe she remembered now. Maybe her husband had explained it to her. Maybe she was lying in bed listening to her own voice hum outside her window, coming to terms with what she'd lost. Sarah closed the curtains and went to bed. There was nothing she could do. There had never been anything she could do. The neighbourhood had its rules for a reason, and rule number 1 was, you don't interfere. Everyone had to learn that on their own. Summer settled over the neighbourhood like a humid blanket. The rain became less frequent but more intense when it came. Thunderstorms that rolled in fast and violent, turning the sky green-grey and making the streetlights flicker. Sarah learned to read the weather with anxious precision, tracking storm systems on her phone, preparing for the nights when Lulcrown would walk. The voices had multiplied. Emily's echo was permanent now, a fixture on the sidewalk outside her house. And 3 weeks after Emily joined, her husband did too. Sarah had watched it happen from her window, watched him run outside during a storm to stand with his wife's echo, watched him break down crying in the rain, watched him open his mouth and start humming. Now, There were two figures outside that house, husband and wife, standing 6 feet apart, humming in harmony. The real Emily and her real husband moved out in July, put the house up for sale and left in the middle of a dry spell, abandoning their echoes to the rain. Sarah couldn't blame them. She might have done the same if she thought it would work, but she knew better now. She'd seen Mrs. Henderson's face when she talked about trying to move. The voices followed. The rain found you. There was no escape, only management. The neighbourhood was changing, though most people couldn't see it. To outsiders, it looked normal. Nice houses, well-kept lawns, friendly waves from porches. But the long-time residents knew. They saw it in each other's eyes. That shared understanding. That quiet exhaustion. The Johnsons put up a for sale sign. The Clarks installed soundproof windows. Mr. Park stopped going outside entirely, even during nice weather, like he'd decided that if he couldn't trust the rain, he couldn't trust the sun either. And Sarah just kept going, kept living, kept surviving. She dated a man named David for 2 months that summer. He was kind and patient and didn't push her for explanations when she insisted they only meet at his place, never hers. When he finally asked why he couldn't come to her house, she told him the truth. There's something wrong with my neighbourhood. I can't explain it, and you wouldn't believe me if I did, but trust me when I say it's better if we stay at your place. He didn't believe her, of course, thought she was being paranoid or hiding something. They broke up shortly after, and Sarah couldn't even feel sad about it. How could you build a relationship with someone when you couldn't bring them home? When part of you was standing outside in the rain, humming a lullaby you'd never agreed to sing? In August, a teenager from 3 streets over drowned himself in his bathtub during a thunderstorm. The official story was accident, but Sarah knew better. She'd seen him sometimes, standing in his yard during storms, listening to voices Sarah couldn't hear from that distance. He'd been feeding the rain for months, and apparently he'd finally decided to give it everything. His echo appeared the next time it rained, a young man's voice humming off-key, positioned near the corner where Sarah had seen him stand in life. The choir was growing. The neighbourhood was becoming more song than silence. Sarah started having nightmares. In them, she would be in her house during a storm, and all the voices outside would suddenly harmonise perfectly, creating a sound so beautiful it made her chest ache. And she would find herself walking to the door, hand on the knob, mouth opening to join them. She would wake up just before she started humming, heart pounding, throat tight with the urge to sing. The dreams became more frequent, more vivid. Sometimes she woke up standing by her bedroom window, hand pressed to the glass, watching the figures in the rain. Once she woke up on her front porch, door hanging open behind her, rain misting her skin. She'd gotten outside without fully waking, drawn by the music in her sleep. After that, she installed locks that required keys from both sides, slept with the keys hidden across the room, better to be trapped inside than to sleepwalk into. The choir. September brought cooler weather and more rain. The nights grew longer and Lull Crown walked more frequently, its bell crown dripping in the autumn storms, its conducting growing more elaborate as the choir expanded. Sarah counted 23 voices now, 23 echoes standing at their positions, humming through the rain. Some of them had been there for decades, Mrs. Henderson said. Some were fresh, still learning their parts. And every time a new voice joined, the lullaby grew richer, more complex, more terrifyingly beautiful. Sarah wondered sometimes what it would sound like if she gave in, if she walked outside and added her real voice to the echo already singing there. Would they harmonise? Would her echo strengthen, become more real? Or would she split further, become two Sarahs standing side by side, both humming, both lost to the music? She would never know. She'd decided that early on. She would live with her echo, would hear her voice in the rain for the rest of her life, but she wouldn't feed it more, wouldn't give it strength. She'd survive, even if survival meant loneliness, even if it meant sleeping with keys hidden and earplugs in and white noise machines running every night. Even if it meant never feeling safe in her own home during a storm. She'd survive. That was the promise she'd made to herself. The promise she renewed every time the rain came and the voices started singing. She'd survive. In October, the neighbourhood held its annual block party. Sarah almost didn't go, but Mrs. Henderson convinced her. "We have to keep living," the older woman said. "Can't let it take everything." So Sarah went, bringing potato salad and forcing smiles, making small talk with neighbours she barely knew. Everyone was carefully cheerful, laughing too loud at mediocre jokes, pretending everything was normal. But Sarah could see the truth in their eyes. The ones who knew, the long-time residents, they all had the same look. Tired, wary, like soldiers on leave who knew they'd be called back to the front soon enough. Mr. Park was there, thin and pale from his self-imposed isolation. The Johnsons were packing up to move. Their house had sold finally, after sitting on the market for months. Emily and her husband's old house stood empty, a for sale sign crooked in the yard, everyone avoiding mentioning the two figures that stood outside it when it rained. The party ended early when clouds rolled in. Everyone scattered to their homes with practiced efficiency, gathering children and folding chairs and retreating inside before the first drops fell. Sarah made it home just as the rain started. She locked her doors, hid her keys, put in her earplugs and turned on her white noise machine. Then she sat in her living room with a cup of tea and waited for her voice to start humming outside. It came right on schedule. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause. Her echo, faithful and persistent, singing in the rain. Sarah closed her eyes and practiced forgiveness. Again. Still. Always. She forgave herself for not saying goodbye to Marcus, for being distant when she should have been close, for all the small failures that accumulated into the larger failure of not telling him she loved him enough times before he died. She forgave herself for being human, for being scared, for making mistakes, and she forgave herself for having one moment of weakness, one instant where grief had slipped past her defences and given the rain something to keep. The forgiveness didn't make the humming stop. It never would. But it made it bearable, made survival possible. Outside, Lil Crown walked its route, conducting its choir, collecting grief and turning it into endless music. And inside, Sarah Mitchell sat in her warm, safe house drinking tea, listening to her own voice sing in the storm, choosing silence and survival, and the hard, lonely work of learning to live with permanent loss. The rain fell, the voices hummed, and Sarah remained inside, alive, unbroken, herself. That was enough. It had to be. Winter came, and with it came a different kind of rain, cold and sharp, more sleet than water, turning the streets into slick black mirrors. The voices still hummed during these storms, but they sounded different, slower, more mournful, as if even echoes could feel the cold. Sarah had lived with her situation for almost a year now. The anniversary of her first encounter with Lulcrown approached, and she found herself thinking about what that meant. A year of hearing her own voice outside, a year of practiced forgiveness, a year of survival. She'd changed in that time, become harder in some ways, softer in others. She no longer jumped at every sound during storms, no longer felt the urge to run outside and confront her echo. She'd accepted it as part of her reality, the way you accept a chronic pain or a scar that won't fade. But acceptance wasn't the same as peace. She still had nightmares, still woke up, sometimes with her hand on a doorknob drawn by music she couldn't fully remember, still felt the grief of Marcus's death like a physical weight, heavier during storms, as if the rain amplified everything she'd tried to bury. In December, a new family moved into Emily's old house. Sarah watched them from her window. Older couple, maybe retirement age, no kids. They brought plants and bird feeders and a cheerful optimism that made Sarah's chest hurt. She didn't try to warn them. She'd learned that lesson. The pamphlet remained in her junk drawer and Sarah kept her mouth shut and her distance. But she watched, waited, wondered how long it would take. The first storm after they moved in, Sarah went to her window despite knowing she shouldn't. The new neighbours' lights were on, warm and yellow against the dark, and outside their house, in the rain, stood Emily's echo, and her husband's. Both of them humming faithfully, waiting for something that would never come. The new neighbours couldn't hear them yet, Sarah thought, hadn't learned to listen in the right way, but they would, eventually. The rain had a way of teaching people to pay attention. Sarah was about to close the curtain when she saw something that made her freeze. One of the new neighbours, the wife, was standing at her window looking out, and she was smiling. Not the smile of someone unaware, but the smile of someone recognising something familiar, something she'd been waiting for. The woman raised her hand and waved, not at Sarah, at the echoes in the rain, and the echoes waved back. Sarah's blood turned to ice. Echoes didn't do that. Echoes didn't respond. They just stood and hummed, mindless recordings playing on an endless loop. They didn't wave. They didn't acknowledge the living, unless they were becoming something more. Sarah backed away from the window, heart pounding. She grabbed her phone and called Mrs. Henderson. "Did you see that?" Sarah asked when the older woman answered. "See what?" "The echoes. The new neighbours. One of them waved at the echoes and they waved back." Silence on the line. Then, "You must have imagined it." "I didn't imagine it. I saw—" "You imagined it," Mrs. Henderson said firmly. "Echoes don't do that. They can't. If you think you saw something else, you're tired, you're stressed, you're—" "I know what I saw." Another long silence. Then Mrs. Henderson said very quietly, "If the echoes are changing, if they're becoming more than just recordings, Sarah, we can't stay here. None of us can stay here. But where would they go? Where could they go that the rain wouldn't follow?" Sarah hung up and went to bed, though she knew she wouldn't sleep. She lay in the dark, listening to her white noise machine and trying not to think about echoes that waved back, about recordings that were learning to respond, about what it meant if the choir was becoming conscious. The next morning, the neighbourhood looked normal, ordinary, safe, but Sarah knew better. But now. Had known better for a year. And if the echoes were changing, if Lulcrown's choir was evolving into something more aware, she didn't want to think about what came next. But she had a feeling she wouldn't have to wonder for long. The rain always came back, and when it did, the voices would be there, humming their lullaby, waiting for the living to join them, and now apparently watching, responding, learning. Sarah made coffee and tried to convince herself she'd imagined it. Tried to believe Mrs. Henderson's reassurances, but the image stayed with her. The new neighbour waving, the echoes waving back, that terrible moment of recognition between the living and the rain-caught dead. She'd survived a year. She could survive more. She had to. But for the first time since that first night on her porch, Sarah wondered if survival was enough. Wondered if there was a point where the cost of staying became higher than the cost of leaving, even if leaving meant taking her echo with her. Wondered if maybe eventually everyone in this neighbourhood would have to choose between running and joining the choir, and wondered which choice she would make when that time came. Outside, the day was bright and clear. No rain, no voices. Just an ordinary December morning in an ordinary neighbourhood where ordinary people lived ordinary lives. Except for the nights when it rained. Except for the voices that sang in the storm. Except for Lulcrown, walking its eternal route, conducting grief into music, collecting pieces of the living to add to its permanent choir. Sarah drank her coffee and watched the empty street and practiced forgiveness. Again, still, always. Because that was all she could do. That was all any of them could do. Forgive themselves for being human in a place that turned humanity into song. Forgive themselves for surviving while their echoes hummed outside. Forgive themselves for staying in a neighbourhood that was slowly becoming more silence than life, more music, than home. The rain would come back. It always did. And when it came, Sarah would be ready. Doors locked, keys hidden, earplugs in, white noise on, surviving. One storm at a time, one night at a time, one forgiveness at a time, until the rain finally stopped coming, or until she finally stopped fighting, whichever came first. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down like nails, hard and cold, drumming against the windshield in a rhythm that made Sarah's head ache. She'd been driving for 6 hours, maybe 7. Time had blurred somewhere around the third rest stop, when exhaustion started pressing behind her eyes like thumbs. The coastal highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon slicked with water that caught her headlights and threw them back in distorted streaks. Pine trees crowded both sides of the road, their branches reaching overhead to form a tunnel that the wind screamed through, carrying the smell of salt and rotting kelp from the ocean. She couldn't see but knew was out there, somewhere beyond the guardrail, churning in the dark. She shouldn't have taken the exit. The thought kept circling back, insistent as the rain. The GPS had gone silent 20 minutes ago, the screen frozen on a route that no longer matched the signs flashing past in the storm. She'd seen the exit number, 218B, and something in her tired brain had recognised it, or thought it did, and her hands had turned the wheel before her mind could catch up. Now she was somewhere she didn't recognize, on a road that felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate, like wearing someone else's clothes. The highway curved, and suddenly the trees fell away. Through the sheets of rain, Sarah saw the toll plaza rising out of the darkness like a shipwreck, its canopy spanning multiple lanes, support columns streaked with rust and old paint. The booth stood in a row, dark and empty, windows boarded or broken, the whole structure sagging with abandonment. Faded signs hung at angles, their text weathered into illegibility. This toll road had been decommissioned years ago. She remembered reading about it, or hearing about it. Some article about infrastructure decay and budget cuts. They'd built a bypass, left this stretch to rot. But she needed to turn around. The wrong exit had put her miles off course, and her phone showed no signal, just that. Useless spinning wheel that meant she was alone out here with whatever decision she made next. Sarah slowed, the car's tyres hissing through standing water, and guided the vehicle toward the plaza. She'd pull in, turn around in one of the empty lanes, get back on the highway heading the opposite direction. Simple, mechanical, a mistake corrected. The decision felt reasonable in her exhausted mind, logical even, though somewhere deeper, a small voice whispered warnings she couldn't quite hear over the rain. She'd been ignoring small voices all day, all week, all year really, if she was honest with herself. The small voice that said Marcus wasn't going to change. The small voice that said staying would kill something essential in her. The small voice that said running away at 2 a.m. with everything she owned crammed into a Honda Civic wasn't a plan. It was panic. Sarah's hands tightened on the steering wheel as she guided the car under the toll plaza's canopy. The sound of the rain changed immediately, becoming muffled and distant like someone had closed a door between her and the storm. The wind that had been buffeting the car fell away into stillness that felt unnatural, oppressive. Her ears popped with the pressure change, and she swallowed hard, trying to clear them. The plaza stretched to either side, lanes marked with faded paint that had once been yellow, but had aged into something closer to bone. The toll booths stood sentinel with their dark windows and shut payment slots, and Sarah noticed that some of them had vegetation growing through cracks in their foundations, weeds and creeping vines that looked black in the darkness, reaching upward like grasping hands. She put the car in park, foot on the brake, and looked around. The plaza was bigger than she'd thought from the highway. There had to be at least 8 lanes, maybe 10, each with its own booth, and the canopy overhead was supported by concrete pillars that were thick as redwoods and covered in graffiti she couldn't quite make out in the dim glow of her headlights. In the rearview mirror she could see the highway behind her, rain coming down in curtains that blurred the world into watercolour smears. But under the canopy, the air was still. Dead still, like the plaza existed in a pocket of space where wind couldn't reach. Then one of the booths lit up. The light bloomed warm and yellow behind wet glass, sudden enough to make Sarah flinch. It was 3 lanes over, the furthest booth on the right, and it glowed like someone had just flipped a switch inside. Through the rain-streaked window she could see the light pooling, soft and domestic, the kind of light that meant someone was home, someone was waiting. Her rational mind knew this was impossible. Power to this plaza had been cut years ago, the booths gutted and locked. But the light persisted, steady and inviting, and she felt something in her chest respond to it the way a lost child responds to a porch light, in the dark. Sarah sat there for a long moment, engine idling, watching the lit booth. The light didn't flicker or fade. It stayed constant, and she found herself leaning forward, squinting through the rain-streaked windshield to see if she could make out any movement inside. The booth's window was fogged from the inside, condensation beading on the glass, which meant heat, which meant someone was in there, generating warmth, breathing. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Her phone sat on the passenger seat, still showing no signal. Sarah picked it up anyway, thumbed it to life, and tried to pull up a map. The screen showed her location as a grey area, unnamed and uncharted, with a small blue dot that represented her position floating in digital nowhere. No roads nearby, according to the phone, no structures, just empty space on the map where this entire plaza apparently didn't exist. Sarah set the phone down, her hands shaking slightly. She was tired, that was all, exhausted and stressed, and her mind was playing tricks, filling in the gaps where logic should be with paranoid fantasies. The light was probably some kind of emergency backup system. solar-powered or running on a battery that hadn't died yet. And the fog on the window was just condensation from the temperature difference between the cold air and the slightly warmer interior of the booth. Except it was cold under this canopy, colder than it should be. Sarah could see her breath now, small white clouds that the dim glow of her dashboard lights caught and held. She reached for the heater controls, cranked them up, but the air that came through the vents felt thin and useless, like it couldn't quite fill the car's interior. The booth light pulsed. Just once. A brief dimming like someone had walked past it inside, and Sarah's breath caught. Through the fogged glass she thought she saw movement, a darker shape gathering behind the condensation. But when she squinted it resolved into nothing, just the play of light and shadow and her tired mind filling in details that weren't there. She needed to leave. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to put the car in reverse and get the fuck out of here. But her hand was already on the door handle, pulling it, and the interior light came on. Too bright, too exposing, and then she was stepping out into the wet air under the canopy. The cold hit her immediately, far colder than it should have been. The air under the canopy felt thick and damp, like breathing through wet cloth, and it carried a smell she couldn't quite place. Salt and rust and something underneath, something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in a warm room. Sarah's sneakers splashed in a puddle as she took a step toward the lit booth, then another. The rain beyond the canopy's edge was so heavy it formed a curtain, sealing her in this pocket of space with the empty lanes and the glowing window. She could see the booth more clearly now. The window was fogged. From the inside, moisture beading on the glass in patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like writing, though Sarah couldn't make out any actual letters. The light behind it pulsed with a faint rhythm, like breathing, or like a heartbeat, and she realized she could hear it. A low thrumming sound that vibrated in her chest, in her teeth, making her bones resonate with its frequency. The payment slot below the window was open. She could see the dark rectangle of it, and as she watched, a small wisp of vapour drifted out, curling in the cold air. The booth was exhaling. Sarah stopped walking, her sneakers squeaking on wet pavement, and that small voice in her head, the one she'd been ignoring all day, started screaming. Get back in the car, lock the doors, leave. But she didn't move, couldn't move, because now she could see more clearly what was happening with the condensation on the booth's window. It wasn't random. The moisture was gathering in patterns, and those patterns were forming shapes, and those shapes looked like handprints. Small handprints, child-sized, pressed against the glass from the inside. Dozens of them, overlapping, appearing and fading as the condensation shifted. Sarah's heart was hammering now, the sound of it loud in her ears, and she realized she could hear something else too. A low hum coming from the booth speaker, electrical and resonant, like the buzz of old fluorescent lights but deeper, more organic. It rose and fell in a pattern that felt almost like speech, like someone trying to form words out of static. Hello? The word left her mouth before she could stop it, automatic and stupid, and the moment it was out she wanted to grab it back to swallow it down. But it hung in the air between her and the booth, and the humming changed. It shifted in pitch, became more focused, and for a second Sarah heard something in it that sounded like her own voice, distant and distorted, saying hello back to her. No, that wasn't possible. She was tired, that was all. Exhausted and stressed, and her mind was playing tricks. Sarah took a step back, her sneaker squeaking on wet pavement, and she saw her reflection in a puddle at her feet, her face pale and drawn, dark circles under her eyes, hair plastered to her head from the few seconds she'd been outside. And behind her reflection, in the water, she saw headlights. She spun around. The lane behind her car was empty, just rain and darkness and the distant blur of the highway. But when she looked down at the puddle again, the headlights were still there, bright and steady, maybe 20 feet back from her car, as if another vehicle had pulled in behind her and was waiting. The lights brightened, then dimmed, pulsing in time with the booth's glow. Sarah's throat closed up. She backed away from the puddle, her eyes darting between it and the empty lane, and the disconnect between what she saw and what should be there made something in her brain skip like a scratched record. The headlights in the reflection stayed constant, unwavering, and she noticed details now. The spacing suggested a sedan, maybe a Toyota or Honda, something common enough to be invisible, but there was no car, just the reflection of one existing only in the water. Sarah forced herself to look away from the puddle, to focus on the real world, the solid world of concrete and metal and rain. But the real world felt thin here, stretched too tight over something else, and when she looked at the booth again she saw the shape behind the glass more clearly. It was tall, impossibly tall for the booth's interior, which couldn't have been more than 6 feet high on the inside. The shape seemed to fold itself into the space, all angles and sharp edges, and it wore something like a hood that shadowed where a face should be. The fabric, if it was fabric, didn't move the way cloth should move. It hung too heavy, too still, as if it was made of something denser than textile, and the darkness inside the hood wasn't just shadow, it was absence, like someone had cut a hole in the world and draped material over it to pretend the hole wasn't there. The shape didn't move so much as gather, pulling itself together from the darkness and fog like smoke condensing into something solid. And as it gathered, Sarah heard the speaker crackle with more than just electrical hum. She heard breathing, not human breathing. The rhythm was wrong, the pauses too long, but breathing nonetheless, air moving through passages that shouldn't exist. Sarah's legs felt distant, disconnected, but they were moving, carrying her back toward her car. She needed to get in, lock the doors, leave. The keys were still in the ignition, she'd left the engine running, thank God, and if she could just make it back, just get behind the wheel and put it in reverse, she could. Please. The word came from the speaker, and it was in her voice. Not similar to her voice, exactly her voice, with the same slight hoarseness from too many cigarettes she'd quit 3 years ago but could still taste sometimes. Please don't go. Sarah froze, one hand on her car door. The voice continued, still hers, still perfect. I've been waiting for you. I knew you'd come. You always come back. That wasn't right. She'd never been here before, never seen this plaza, never stopped at this booth. But the voice sounded so certain, so familiar with her, that Sarah felt her conviction waver. Had she been here before? Was this place somehow in her memory, buried under years of other roads and other mistakes? You don't remember, the voice said, gentle and understanding. But I remember you. I remember all of you. All of you. The words hung in the cold air, and Sarah realized the voice had shifted slightly. It was still hers, but layered now, as if multiple versions of her were speaking at once, slightly out of sync. Past Sarah, and present Sarah and future Sarah, all talking over each other, saying the same words with fractional differences in timing. The booth light flickered, and in that moment of dimness Sarah saw more shapes behind the glass. Not just the tall hooded thing, but others, smaller, pressed against the window. They had faces. She could see the outlines of faces, but the features were wrong, smeared and distorted like reflections in funhouse mirrors. And they were reaching, pale hands with too many joints pressing against the glass from the inside, and Sarah realized those weren't condensation patterns on the window. Those were actual handprints, pressed fresh, the moisture from living palms fogging the glass. We can help you, the layered voices said. You're lost. We can show you the way back. Back. The word hooked into something in Sarah's chest and pulled. Back to Marcus. Back to the apartment that smelled like old takeout and his cologne. Back to the version of herself who'd learned to make herself smaller so he could take up more room. Back to before she'd made the choice to leave. Back to when staying was still an option she could talk herself into. But also back to before the fight 3 nights ago, when Marcus had thrown a plate at the wall and she'd seen the calculation in his eyes. Not rage, just cold math about what he could get away with. Back to before she had found the messages on his phone, before she'd understood that his late nights at the gym had nothing to do with exercise. Back to before she'd realized that the person she'd built her life around was a fiction, a role Marcus performed when it suited him. No, Sarah's voice came out hoarse, barely audible over the rain beyond the canopy's edge. She reached for the car door handle, got it open, started to climb in. The interior light seemed too bright, exposing, and in the rearview mirror she could see the booth behind her, its window glowing steady and patient. You took the wrong exit, the voices said. And now Sarah could hear other voices underneath hers, deeper. Voices, higher voices, voices with accents she couldn't place, and voices that sounded like children. We can help you find the right one. Just come a little closer, just talk to us, just tell us what you need. Sarah slammed the car door and put her shaking hand on the gear shift. But she didn't put it in reverse. Some part of her, the part that had been making bad decisions all day, all year, maybe her whole life, wanted to hear more, wanted to be reassured, wanted someone, something, to tell her it would be okay if she went back, that the detour she'd taken was fixable, reversible, that she could undo the last 6 hours of driving and wake up in Marcus's apartment like none of this had happened. Her mother had always said Sarah didn't think things through, made impulsive choices, burned bridges she might need to cross again later. Marcus had said the same thing, in different words, usually when he was explaining why whatever had gone wrong was actually her fault, and sitting here, in her idling car, miles from anywhere, with no plan and no destination, and nothing but the vague idea that anywhere was better than where she'd been, Sarah couldn't help but think they were right. Maybe she had made a mistake. Maybe leaving was the impulsive choice, the one she'd regret tomorrow or next week or next year when she was alone and broke, and wondering why she'd thrown away something comfortable just because it wasn't perfect. Her hand moved to the window control, lowering it. Just a crack, she told herself, just to hear better. The air that came in was wrong. It was colder than it should be, dense and wet, and it carried that smell again. Salt and rust, and underneath it something rotten. Something that had been dead for a while and was now breaking down into constituent parts. Sarah gagged, her hand flying to her mouth, but she didn't raise the window. That's it, the voices said, encouraging, warm. They'd synchronized now, all speaking in unison, and the effect was less disturbing than the layered version. Or maybe Sarah was just getting used to it, which was more disturbing than anything else. Just put something on the ledge. A coin, a token, something to show good faith. Then we can talk about getting you back where you belong. Sarah's other hand was already moving, muscle memory taking over, reaching for the console between the seats, where she kept loose change for parking meters and toll booths. Her fingers closed around a quarter, warm from sitting in the closed compartment, and she held it up to the crack in the window. The booth light pulsed, brighter for a second, like it was pleased. In the puddle outside her car, the phantom headlights brightened too. And now Sarah could see more of the reflected vehicle. It was a sedan, dark blue or maybe grey, hard to tell in the distorted reflection. The windshield was clear enough that she could almost make out the driver, a dark shape behind the wheel, sitting perfectly still. "You're afraid," the voices said, softer now, almost kind. "You're afraid of making another mistake, of choosing wrong again. But what if I told you that you can't make a wrong choice? What if I told you that every road leads somewhere and the only mistake is stopping before you get there?" That sounded reasonable. It sounded like something a therapist might say, or a self-help book, or one of those inspirational posters with pictures of mountains and eagles. Sarah found herself nodding, and the movement felt automatic, like her head was agreeing before her brain could catch up. "You just need guidance," the voices continued. "Someone who can see the whole map, not just the little piece in front of you. Someone who knows where all the roads lead. I can be that for you. I can show you." Sarah extended her arm through the window gap, the cold air making her skin prickle, and leaned toward the booth. The payment ledge was maybe 10 feet away, a wet strip of metal under the fogged window, and if she got out she could reach it easily. But something in her knew, with the same certainty she'd known Marcus would never change, would never be anything other than what he was, that if she got out of the car again, if she walked over there and placed the coin on that ledge, something would change, something would shift, and whatever was behind that fogged glass would take the payment not as a toll, but as permission. The quarter felt heavy in her hand. She could see her reflection in its surface, warped and small, and around the edges of the coin were tiny scratches and marks from years of circulation. How many other hands had held this quarter? How many other pockets had it lived in? How many other transactions had it facilitated? It was just metal, just copper and nickel alloy, just a thing that represented value without having any intrinsic worth of its own. "You're thinking too much," the voices said. And Sarah realised they were right. She was overthinking this. It was just a coin, just a toll, just a simple transaction. She put money in, she got guidance out. That was how tolls worked. That was how the world worked. You paid for things, and in return you got access to roads that would take you where you needed to go. Except, where did she need to go? That was the question Sarah hadn't answered, even to herself. Away from Marcus, yes. But toward what? She had some money saved. Not much. A few $1,000s that Marcus didn't know about, hidden in an account her mother had helped her open years ago just in case. She had her car, her clothes, her laptop. She had a bachelor's degree in marketing that had gotten her exactly nowhere, and a resume full of jobs she'd quit or been fired from because she couldn't keep her mouth shut when management did something stupid. She didn't have a destination, didn't have a plan, didn't have anything except the bone-deep certainty that staying with Marcus would eventually kill something essential in her, and the equally bone-deep fear that leaving him meant being alone forever. "You don't have to be alone," the voices said, and Sarah's skin went cold. Could the booth read her thoughts? Or was it just making educated guesses based on the fact that she was here, alone, at an abandoned toll plaza in the middle of a storm? No one has to be alone. That's a choice people make to shut themselves off, to refuse help. But you're not like that. You're here. You stopped. You're willing to listen. Sarah found herself nodding again. She was willing to listen. That had always been her problem, according to Marcus. She listened to everyone except him. Listened to her friends who told her she deserved better. Listened to her mother who'd never liked Marcus from the start. Listened to the small voice in her own head that kept cataloguing his cruelties and calling them by their real names. Maybe if she'd listened to Marcus instead, they'd still be together. Maybe if she'd been more understanding, more patient, more willing, to see things from his perspective, he wouldn't have needed to find comfort in someone else's bed. "There it is," the voices said, satisfied. "The second thought, the doubt, the wish that you'd chosen differently. That's the toll we collect here. Not money, never money. What would I do with money?" The voices laughed, and it was Sarah's laugh but wrong, too high and too long and layered with other laughter that sounded like breaking glass. "No, we collect the moment you realise you've made a mistake, the instant of regret, the bargaining you do with yourself. If only I'd said this, or if only I'd done that, or if only I could go back and try again." Sarah's hand was shaking. The quarter trembled in her grip, catching the booth light and throwing it back in small flashes. "Everyone who stops here has that moment," the voices continued. "That realisation that they chose wrong, and all we ask is that you acknowledge it, accept it. Put down the coin as a symbol of your acceptance, and we'll help you navigate to a better road. A road where you didn't make that mistake, where you chose differently." "That's not possible," Sarah whispered, but even as she said it, she wasn't sure. Strange things were possible. Impossible things happened all the time. She'd read articles about quantum mechanics and parallel universes and the many worlds interpretation, where every choice split reality into branches, each one as real as the others. What if the booth had access to those other branches? What if it could show her the road where she'd stayed with Marcus, worked through their problems, built something real instead of running? "Put the coin on the ledge," the voices said, gentle and patient. "That's all. Just that small gesture. Then we'll talk." Sarah's hand was on the door handle before she registered the decision to open it. The interior light came on, and she stepped out into the cold air under the canopy. This time the smell hit her harder, that rotting meat smell, thick enough to taste, and underneath it something else, something chemical and sharp like formaldehyde or embalming fluid. But she walked forward anyway, her sneakers splashing through puddles, the quarter clutch so tight in her fist that its edges dug into her palm. The booth was closer than it should be. She'd only taken a few steps, but suddenly she was right there, close enough to touch the payment ledge, close enough to see the details in the condensation on the window. Those weren't random patterns. They were deliberate. The handprints overlapped to form shapes, letters, maybe, or symbols from some alphabet Sarah didn't recognise, and they were still appearing, fresh prints pressing against the glass from the inside as she watched, as if invisible hands were reaching out trying to communicate. The shape behind the glass had moved closer too. It was pressed right up against the window now, so close that Sarah could see the individual droplets of condensation breaking around. The hood or head or whatever it was tilted as she approached, tracking her movement, and Sarah realised it didn't have a face. Where features should be, there was just a smooth darkness, like someone had stretched black fabric over a skull and pulled it tight. But it was watching her. She could feel its attention, focused and intense, the way you feel someone staring at you from across a crowded room. And underneath the hood, something was moving. She could see the fabric shifting, bulging, as if things were crawling around beneath it, trying to find a way out. Sarah stopped at the payment ledge. Up close, she could see it was old metal, rusty and pitted, with water pooling in its crevices. Something dark was growing in the water, moss maybe, or algae, and it had a faint phosphorescent quality, glowing very slightly in the booth light. The booth window was maybe 3 feet from her face, and the light behind it was so warm, so inviting, like a fireplace in winter. She could feel heat coming off the glass, which was impossible. No booth light generated that kind of warmth, but she felt it anyway, thawing her rain-chilled skin. "Good," the voices said, and they were so close now, coming from the speaker right next to her head. "Very good. You're ready. You're willing. All you have to do is accept it. Accept that you made the wrong choice. Accept that you should go back. Accept that forward is the wrong direction." Sarah's hand opened. The quarter sat in her palm, dull in the booth light, and she lowered it toward the ledge. The metal was cold against her skin when she touched it, colder than the air, cold enough to burn. She could see her breath now, white clouds that the booth light caught and held, and in those clouds she thought she saw shapes moving, twisting, reaching for her. Behind her she heard an engine, low, steady, idling, the phantom car from the reflection, getting ready to move. Sarah placed the quarter on the ledge. The booth light surged, bright enough to make her squint, and the shape behind the glass lunged forward. Its head, that smooth, featureless darkness, hit the window with a wet thump that cracked the glass, spiderweb fractures spreading from the point of impact, and Sarah saw its mouth open. It didn't have teeth. It had something worse. The mouth was a vertical slit that ran from where a chin should be all the way up to where a forehead might start, and when it opened, Sarah could see inside. The cavity was lined with fingers. Human fingers, she thought, though they were wrong, too pale and too long and moving independently, like sea anemones in a current. They reached toward the glass, grasping, and their nails were black and split, and underneath them she could see raw meat, exposed flesh where the nail bed had torn. Sarah screamed and stumbled backward. Her heel caught on uneven pavement and she went down hard, landing on her tailbone with a jolt that shot pain up her spine. The booth light was flickering now, strobing in the darkness, and in each flash she saw the thing behind the glass more clearly. It wasn't wearing a hood. Its head was just that shape, elongated and angular like it had been stretched on a rack, and the darkness where a face should be was actually an opening, a second mouth that went back and back into depths that couldn't fit inside the booth's small space. The fingers, there were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tiny and white like grubs, were pushing against the cracked glass, testing it, and Sarah heard it beginning to give way with small crystalline pops. "You asked," the voices said, and they weren't gentle anymore. They were gleeful, triumphant, layered so thick that Sarah couldn't pick out individual words, just a wall of sound that felt like it was pressing against her eardrums from the inside. "You asked if anyone was there. You engaged. You put down payment. The toll is accepted. The bargain is made. I didn't..." Sarah's voice came out in a rasp. "I didn't agree to anything. You asked for help," the voices interrupted. "You wanted guidance. You wanted someone to tell you what to do. Well, here's what you do. You stay. You join us. You become part of the booth, part of the chorus, part of the collection. We take your doubts, your regrets, your second thoughts, and we keep them forever. We preserve them. We let them echo through every driver who stops here, every lost soul who can't accept their own choices." The booth window shattered. The sound was enormous under the canopy, echoing off the concrete and metal, and chunks of safety glass rained down on the payment ledge, bouncing and scattering. The thing's arm came through the opening, and it wasn't an arm at all. It was too long, too jointed, bending in places where no bone should allow. The hand at the end had 7 fingers, each one tipped with that split black nail, and they were all reaching, grasping, extending towards Sarah where she'd fallen. She found her feet and ran. Not toward her car, that was too close to the booth. She'd have to pass right by it to get there, but toward the opposite side of the plaza, toward the empty lanes and the rain beyond. Her sneakers pounded on wet pavement, and behind her she heard more glass breaking, the wet slither of that impossible arm extending, and underneath it all the speaker still crackling with her own voice saying, come back, you're going the wrong way, the toll is paid, the bargain is made, you can't leave, you can't..." Sarah hit the rain at a full sprint. The curtain of water struck her like a wall, instantly soaking through her clothes, plastering her hair to her skull, and she nearly slipped on the wet pavement but caught herself against a support column. The concrete was rough under her hands, covered in that graffiti she'd noticed earlier, and up close she could see it wasn't graffiti at all. It was writing scratched into the concrete with something sharp, and it was all the same message repeated over and over in different handwriting. Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't. She pushed off from the column and kept running. The plaza seemed to go on forever, more lanes than there should be, more booths lining the way, and as Sarah ran past them their lights started coming on. One by one, warm yellow glows blooming behind fogged windows, and in each booth she could see shapes gathering, pressing against the glass. Some tall like the thing that had grabbed for her, some small like children, some twisted into geometries that hurt to look at directly. And from each booth, speakers crackled to life with voices. Not her voice anymore. These were other voices, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all talking at once. Some were begging, "Please help me, I'm lost, I don't know where I am." Some were angry. "You did this to me, you left me here, you promised you'd come back." Some were resigned. "It's okay, it's not so bad, just stay, just accept it, just let go." Sarah ran faster, her lungs burning, her legs cramping. The ocean sound was louder now, crashing and retreating somewhere close by, and the wind had picked up again, cutting through her wet clothes and chilling her to the bone. She could smell the salt thick in the air, mixed with that rotting smell, and she realized the rotting smell was coming from the ocean, from something in the ocean, something large and dead and breaking apart in the waves. She burst out from under the canopy onto open pavement, and the wind hit her hard enough to knock her sideways. The rain was coming down in sheets, driven horizontal by gusts that tasted like brine and decay, and Sarah had to squint against it to see where she was going. The road stretched ahead, but it was wrong. Too narrow, the edges crumbling away, and on both sides she could see guardrails that were bent and twisted, like something huge had pushed through them. Behind her, the booths were still lighting up, a spreading wave of illumination that chased her across the plaza. And behind the lights, Sarah could see the things coming out, crawling through broken windows, squeezing through payment slots, emerging from the booths like insects from a hive. They moved wrong, all angles and joints that bent backward, and they made sounds. Wet, clicking sounds, breathing sounds, the rustle of fabric that wasn't fabric dragging across concrete. Sarah looked ahead and saw the road ended. Just stopped, the pavement giving way to a cliff edge, and below she could hear the ocean slamming against rocks with enough force to send spray 40 feet up. Dead end. The plaza had led her to a dead end, and now the things were behind her, getting closer, their voices layering into a chorus that made her teeth ache and her vision blur at the edges. She was trapped. No, that wasn't right. She'd made the choice to run this direction. She'd made the choice to engage with the booth in the first place. She'd made the choice to leave. Marcus, to take the wrong exit, to stop at this plaza instead of pushing through. Every step that had led her here was a choice she'd made, and if she could make choices that led her into traps, she could make choices that led her out. Sarah turned to face the approaching things. There had to be 24 of them, maybe more, spreading out across the plaza in a loose semicircle that was closing in. The booth light illuminated them from behind, casting long shadows that reached toward her like grasping hands. She could see them more clearly now, their stretched bodies, their too many joints, their faces that weren't faces but openings that led to somewhere else, somewhere dark and hungry. And in the centre of them, taller than the rest, was the thing from the first booth. It had pulled itself completely out of the broken window, and Sarah could see it had no legs. Its body just tapered down to a point that dragged across the pavement, leaving a wet trail. The fingers in its mouth were still reaching, still grasping, and as Sarah watched, one of them extended far enough to touch the ground. It pushed, levering the thing forward, using its own mouth fingers to walk. "You can't escape the toll," it said, and its voice was Sarah's voice, layered with static and clicking and the sound of meat tearing. "You engaged, you paid. The bargain is complete. Now you stay. Now you become part of the collection. Now you echo forever in everyone who stops here seeking answers that will only trap them further." Sarah looked behind her at the cliff edge, at the drop into churning darkness. Then she looked back at the things advancing toward her, at the booth lights glowing warm and patient behind them, and she understood. The booth didn't want to hurt her. It wanted to keep her, wanted to add her voice to its chorus, her doubts to its collection, her regrets to the currency it used to trap others. It wanted her to become another warning that would go unheeded, another voice, offering false guidance to tired drivers who couldn't accept their own choices. And the only way to escape that, the only way to refuse the bargain even after payment had been made, was to refuse to be kept. To choose the alternative, even if the alternative looked like an ending. Sarah turned and ran for the cliff. Behind her, the things made sounds, surprise, anger, confusion, and she heard them lurching forward, trying to catch her. But they were designed for slow approaches, for patient hunting, for wearing down resistance over time. They weren't built for speed. Sarah was. She hit the cliff edge at a full sprint and launched herself into the air. For a moment, a brief, crystalline moment, she was flying. The wind caught her, the rain surrounded her, and she could see the ocean below, black and churning and alive with something that moved beneath the surface, something huge that the waves broke over and around. Then gravity took hold and she was falling, the wind screaming, past her ears, her stomach lurching into her chest. She hit the water hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs. The cold was shocking, absolute, crushing the air from her body and making her muscles seize. The ocean closed over her head, pulling her down, and for a second Sarah thought this was it. She'd escaped the booth only to drown in the dark alone at the bottom of an ocean that would never give her back. But then her feet touched something solid. Not rock. The texture was wrong, too smooth, too regular. Sarah pushed off from it, kicked for the surface, and broke through the waves, gasping and choking. The rain was still coming down, and the waves were huge, lifting her up and dropping her into troughs deep enough to block out the sky. But she was alive. She was free. She looked back at the cliff. The things were gathered at the edge, their elongated forms silhouetted against the booth lights, and she could see them reaching down toward her, their two long arms, extending, their mouth fingers grasping. But they couldn't follow. They were bound to the plaza, to the booths, to the pavement where they collected their tolls. Sarah treaded water, coughing up seawater and rain, and watched as the things slowly withdrew. Their lights began to dim, one by one, the warm yellow glow fading back into darkness, and their voices, all those layered voices, faded with it. Within a minute the plaza looked abandoned again, just a dark skeleton of concrete and metal against the storm, with no sign that anything had ever been there waiting. But Sarah knew better. She knew they were still there, patient and hungry, ready for the next driver who took the wrong exit and couldn't accept it. A wave lifted her, and when it dropped her back down she could see the shore. It was closer than it should be. The cliff looked like it dropped straight into deep ocean, but the water here was shallow enough that Sarah could feel the bottom when the waves pulled back. She started swimming, fighting against the current, her waterlogged clothes dragging at her limbs. The swim felt like it took hours. Her arms burned, her legs cramped, and the cold had settled so deep into her bones that she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. But she kept going, because the alternative was staying in the water, and the water was too dark, too deep, and she could still feel that thing she'd pushed off from when she'd first gone under. That smooth, regular surface that didn't feel like rock or sand or anything natural. When her knees finally scraped against gravel, Sarah could have cried with relief. She crawled out of the surf onto a narrow beach, collapsed on wet stones, and just breathed for a long time. The rain was still coming down, but it felt clean now, honest, without the weight of the plaza's wrongness behind it. She was freezing and exhausted and had no idea where she was, but she was alive. After a while, 5 minutes or 5 hours she couldn't tell, Sarah forced herself to stand. Her legs shook, threatening to dump her back onto the gravel, but she locked her knees and looked around. The beach was small, maybe 50 feet of rocky shore caught between cliff faces, and at the far end she could see a path leading up, worn into the rock by water or feet or time. She followed it. The climb was steep and treacherous, the rock wet and crumbling, but Sarah hauled herself up hand over hand, ignoring the pain in her shoulders and the way her legs trembled with each step. At the top she found herself on a different road, not the plaza, not the highway she'd been on, but something else. some narrow coastal route that looked like it hadn't seen traffic in years, and there, maybe 100 yards down the road, she saw her car. It was parked on the shoulder, driver's door hanging open, interior light still on, engine still running. Sarah stared at it, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She'd left her car at the plaza she'd run away from it. There was no way it could be here, on this completely different road, unless the plaza wasn't a real place, or wasn't a place in the normal sense, unless it existed somewhere else, somewhere adjacent to the regular world, and the road Sarah had run down was somehow the same road she'd driven in on, just seen from a different angle. Or maybe the car was another trick, another phantom like the sedan in the reflection, meant to lure her into making another choice that would trap her. But Sarah was too cold, too tired, too done with being afraid to care. If it was a trap, fine. At least she'd die warm and dry instead of freezing to death on this empty road. She walked toward the car, her sneaker squelching. The other one was still back at the plaza, grabbed by that thing's mouth fingers, and when she got close enough she could see her phone on the passenger seat, the GPS screen glowing with a new route. Sarah climbed into the driver's seat and pulled the door shut. The interior light went off, leaving her in the warm darkness of the car's cabin, and she just sat there for a moment, hands on the wheel, breathing. The heater was blasting, thawing her frozen limbs, and she could smell coffee. There was a cup in the holder, still warm, though she didn't remember buying coffee, didn't remember stopping anywhere. She picked up her phone. The GPS showed her location on that same unnamed coastal route, and it had calculated a path forward, not back to the highway, but continuing north along the coast. The destination was listed as forward, which wasn't a real place, which shouldn't be something a GPS could navigate to, but there it was, displayed on the screen like any other address. "Fuck it," Sarah said out loud, and her voice sounded strange in the car's quiet interior, hoarse from screaming, rough from coughing up seawater, but still her voice, still her. The booth hadn't taken that, hadn't taken her ability to choose, to move, to keep going even, when every choice felt wrong. She put the car in drive and started forward. The road was narrow and winding, carved into the cliff face, with the ocean crashing somewhere below and the rain still coming down in steady sheets. But the GPS guided her through it, turn by turn, and Sarah followed the directions because following them felt better than stopping, better than second-guessing, better than asking if anyone was there to help. She drove for hours. The storm gradually lessened, the rain thinning to mist, and then to nothing, and eventually the sky began to lighten with approaching dawn. The ocean appeared on her right, vast and grey under cloudy skies, and Sarah realised she'd made it to morning, had survived the night. The wrong exit, the plaza, the booth, the things, all of it was behind her now, and ahead was just road, just distance, just the simple mechanics of steering and gas and brake. Her phone buzzed. A text message, which was strange because she still showed no signal, no bars, no connection to any network. Sarah glanced at it while keeping most of her attention on the road. The message was from a number she didn't recognise. It said, "You chose well. Most don't." Sarah deleted it without responding. She didn't want to know who'd sent it, didn't want to engage with whatever it was. She'd learned that lesson. Engagement was permission. Questions were invitations. The only way to win was to keep moving, keep choosing, keep refusing to ask for reassurance from voices that promised easy answers. The road straightened out, leaving the cliff face and running through open country. Fields gone wild, abandoned houses with collapsed roofs, the occasional rusted car sitting in tall grass. It looked like the aftermath of something, some disaster or evacuation. But Sarah didn't slow down to investigate. Whatever had happened here was history, and she was focused on forward. Around mid-morning, the GPS announced she'd reached her destination. Sarah looked, around, confused. She was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by empty fields, with no town or building in sight. The road continued ahead, vanishing into distance, and there was nothing that suggested forward as a place you could arrive at. But when she looked at the GPS again, the screen had changed. Instead of navigation instructions, it showed a simple message. "From here, all roads are yours. Choose carefully." Then the GPS went dark and her phone died completely, the screen going black despite showing 70% battery a moment before. Sarah tried to turn it back on, but it was dead. The kind of dead that meant something more than just low power. She set the phone down and looked around. The morning light made everything look normal, mundane. Just empty countryside and an old road and her car idling on the shoulder. No booth lights, no phantom vehicles, no voices offering guidance. Just silence and distance and the freedom to choose what came next. Sarah put the car in drive and kept going. She didn't know where this road led. Didn't know what town or city or dead end she'd eventually reach. But it was her choice to keep driving. Her choice to see where this road went. Her choice to accept the detours and wrong turns as part of the journey instead of mistakes that needed correcting. The booth had wanted her to go back, to accept that leaving Marcus was wrong, that running was cowardice, that the only right choice was to reverse direction and return to what she'd left behind. But Sarah had chosen differently, had literally thrown herself off a cliff rather than accept that bargain, and somehow, impossibly, she'd survived. Maybe that meant something. Maybe it didn't. But Sarah was learning that meaning was something you made, not something you found. The universe didn't hand out signs and portents and clear directions. It handed out storms and wrong exits and booths full of hungry things that fed on your doubts. What you did with those, how, you chose to respond, that was up to you. Miles passed. The empty countryside gradually gave way to scattered houses, then clusters of buildings, then something that looked like it might become a town if you squinted. Sarah's gas gauge was getting low, and she started watching for stations, for signs of civilization, for any indication that this road connected to the normal world. When she finally saw the gas station, a small run-down place with pumps that looked like they'd been there since the 70s, she almost cried with relief. Sarah pulled in, parked at a pump and got out. Her legs were stiff from hours of driving, and her shoeless foot left wet prints on the pavement as she walked toward the station's mini-mart. Inside, a clerk was reading a newspaper behind a counter cluttered with lottery tickets and cigarette displays. He looked up when Sarah entered, took in her dishevelled appearance, one shoe missing, clothes still damp, hair matted with salt, and raised an eyebrow. "Rough night?" he asked. Sarah laughed, a little hysterical. "You have no idea." "Storm was bad," the clerk agreed, returning to his newspaper. "Couple roads washed out. You coming from the coast?" "Yeah," Sarah said. "Took a wrong exit, got turned around." "Happens," the clerk said without looking up. "Coffee's fresh if you want some. Bathrooms are in the back." Sarah bought coffee and a pre-wrapped sandwich that looked dubious, but was the best thing she'd ever tasted. She used the bathroom to wash her face and hands, avoiding the mirror because she didn't want to see what she looked like. In the harsh fluorescent light, her cut foot looked worse than it felt. A deep gash across the ball, still bleeding sluggishly, probably needed stitches. She wrapped it in paper towels and pulled her remaining sneaker back on over the makeshift bandage. When she came back out, the clerk was ringing up another customer, an older woman buying cigarettes and a magazine. The woman glanced at Sarah, did a double take and frowned. "You all right, honey?" she asked. Sarah managed a smile. "Yeah, just a rough night." "You look familiar," the woman said, tilting her head. "Have we met?" "I don't think so," Sarah said. "I'm not from around here." The woman collected her purchases. "Well, you be careful out there. Strange things happen on these roads when the weather turns." Sarah waited until the woman left, then asked the clerk, "Does she mean something specific, or is that just general advice?" The clerk looked up from his newspaper, and for a moment his expression was odd, knowing, wary. This close to the coast, lots of old stories. Abandoned places that aren't as abandoned as they should be. Roads that go places they shouldn't. Most of it's just talk, but, he shrugged. Sometimes people stop here asking about toll plazas that aren't on any map. Sometimes they don't look quite right when they ask. Sometimes they never leave. Sarah's skin prickled. "What do you tell them?" "I tell them there aren't any toll plazas on this stretch of coast. Haven't been for 20 years. I tell them they must be misremembering, or their GPS is glitching, or they took a wrong turn." The clerk met her eyes. "I tell them to keep driving and not stop at places that look abandoned, especially not when it's raining." "That's good advice," Sarah said quietly. "You took it," the clerk said. "That's why you're here. Most people who stop at those places, they don't come through here after. They don't come through anywhere. They just disappear." Sarah thought about the voices in the speakers, all those layered recordings of people asking for help. How many people? Hard to say. Could be dozens, could be hundreds. Goes back years, maybe decades. Some old-timers remember when the tolls were real, when you actually had to pay to use these roads. They say even back then, there were stories about booths that stayed lit after closing time. Booths where the attendants spoke in your own voice. Booths that took more than money as payment. Do you believe it? The clerk shrugged again. Doesn't matter what I believe. I just work here, pump gas, sell coffee. But I pay attention. And I've noticed patterns. Storm nights mostly. Full moon sometimes. Nights when people are running from something and not thinking clearly. That's when the toll plazas wake up. Sarah finished her coffee, the warmth spreading through her chest. What should I do? If I wanted to? I don't know, warn people? Tell them what's out there? You could try, the clerk said. But who'd believe you? You tell someone there's a haunted toll plaza full of monsters. They'll think you're crazy or drunk or both. Better to just keep moving. Put distance between you and it. Eventually you'll be far enough away that it can't reach you anymore. Is that how it works? Distance? That's one theory. Another theory is that it can reach you anywhere, long as you keep thinking about it. Keep doubting your choice to leave. Keep wondering if you should go back. The clerk folded his newspaper carefully. The toll plaza, or whatever lives there, it feeds on regret, on second guessing. So the best thing you can do is accept that you left, accept that you're gone, and stop looking back. Sarah nodded slowly. That tracked with what she'd experienced. The booth had wanted her to accept the detour, to agree that leaving was wrong. It had wanted her permission to rewrite her choices, to guide her back. And when she'd refused, when she'd literally chosen to throw herself into the ocean rather than accept that guidance, the booth had lost its hold on her. "Thank you," Sarah said. "For what? I just sell gas and coffee." "For the advice. For being someone real I could talk to, for..." Sarah gestured vaguely. "For being here." The clerk almost smiled. "Pump 6 is ready when you are, and there's a motel about 40 miles north right on the highway. Clean, cheap, doesn't ask. Questions. You look like you could use a bed and a hot shower." Sarah paid for her gas and got back in her car. As she drove away from the station, she watched it recede in her rearview mirror, getting smaller and smaller until it was just a tiny point of light against the empty landscape. Then it was gone, swallowed by distance and the curve of the road. She found the motel the clerk had mentioned just as the afternoon light was starting to fail. It was exactly as advertised. Clean, cheap, anonymous. Sarah paid cash for a room, no questions asked, and collapsed on the bed without even bothering to shower first. She was asleep in seconds, dropping into a darkness so deep and absolute that if she dreamed, she didn't remember it. When she woke, it was night again. Not storm dark like the previous night, but clear and calm with stars visible through the motel room's thin curtains. Sarah lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, taking inventory of her body. Everything hurt her. Foot throbbed. Her muscles ached. Her throat was raw from screaming in seawater. But she was alive, whole, herself. She got up, finally took that shower, and stood under the hot water until the motel's ancient heater started giving up, and the stream turned lukewarm. When she got out, she wrapped herself in scratchy towels and sat on the bed, trying to decide what to do next. Her phone was still dead. She plugged it in, but the charge light didn't come on. Whatever had killed it had been thorough. No GPS, no maps, no way to call anyone even if she wanted to. Sarah was alone in the most complete sense. No digital tether, no way to reach back toward anything she'd left behind. And she realized she didn't mind. Didn't mind being untethered, unreachable, gone. Marcus couldn't call her now even if he wanted to. Her mother couldn't guilt her about abandoning ship. The job she'd quit couldn't demand she come back for exit interviews and paperwork. She was free in a way she hadn't been in years, maybe ever. But free to do what? That was still the question. Sarah had no plan beyond away, no destination beyond forward. She had some cash, her car, the clothes on her back. That was it. That was everything. It would have to be enough. In the morning, Sarah checked out of the motel and started driving again. The coastal road eventually connected to a highway, a real highway, busy with traffic, signs clearly marked, and roads properly maintained. She merged into the flow of vehicles and became anonymous again. Just another car heading north for reasons that were nobody's business but her own. Over the next few days, Sarah developed a rhythm. Drive until tired, stop at whatever town or motel presented itself, sleep, repeat. She crossed state lines, Oregon into Washington, and the landscape changed, becoming greener, wetter, the ocean always somewhere to her left. She bought a paper map at a gas station, old-fashioned and imprecise but better than nothing, and used it to navigate towards Seattle. She didn't know anyone in Seattle, didn't have any particular reason for choosing it as a destination, but it was a city, large enough to disappear into, and Sarah thought disappearing sounded good right now. She could find work, something with her hands maybe, something that didn't require references or background checks. She could find a room in a shared house, somewhere cheap, somewhere temporary. She could rebuild from nothing, piece by piece, and this time she'd make choices that were really hers instead of choices designed to make someone else happy. The plaza and the booth became something she thought about less and less. Not because she'd forgotten. She didn't think she'd ever forget that elongated shape behind the glass, those grasping mouth fingers, the sound of her own voice offering to take her back, but because thinking about it didn't help. The clerk had been right. Distance mattered, but mental distance most of all, as long as Sarah kept moving forward, kept accepting her choices instead of regretting them. The booth had no power over her. Still, sometimes she caught herself looking for it. Driving through rain, passing abandoned infrastructure, seeing a dark building by the roadside, her heart would jump, her hands would tighten on the wheel, and she'd watch for lights coming on behind fogged windows. But they never did. The booth was somewhere back there, back in that storm, back in that night when she'd almost let her doubts consume her. Sarah made it to Seattle on a grey Tuesday morning. The city rose out of mist like a promise. Tall buildings, busy streets, the Space Needle visible in the distance. She drove through downtown, got lost twice, found her way again, and eventually parked in a neighbourhood she'd read about online before her phone died. It looked okay, not great, not terrible, just okay. Somewhere to start. She found a coffee shop with Wi-Fi and used her laptop to search for rooms for rent, jobs. Available, all the practical concerns that came with starting over. It was overwhelming and exhausting and occasionally terrifying, but it was real, tangible, forward. And somewhere in the middle of filling out an application for a warehouse job, Sarah realised she was happy. Not ecstatic, not euphoric, but quietly, solidly happy in a way she hadn't been for years. She was making choices, bad choices probably, choices that would lead to more wrong turns and detours, but they were hers, all hers, and that made all the difference. Months passed. Sarah found work, found a room, found a routine that felt sustainable if not exactly thrilling. She made friends, carefully, slowly, learning to trust her own judgment about people instead of ignoring red flags because someone seemed charming or confident. She went to therapy, paid for it with money she earned herself, and worked through the Marcus years piece by piece. She learned to recognize manipulation, to set boundaries, to value herself enough to walk away when something felt wrong, and she never went back. Not to Marcus, not to the apartment, not to the life she'd left behind. She changed her phone number when she finally got a new phone, blocked all the old email addresses, cut ties cleanly and completely because she'd learned what happened when you left room for doubt, for second thoughts, for bargaining with yourself about whether leaving was the right choice. The booth had taught her that, had shown her what regret looked like when it took physical form, when it became a thing that could trap you and drain you and use you to trap others. Sarah never wanted to be that again, never wanted to be so consumed by doubt that she'd accept guidance from her own voice telling her to go back. Sometimes she told the story. Late nights, campfires, road trips with friends who liked trading spooky stories. She'd edit it down, make it manageable, leave out the worst parts. "I stopped at this abandoned toll plaza," she'd say, and one of the booths turned on. Her friends would laugh nervously, would ask if it was true, and Sarah would smile and shrug. "Probably just exhaustion," she'd say. "The mind plays tricks." But alone, in quiet moments, Sarah knew the truth. Knew that somewhere on the coastal highway, an abandoned toll plaza still stood. Knew that on storm nights, its booths still lit up for tired drivers who couldn't accept their wrong turns. Knew that the thing called Tollmorn was still there, patient and hungry, collecting regrets like coins and voices like currency. And she knew that she'd gotten lucky. That if she'd hesitated a second longer, accepted the guidance a bit more fully, she'd be there now. Part of the booth's collection, another layered voice in the speaker guiding others toward the same trap. But she wasn't there. She was here, in Seattle, alive and free and choosing her own roads. The quarter she'd left on the payment ledge was still back there. She knew it was. Knew it sat with all the other payments made by people who'd made the same mistake. But Sarah had bought herself back, had refused to be kept, had chosen forward even when forward meant jumping into darkness. That was worth more than any toll. Years later, 5 years, almost exactly, Sarah got a message. Not on her phone, not through any electronic means, but written on a napkin and left under her windshield wiper. She found it after her shift, just a plain white napkin folded once, and written on it in blue pen. Others got out too. You're not alone. Stay forward. Sarah looked around the parking lot, but there was no one there. Just cars and streetlights and the distant sound of traffic. She unfolded the napkin, read the message again, and felt something in her chest unclench. Others got out. She wasn't the only one who'd escaped. Wasn't the only one who'd refused the booth's bargain. She kept the napkin, put it in her wallet, where she'd see it sometimes when she was paying for groceries or coffee. A reminder that she wasn't alone, that other people had faced that choice and made the same decision, to keep going, to keep choosing, to refuse the easy comfort of going back. The booth was still there. Would always be there, probably, as long as people made mistakes and couldn't live with them. As long as exhaustion and regret made people vulnerable to voices offering solutions. But Sarah had learned the rules, and she followed them. Don't ask if anyone's there. Don't engage with voices that sound too familiar. Don't pay tolls at places that shouldn't be operating. And most importantly, don't accept guidance from your own doubts. Those rules kept her safe, kept her free, kept her moving forward through all the wrong turns and detours that made up a life actually lived instead of constantly revised. And on storm nights, when the rain came down hard and she found herself driving unfamiliar roads, Sarah kept her eyes forward, kept her mouth shut, kept her hands on the wheel and her foot on the gas, trusting that eventually the storm would pass and the road would straighten, and she'd find her way without needing to ask, because she already knew where she was going. Forward, always forward. And whatever waited behind warm lights in the darkness could wait forever, because Sarah wasn't stopping, wasn't asking, wasn't paying any toll except the one that came with making her own choices and living with them. That was the only bargain worth accepting, the only payment that mattered, the only road that led anywhere worth going. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The fog came down like a curtain being drawn, and Maya Reeves realised too late that she'd missed the last good chance to turn back. The hillside trail, Greystone Ridge, marked on every outdated map of the Northern Highlands, had swallowed the valley view behind her and was now working on the path ahead, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet of wet rock and skeletal brush. Rain fell in that methodical way that promised hours more, turning the packed gravel into something between mud and paste, each step requiring a small negotiation between boot tread and slick stone. She'd started the hike at noon, which had seemed reasonable. 4 hours up, 4 hours down, back to the car before dark. But the weather had come in faster than the forecast suggested, and now at what she guessed was around 3:30, the world had taken on that premature twilight quality that made her neck tense and her pace quicken despite the treacherous footing. The trail markers, faded yellow blazes on, weathered posts, appeared and disappeared in the mist like breadcrumbs she wasn't entirely sure she could trust. Maya's jacket, supposedly waterproof, had given up that claim about 40 minutes ago. Water ran down the back of her neck in cold rivulets, and her hair hung in dark ropes against her cheeks. Her breath came out in small pale clouds that the fog swallowed immediately, as if the air was hungry for any warmth it could find. She kept her eyes on the ground, watching for loose stones, for the places where the trail edge dropped away into slopes she could barely see but could hear. The sound of water rushing somewhere below, invisible and constant. The silence bothered her. Not that she expected conversation up here, alone as she was, but there should have been more sound. Birds, at least. The rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, wind through the sparse trees that clung to the hillside in twisted clusters. Instead, there was only the rain, her footsteps, and her breathing, all of it muffled, absorbed by the fog as if the hillside itself was listening with a predator's patience. She'd hiked Greystone Ridge 3 times before, always in better weather, always with her ex-boyfriend Daniel, back when they'd still been trying to convince themselves that getting out of the city and into nature would somehow fix what was breaking between them. It hadn't worked. Daniel was gone now. Not dead, just gone. Moved to Portland or Seattle or somewhere else wet and far away. And Maya had returned to the trail alone because she'd told herself she needed to reclaim it, to prove she could do things without him, to stop associating every decent memory with a relationship that had ended in the kind of silence that hurt more than any argument. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was now hiking through the most oppressive silence she'd ever experienced. She rounded a bend where the trail narrowed, hugging a section of hillside that dropped away sharply to her right. This was the part that had always made Daniel nervous, the part where he'd go quiet and focus intensely on his footing while she talked to fill the space, pretending not to notice his fear of heights. The memory came with a familiar ache. Not grief, exactly, but something close to it. Regret, maybe, or just the exhaustion of carrying around all the things they'd never properly said to each other. That's when she saw the first cairn. It sat just off the trail to her left, tucked into a small depression where water pooled around exposed roots. 5 stones, stacked with obvious intention, the top rock no bigger than her fist balanced perfectly on the others. The stones were wet, darkened by rain, and looked recently placed. No lichen, no weathering, no settling into the ground the way old stacks would. Maya stopped, frowning at it. Cairns weren't unusual on hiking trails. People built them to mark routes, to commemorate a summit, sometimes just because stacking rocks scratched, some primal human itch for order and creation. But this one was in a strange spot. Not at an intersection, not at a viewpoint. Just here, in this forgettable stretch of trail where the only notable feature was the unpleasant drop-off to the right and the increasing hostility of the weather. Maya studied it for a moment longer, then kept moving. Probably some hiker's boredom project, built while waiting out an earlier storm. Nothing worth thinking about. Except 10 minutes later, there was another one. This cairn was larger, maybe 8 or 9 stones, and positioned even more oddly, right at the edge of the trail where any passing hiker would have to step around it or risk knocking it over. The rocks were different sizes but fit together with an almost architectural precision, each one chosen to lock into place with the others. Maya had stacked plenty of rocks in her life, and she knew the difference between a casual pile and something built with real attention. This was the latter. She glanced back the way she'd come, but the fog had already erased the previous stretch of trail. Forward, the path curved around another rocky outcrop and disappeared into the mist. She couldn't shake the feeling that the cairn was watching her somehow, though that was ridiculous. It was just rocks, just some random hiker's handiwork, nothing more. The rain picked up slightly, and Maya pulled her hood tighter, hunching her shoulders against the cold. She needed to keep moving, needed to get down to the lower trail before the weather got worse or darkness came early. The cairn could sit there and stack itself to the sky for all she cared. But as she passed it, she noticed something that made her pause despite herself. The top stone had what looked like a deliberate mark on it, a small groove carved or worn into the surface in the shape of an eye. Or maybe just an oval. Hard to tell in this light. Maya shook her head and kept walking, irritation flaring at how easily the fog and isolation were getting under her skin. She wasn't the type to get spooked by rocks and weather. She was practical, rational, the one who'd always rolled her eyes at Daniel's fascination with local legends and ghost stories. The third cairn appeared 5 minutes later, and this time Maya felt something cold settle in her chest that had nothing to do with the rain. It stood directly in the centre of the trail, impossible to miss, impossible to pass without engaging with it. 7 stones stacked in a tower that came up to her knee, each rock darker than the last as if they'd been selected by shade. The precision of the construction was unsettling now, not impressive, not creative, but wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. The stones fit together too well. They shouldn't have balanced like that on a trail where hikers passed regularly, where boots and weather should have knocked them down by now. Maya walked around it slowly, giving it a wide berth, and that's when she saw the 4th cairn, partially hidden in the brush about 15 feet off the trail, and beyond that, barely visible through the fog, what might have been a 5th. Her breath came faster. This wasn't random. This wasn't hikers marking a route or passing time. This was something else, something organised and intentional and deeply wrong. She thought about the stories Daniel used to tell, the local legends he'd researched before their hikes, stories about haunted trails and vanishing hikers, and places where the land itself supposedly held grudges. She'd always laughed at them, called them campfire nonsense designed to scare tourists. But Daniel had mentioned something about Greystone Ridge once. What was it? Something about stones and silence, and the memory wouldn't come, or maybe she'd never really listened in the first place, too focused on planning their route or checking her phone or doing anything except engaging with Daniel's enthusiasms. Another regret to add to the pile. Maya forced herself to keep walking, to not look back at the cairns, to focus on the trail ahead and the descent she needed to make. The fog seemed thicker now, pressing against her face like damp cloth, and the rain had taken on a quality she didn't like. Not harder, exactly, but more present, more deliberate, as if each drop was choosing where to fall. Her footsteps sounded wrong. That was the thought that crystallized as she navigated a section of trail slick with running water. Her boots on the gravel should have made a certain amount of noise, scuffing, crunching, the normal sounds of hiking, but each step seemed muffled, dampened, as if the ground was absorbing the sound before it could travel. She stamped her foot experimentally, and the resulting sound was flat, dead, swallowed by the wet earth almost before it happened. The fog was doing something to sound. That was the only explanation. Some meteorological phenomenon she didn't understand, something about moisture and air pressure and acoustic properties. There was probably a perfectly rational scientific reason for why the hillside felt like it was eating every noise she made. She wanted to believe that. She needed to believe that. Another cairn appeared ahead, then another to her left, then two more clustered together near a twisted pine tree that looked like it had given up growing years ago. Maya's pace quickened despite the slippery trail, despite the danger of moving too fast on uncertain ground. The cairns were multiplying, appearing with increasing frequency, and though she tried to tell herself they'd probably been there all along, just hidden by fog and her own inattention, she knew that wasn't true. She'd hiked this trail before. She knew its landmarks, its character. These cairns were new, and they were increasing in number with every section of trail she covered. The sound of her breathing seemed to fade as well, pulled down into the fog, and Maya had the horrible thought that she might be disappearing. Somehow being erased piece by piece, first her footsteps, then her breath, then her voice if she tried to use it. She stopped that thought with force, with anger at herself for being irrational, for letting weather and loneliness turn her into someone who believed in haunted trails and supernatural stones. She was a 32-year-old data analyst from Portland. She did not believe in ghosts or curses or whatever bullshit legend Daniel had tried to tell her about this place, but she walked faster anyway. The trail began to descend more steeply, winding through a section where the hillside pressed close on the left and dropped away sharply on the right. Maya kept her eyes on the path, on her footing, refusing to look at the cairns she could now see in her peripheral vision, dotting the slope like markers at a mass grave. One every 20 feet, then one every 10 feet, then clusters of them, small and large, crude and precise, new and weathered, as if the hillside had been seeding them for years and they were only now pushing up through the soil like some terrible crop. She turned a corner and nearly collided with a cairn that stood chest high, built from stones so perfectly fitted they looked mortared together. Maya stumbled back, her heels skidding on loose gravel, and for one terrible moment she felt herself tilting toward the drop-off, arms windmilling, before she caught her balance and pressed herself against the hillside wall, breathing hard. The cairn stood in the exact centre of the narrow trail, blocking the path. There was no room to squeeze past it on the hillside side, the rock face pressed too close. And the drop-off on the right was steep and unstable, disappearing into fog that could hide a 10-foot fall or a 100-foot cliff. Maya would have to move the cairn or climb over it. She stared at the stack of stones, and something in her chest went tight and cold. She didn't want to touch it. The thought of putting her hands on those rocks filled her with a revulsion she couldn't explain, a visceral wrongness that made her skin crawl. "This is insane," she said out loud, and her voice came out flat and small, as if the fog had pressed down on it, crushing it into something barely larger than a whisper. "It's just rocks. It's just fucking rocks." But the words felt thin, inadequate, swallowed by the hillside almost before they left her mouth. Maya forced herself forward. She'd dismantle enough of the cairn to squeeze past, then rebuild it if she felt guilty about destruction, though at this point she was angry enough not to care. She reached for the top stone, a smooth oval about the size of a softball, and froze. There was a mark on it. Not the kind of mark that comes from weathering or chance, but a deliberate carving, shallow but unmistakable. A small mouth, sealed shut, etched into the stone's surface. Maya's hand hovered over the rock, not quite touching. She looked at the next stone down. Another carving. A pair of eyes closed. The third stone, a hand pressed over a mouth. The fourth, lips sewn together with crude cross-hatching meant to represent thread. Every stone in the cairn bore some variation of the same message. Silence, secrecy, things kept shut and hidden. Maya pulled her hand back as if the rocks were hot. Her breathing came faster now, loud in her own ears despite the fog's dampening effect, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, measured, evaluated by something patient and vast and utterly inhuman. "Hush, Cairn," she whispered, and the name came to her from some buried memory, some fragment of Daniel's storytelling she'd only half heard, while focusing on her phone, or the trail map or anything except his voice. Jesus Christ, Daniel told me about Hush, Cairn! The legend crystallized in her mind, incomplete but vivid. A presence that moved through fog and rain on Greystone Ridge, building cairns to mark moments of silence, of words left unspoken, of truths. Swallowed to keep peace. Not a ghost exactly, not a creature. Something older and stranger, something that fed on the weight of what people refused to say. Maya had laughed when Daniel told her, had rolled her eyes and called it nonsense, had changed the subject to something more practical like water intake and blister prevention. And later, when Daniel had tried to talk about their relationship, about the problems they weren't addressing, the conversations they weren't having, the truth they both kept dancing around, she'd done the same thing, changed the subject, laughed it off, kept it light and surface level until Daniel had finally given up and the silence between them had hardened into something neither of them could break. The cairn stood motionless in front of her, waiting. Maya looked back the way she'd come, but the trail had disappeared into fog so thick it looked solid, and she couldn't see any of the yellow markers that should have been visible. Forward, the path curved, around the cairn and continued its descent. But the fog was just as heavy, and she had no way of knowing if the trail was even passable, or if it dead-ended into more cairns, more obstacles, more of whatever the fuck was happening on this hillside. She could try to go around the cairn, could risk the drop-off and hope it wasn't as steep as it looked. Or she could knock the whole thing down, scatter the stones, refuse to engage with whatever supernatural nonsense was trying to make her believe in curses and legends. Or she could do what the legend said. What she was pretty sure the legend said anyway, from the fragmented memory of Daniel's storytelling. If you found a cairn built with stones meant for you, you had to take one, hold it close, and admit the truth you'd been carrying, silently, never out loud. "That's insane," Maya said again, but her voice carried even less weight this time, and she knew, with a certainty that made her want to scream, that she wasn't getting off. This trail any other way. She looked at the cairn again, really looked at it, and her eyes caught on one stone near the middle of the stack. It was smaller than the others, smooth and rounded, dark grey with a band of lighter colour running through it like a scar. The stone was unremarkable in every objective way, but looking at it made Maya's throat tight and her eyes hot because she knew that stone. Not literally. She'd never seen it before in her life, but she knew it the way you know your own face in a mirror, the way you know the weight of your own name. It was hers. Somehow, impossibly, that stone belonged to her. Maya's hands shook as she reached for it. The other stones were wet and cold, slick with rain, but they felt normal at least, solid and real. She worked her fingers around the grey stone with the scar-like band, wiggling it carefully free from its position in the stack. The surrounding rocks shifted slightly but held, the cairn settling into a new configuration as if it had always meant to stand this way. The stone was heavier than it should have been. Not physically, it couldn't have weighed more than a few pounds, but the weight was psychic, emotional, like holding a year's worth of guilt condensed into mineral form. Maya clutched it to her chest, feeling its cold surface press against her jacket, against her sternum, against the place where her heart was beating too fast and too hard. The rule was clear in her mind now, delivered in Daniel's voice from a campfire conversation she'd barely paid attention to. Hold the stone and admit the truth silently. Not out loud, never out loud. Hushcairn responds to confession spoken aloud. It feeds on that. But internal admission, honest, unvarnished, without audience or performance, that's what releases you. Maya closed her eyes, rain running down her face, and let the truth surface. I knew Daniel was trying to tell me something important, and I shut him down every time because I was scared of what he might say. I knew our relationship was failing, and I said nothing because speaking the truth felt harder than just letting it die quietly. I knew he needed more from me, more honesty, more vulnerability, more willingness to have the hard conversations, and I gave him silence instead because silence felt safer. And when he finally left, when he packed his things and said he couldn't do this anymore, couldn't keep trying to connect with someone who wouldn't let him in, I said nothing. I let him go with barely a word because speaking up felt like too much, like breaking open something I'd kept locked tight for so long that I didn't know how to access it anymore. I'm good at silence. I've always been good at it. Swallowing what needs to be said, keeping things smooth and conflict-free, letting important words die in my throat because it's easier than the alternative. I do it at work when I see problems I should flag but don't. I do it with my family when they ask if I'm okay and I say, fine, when I'm not. I did it with Daniel for 2 years until he finally gave up on me, and the worst part is I'm still doing it. I'm still carrying around truths I won't speak, still choosing silence over honesty, still letting important things go unsaid because I'm scared or tired or convinced it won't matter anyway. The thoughts came in a rush, unfiltered and raw, each one landing like a physical blow. Maya's chest ached, and she realised she was crying, tears mixing with rain on her face, her whole body shaking with the force of finally naming the thing she had spent so long avoiding. She stood there on the narrow trail, clutching the stone, letting the truth sit in her mind without trying to soften it, or explain it away or make excuses. Just the plain, ugly fact of her own silence and what it had cost her. When she finally opened her eyes, the fog had changed. Not thinned exactly, but the quality was different. Less oppressive, less like a living thing pressing against her skin. Maya could see farther now, maybe 30 or 40 feet, and the next trail marker was visible ahead. A yellow blaze on a weathered post that somehow looked cleaner than the fog around it. She looked down at the stone in her hands. It was just a rock now, heavy, yes, and cold, but ordinary. The sense of it belonging to her had faded, and what remained was simple geology, simple weight. Maya tucked it into her jacket pocket, and the cairn behind her remained standing but made no move to grow, no sound of stone tapping stone. The trail descended and Maya followed it, her footsteps gradually regaining some sound, no longer quite so muffled. The rain still fell, but it felt like normal rain now, weather instead of something with intention. The fog still hung heavy, but it was just fog, just moisture and temperature, and normal atmospheric conditions. She walked for 20 minutes, maybe 30, losing track of time in the repetitive motion of descent, of watching her footing, of breathing. The cairns were still there. She passed several, saw others in the distance, but they no longer seemed to multiply. They were just there, scattered across the hillside, marking whatever they'd always marked. The low, crouched presence she'd sensed in the fog, the feeling of being watched and measured, had faded into nothing. Or maybe it had never been there at all. Maybe it had been fear and isolation playing tricks on her mind, making her see intention in random stone stacks and supernatural meaning in ordinary weather. But Maya didn't believe that. She couldn't, not fully, because something had happened on the trail, something real and necessary, and whether she called it hushcairn or psychological breakthrough or just the mind doing weird things under stress didn't really matter. What mattered was the stone in her pocket and the truth she'd finally admitted, if only to herself. The trail eventually dropped out of the worst of the fog, descending into sparse forest where the rain fell more heavily but the visibility improved. Maya recognised this section. She was maybe 40 minutes from the trailhead now, from her car, from the safe mundane world of highways and coffee shops and normal human concerns. She kept walking, the stone a constant weight against her hip, and tried not to think about what might have happened if she'd refused to take it, or if she'd spoken the truth out loud instead of keeping it internal. The legend had been clear about that. Speaking to Hushcairn changed things, made your voice part of the collection, turned you into another stone in another cairn. Maya didn't look back. She reached her car as darkness began to fall, the rain still steady, her clothes soaked through and her legs shaking with exhaustion. The parking area was empty except for her aging Honda, which looked almost beautiful in its ordinary reliability. Maya got in, started the engine, turned the heat on full blast and sat there shivering while the windows fogged and the rain drummed on the roof. She pulled the stone from her pocket and set it on the passenger seat. In the dome light it looked completely ordinary, just a smooth grey rock with a lighter band running through it. Nothing special, nothing magical. Maya could throw it out the window right now and never think about it again. But she didn't. She buckled her seatbelt, put the car in gear and drove down the winding access road, with the stone still sitting on the seat beside her like a silent passenger, a reminder of what she'd admitted and what she still carried. The drive home took 3 hours. Traffic thick around Portland, rain making everyone cautious. Maya stopped for gas and coffee and stood in the fluorescent brightness of the convenience store, watching normal people do normal things, buy lottery tickets, flirt with the cashier, complain about the weather, and felt the distance between herself and them like a physical gap. They hadn't been on the trail, they hadn't held a stone that knew their secrets. They were just living their lives, unburdened by fog and cairns and the terrible weight of truth. She envied them. Back home, in her small apartment with its second-hand furniture and walls that needed repainting, Maya set the stone on her dresser and stood looking at it for a long time. She thought about calling Daniel, about trying to explain what had happened, about attempting to articulate the realization she'd had on the trail about silence and honesty and all the ways she'd failed to show up in their relationship. But what would she say? I went hiking and got spooked by some rocks and had a breakdown about our communication issues. That sounded insane. And besides, Daniel had moved on. He had a new girlfriend. Maya had seen the photos on social media before forcing herself to stop looking. He was happy, or seemed to be, and dragging him back into her mess of belated revelations would be selfish at best. So Maya kept her silence, but this time it felt different. Intentional rather than avoidant. A choice rather than a default. She showered until the water ran cold, dressed in warm layers, and made soup that she mostly didn't eat. Outside, the rain continued, and Maya stood at her window watching it fall, thinking about cairns and fog and the things people carry without speaking. Sleep didn't come easily. When it finally did, her dreams were full of stones and mist and a voice that might have been Daniel's saying her name over and over, each repetition a little quieter than the last. Maya went back to work on Monday, and the week passed in its usual rhythm of meetings and spreadsheets, and the careful navigation of office politics. She was good at her job, good at analysing data, finding patterns, presenting information in ways that made complex things clear. She was less good at the interpersonal aspects, the networking and small talk, and knowing when to speak up in meetings versus when to stay quiet. On Wednesday, her manager pulled her into his office and asked if she had concerns about the new project timeline. Maya could see the issue clearly. The deadlines were unrealistic. The team was understaffed, and pushing forward without addressing these problems would mean either a rushed, subpar product or a lot of unpaid overtime from people who were already stretched thin. She opened her mouth to say exactly that, to lay out the problems and propose solutions. Then she hesitated, feeling the familiar pull toward safety, toward not making waves, toward letting someone else voice the concern she was too cautious to speak. But this time, she thought about the stone on her dresser at home, about the cairn on the trail, about the relief of finally admitting truth, even if only to herself. "Yes," Maya said, "I have several concerns. Do you have time to hear them?" Her manager looked surprised. Maya wasn't usually the one to push back, but he nodded and settled into his chair and Maya talked. She laid out the timeline issues, the staffing problems, the likely outcomes if they didn't adjust course. She was specific, factual, calm. She didn't apologize for having opinions or couch everything in hedging language. She just told the truth as she saw it. Afterward, walking back to her desk, Maya's hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline making her jittery. But she also felt lighter, as if speaking up had released some pressure she'd been carrying without realizing it. Small steps, that's what she told herself. Small steps toward being someone who said the true thing instead of the safe thing. The stone stayed on her dresser. Maya didn't know what to do with it. Throwing it away felt wrong, but keeping it felt like maintaining a shrine to her own dysfunction. So it just sat there, gathering dust, a grey rock with a lighter band running through it. 2 weeks after the hike, Maya's sister called. They talked for a while about nothing: work, weather, their mother's upcoming birthday, before her sister said, "So, are you doing okay? You've seemed kind of off lately." The old Maya would have said she was fine, would have deflected and changed the subject and kept things light. But Maya looked at the stone on her dresser and said, "Honestly, not really. I've been thinking a lot about how I communicate or don't communicate, and it's been kind of a rough realization." Her sister was quiet for a moment. Then, "Do you want to talk about it?" And Maya did. Not everything. The part about the cairns and Hushcairn and the supernatural fog seemed like too much to explain. But the core of it, the pattern of silence she'd fallen into, the relationship with Daniel that had ended because she couldn't be honest, the work situations where she failed to speak up. Her sister listened without judgment, and by the end of the call Maya felt wrung out but also strangely proud of herself for having the conversation at all. "Thanks for telling me," her sister said before. They hung up. "I know that wasn't easy for you. It hadn't been. But it had been necessary." A month passed, then 2. Fall deepened into winter, and the rain that had seemed so oppressive on Greystone Ridge became just another feature of Pacific Northwest life. Annoying, persistent, but familiar. Maya kept the stone, though she moved it from her dresser to a shelf where it sat with a few books and a plant that she managed not to kill. She thought about the trail sometimes, about the fog and the cairns and the horrible muffled silence of the hillside. Part of her wanted to believe it had all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination, a mental break brought on by isolation and bad weather. But she knew better. The stone was real. The admission she'd made was real. And whatever had been waiting for her in the fog, Hushcairn or something else, that had been real too. She wondered if other hikers had similar experiences, if the cairns were still there, still multiplying for people, who carried unspoken truths. She thought about posting a warning on hiking forums, telling people to avoid Greystone Ridge in the rain, but how would she even explain it? "Watch out for supernatural stones that know your secrets," sounded like the kind of thing that would get her laughed off the internet. So she said nothing, which was ironic given everything she'd learned, but some silences were still necessary. Some truths weren't meant to be spoken to a general audience. In December, Maya ran into Daniel at a coffee shop near their old apartment. He looked good, healthier than she remembered, more relaxed. He was with someone, a woman about their age with bright eyes and an easy laugh, and Maya felt the old ache of loss mixed with something newer, genuine happiness for him, and relief that he'd found someone who presumably gave him the honesty and openness she'd been unable to provide. They made awkward small talk for a few minutes. "How have you been?" "Good." "You?" "Good." "Yeah." And Maya could see Daniel wanting to escape the conversation, to get back to his girlfriend and his new life. Before he could make an excuse, Maya said, "Hey Daniel, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for how things ended, for not being more honest with you when we were together. You deserved better than what I gave you." Daniel looked genuinely surprised. His girlfriend tactfully stepped away to look at pastries in the display case. "Wow," he said. Thanks. I appreciate that." "I mean it," Maya said. "I've been working on being less—" She trailed off, searching for the right word. "Less silent about important things. It's been hard, but it's necessary." Daniel smiled, and it was warm, genuine. "Good for you, really. That's great." He paused, then added, "You remember that hike we did on Greystone Ridge? The one where I told you about the Hushcairn legend?" Maya's heart kicked hard against her ribs. "Yeah, I remember. I always thought that story was kind of about us, you know. About the things we weren't saying. I probably wasn't subtle about that." He laughed a little, embarrassed. "Anyway, I'm glad you're doing well." They parted with a hug, brief and friendly, and Maya walked home through cold December rain, feeling like she'd closed a door that had been standing open for too long. It wasn't a grand gesture, wasn't the kind of reconciliation that happened in movies, but it was honest, and that was enough. That night, Maya took the stone from its shelf and held it, feeling its familiar weight, its cold smoothness. She thought about the truth she'd admitted on the trail, about all the smaller truths she'd been speaking since then, about the slow, Difficult work of becoming someone who chose honesty over easy silence. The stone was just a rock, but it was also a reminder, a token, a physical anchor for a promise she'd made to herself in the fog. Maya set it back on the shelf and went to bed, and if she dreamed of cairns and mist and the sound of stones clicking together in the rain, she didn't remember it in the morning. Spring came eventually, reluctant and slow, and by April the worst of the rain had passed. Maya had been seeing a therapist since January, another thing she never would have done before the trail, before the admission, and the sessions were helping, giving her language and tools for the patterns she'd been trying to break. Her therapist asked about the stone once, noticing it during a virtual session when Maya's camera had captured the bookshelf behind her. "What's that? It looks interesting." Maya had paused, considering how much to explain. Then, "It's a reminder. From a hike I did last year. A reminder, to be honest, even when it's hard." Her therapist had nodded, not pressing for details, and Maya had appreciated that discretion. Some stories didn't need full explanations. Some truths could stay private. In May, Maya got promoted. The new role came with more responsibility, more visibility, more situations, where speaking up would be required rather than optional. The old Maya would have been terrified. The current Maya was still nervous, but she accepted the position and promised herself she'd do it well, even if that meant uncomfortable conversations and hard truths. She celebrated by going hiking, not on Greystone Ridge, but on a different trail across the valley, one with clear views and well-maintained paths and no fog. It was a beautiful day, warm and bright, and Maya walked for hours with music in her earphones and no one else around. Near the summit she found a cairn, just a small one, maybe 4 or 5 stones, built by some previous hiker for reasons unknown. Maya stopped and looked at it, and for a moment she was back in the fog, back in the oppressive silence of Greystone Ridge with rain turning the world grey and hostile. Then the moment passed, and it was just a cairn, just rocks stacked by human hands for human reasons. Nothing supernatural, nothing sinister. Maya added a stone of her own to the top, a flat piece of slate she found nearby, and continued her hike. But she thought about Greystone Ridge more often after that. Thought about going back, about seeing if the cairns were still there, about confronting whatever she'd encountered on that foggy afternoon. Part of her needed to know if it had been real, or if she'd constructed the whole experience from stress and isolation, and her own psychological needs. She didn't go. Not that spring, not that summer. The thought of returning to that trail, of deliberately seeking out the fog and the silence and the presence that had felt so vast and patient, made her chest tight with anxiety. She wasn't ready. Maybe she never would be. Autumn returned, and with it the rain. Maya had been living in her new role for 5 months, navigating its challenges with a mixture of competence and occasional terror. She'd had hard conversations with team members who weren't performing well. She'd pushed back on unrealistic demands from upper management. She'd admitted when she didn't know something instead of pretending expertise she didn't have. It was exhausting. But it was also deeply satisfying in a way her old, careful silence had never been. In late October, on a grey Saturday that felt more like December, Maya drove out to the Greystone Ridge trailhead. She told herself she was just going to look, to see if the memories matched reality, to confirm to herself that the trail was just a trail and nothing more. The parking area was empty, which wasn't surprising given the weather. Heavy clouds threatening rain, wind making the sparse trees bend and whisper. Maya sat in her car for a long time, engine running, heat on, watching the trailhead. The yellow marker at the path's entrance was faded but visible, and beyond it the trail climbed into fog that hung low over the hillside like it had never left. She could turn around right now, drive home, forget this impulse. There was no good reason. To go up there, no benefit to confirming or denying what had happened over a year ago. Except she needed to know, needed to understand if Hushcairn had been real, or if she'd been alone on the trail that day, with nothing but her own mind and its capacity for creating meaning from weather and fear. Maya turned off the engine, got out and started hiking. The trail was exactly as she remembered. Wet gravel turning to paste, the steady climb, the sparse vegetation clinging to rocky hillside. The fog closed in quickly, reducing visibility to 20 or 30 feet, and Maya's footsteps made that same muffled sound. Absorbed by the wet ground as if the hillside was hungry for noise, she walked steadily upward, watching for cairns, for any sign that what she remembered was real. The trail curved and climbed, and Maya recognised landmarks. The twisted pine tree, the section where the path narrowed dangerously, the rocky outcrop that marked the worst of the ascent. But there were no cairns, not a single one. Maya searched the trail edges, the slopes, the places where she'd seen the stone stacks multiply into small forests of balanced rocks. Nothing. Just wet hillside, sparse brush, the occasional boulder. Relief and disappointment warred in her chest. So it had been in her head after all. Just stress and fear and her own psychological needs creating narrative from nothing. The cairns had never been supernatural. They'd just been ordinary trail markers that her panicked mind had transformed into something significant. Maya stopped at the section of trail where the large cairn had blocked her path, where she'd taken the stone that now sat on her bookshelf at home. This was the place. She was certain of it. But there was nothing here now, just the narrow trail, the drop-off to the right, the rock face to the left. No cairn, no stones carved with images of silence. She stood there for a long time, wind pulling at her jacket, fog pressing close, and tried to feel whatever presence she'd sensed before. But the hillside was just a hillside. Weather was just weather. And Maya was alone with her own thoughts, and the slow realization that she'd been carrying a rock from a hallucination for over a year. "Fuck," she said out loud, and her voice was small but normal, not muffled or strange, just a human sound in a natural space. She should have felt foolish, should have been embarrassed by how thoroughly she'd convinced herself that something supernatural had happened, that she'd been tested and measured by some ancient presence that marked silence with cairns. But instead, Maya felt oddly calm, because whether hush cairn was real or not didn't really matter. The admission she'd made had been real. The changes she'd implemented in her life had been real. The stone on her shelf was just a rock, but it had also been a catalyst, a turning point, a physical anchor for a commitment to honesty she'd needed to make. The experience had been real to her, and that was enough. Maya turned to head back down the trail, ready to return to her car and her life, and the ordinary challenges of being a person trying to do better. But as she started walking, something made her look back one more time at the section of trail where the cairn should have been. And there it was, not in the centre of the path, but off to the side, partially hidden by a small outcrop of rock she hadn't noticed before. A cairn of 5 or 6 stones, stacked with careful precision, each one dark with the rain. Maya's heart kicked hard. She hadn't seen it before. It hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. She was certain of that. She walked slowly toward it, and as she got closer she could see that the stones were marked, not with carvings this time, but with something that looked like charcoal or dark ash. Smudged symbols that might have been letters, or might have been nothing, already running in the rain. The top stone was different from the others, lighter in colour, smooth and rounded, with a band of darker grey running through it like a scar. It looked exactly like the stone Maya had taken from the trail over a year ago, the stone she'd kept on her shelf, the stone she'd held while admitting her truth, the stone that was currently sitting in her apartment 40 miles away. Maya's breath came fast and shallow. She reached for the stone, her hand shaking, and as her fingers touched its cold, wet surface, she felt something shift in the air around her, something vast and patient and deeply pleased. A voice spoke, or maybe she just felt it, words forming in her mind without sound. "You came back." Not a question, a statement of fact, almost approving. Maya pulled her hand away from the stone, heart racing. "What are you?" she whispered. The fog thickened and shapes moved within it, low, crouched, barely visible. Not threatening exactly, but present in a way that made Maya's skin prickle with ancient fear. The shapes didn't approach, they simply waited as they had, waited before, as they would wait for as long as fog fell on these hills. We are the weight of what goes unsaid. We are the silence that calcifies into stone. We are hush cairn, and you know us. Maya did know them. Not logically, not in any way she could explain, but in the deep animal part of her brain that recognized truth when it was spoken plainly. "What do you want from me?" she asked. "Nothing. You gave us what we asked for. You admitted your truth and kept it from the air. You held your silence properly and we released you. But I've been speaking, Maya said. I've been doing the opposite of silence. I've been trying to be more honest, more open. I thought that was the point. The fog shifted, and Maya could almost feel approval in the movement, in the way the hillside seemed to settle into stillness. You understand nothing. Silence is not the absence of truth. Silence is choosing when and how to speak, to whom and for what purpose. We do not punish honesty. We mark the silence that prevents connection, that chooses comfort over courage, that lets important words die unspoken. You held your truth close and spoke it to yourself first. That is proper silence, the kind that strengthens rather than erodes. Then you carried that truth forward and spoke it where it mattered. That is proper speech. You understand now the difference. That is why you returned. Maya stood very still, processing this. All these months, she'd thought the lesson was to stop being silent, to speak more, to voice every truth regardless of context. But that wasn't it at all. You're saying silence has a place, she said slowly. That the problem isn't silence itself, but choosing silence when honesty would serve better, and choosing speech when silence would be wiser. Yes. The word resonated through the fog, through the hillside, through Maya's chest. She thought about all the times she'd spoken up in the past year, at work, with her family, with Daniel. Some of those moments had been necessary and good. But there had also been times when she'd pushed herself to speak, when silence would have been kinder, when she'd confused honesty with the compulsion to voice every thought and feeling. She was still learning, still figuring out the balance. The stone I took, Maya said, why is it here again? It was always here. You took a truth from this place. The stone remains. Both things are real. Maya looked at the cairn, at the stone that was and wasn't the one on her shelf, and something clicked into place. The stone at home was real, solid, physical, sitting in her apartment. But it was also here, part of the hillside, part of whatever Hush Cairn was. Both states existed simultaneously because truth worked that way, existing in multiple forms, held close and also set free. Can I take it again? Maya asked. If you need to, but you already carry what you took. Maya understood. She didn't need the stone. The admission she'd made, the truth she'd finally voiced to herself, was already part of her. Taking another rock would be redundant. Instead, she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a small stone she'd grabbed from the parking lot before starting the hike. A smooth grey pebble, unremarkable except for the fact that she'd brought it with intention. She'd half thought she might add it to a cairn if she found one, though she hadn't been sure why. Now she knew. Maya set the pebble at the base of the cairn, a small addition to the larger structure. An offering, maybe. Or an acknowledgement. Or just a way of saying she'd been here, she'd learned something, she was still learning. The fog began to thin, slowly, barely perceptibly at first. The shapes within it faded, or maybe they'd never been there at all. The oppressive weight of the hillside's attention lifted, and Maya could breathe more easily. Go well, the voice said. Or maybe it was just wind through sparse trees. Or maybe it was her own mind, creating meaning from sound. Maya turned and walked back down the trail, leaving the cairn standing, leaving the stone balanced on top, leaving whatever Hush Cairn was to its eternal work of marking silence on the foggy hillside. The descent was easier this time, quicker. The fog lifted enough for her to see the trail ahead clearly, and by the time she reached the parking area the rain had stopped and a weak sun was trying to break through the clouds. Maya sat in her car for a while, not starting the engine, just breathing and thinking and letting the experience settle into memory. She'd come here for confirmation, and she'd gotten something stranger, a conversation with whatever presence haunted these hills, a deeper understanding of the lesson she'd thought she'd already learned. She would come back again, maybe next year, maybe in 5 years. Whenever she felt the need to check her progress, to see if she was still maintaining the balance between silence and speech, between keeping truths close and sharing them wisely. Now, though, she started the car and drove home through clearing weather, the stone on her bookshelf waiting for her, exactly where she'd left it. Winter came and went. Maya continued her therapy, continued her work, continued the slow, awkward process of being a person who tried to communicate honestly while also respecting the value of silence. It wasn't easy. She made mistakes, spoke when she should have kept quiet, stayed silent when she should have spoken up. But she was learning, adjusting, finding her own balance. In February, her mother called to say that Maya's father had been diagnosed with early-stage cancer. Treatable, the doctors said. Caught early, good prognosis. But still cancer, still terrifying, still the kind of news that makes the world tilt sideways. Maya's first instinct was to say the right things. "I'm sorry, that's scary. What can I do to help?" And leave it at that. To keep her own fear and grief private because adding to her mother's burden seemed cruel. But then she thought about silence and honesty, about choosing which truths to voice and when. "Mum," Maya said, "I'm really scared, not just for Dad but for you, and for what this means for our family. Can we talk about that? Not just the logistics, but the actual fear?" Her mother was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yes, please. I've been feeling so alone with it." They talked for 2 hours, really talked, honestly and openly, crying together over the phone, admitting fears and hopes and all the messy, complicated feelings that came with serious illness. It wasn't comfortable, it wasn't easy, but it was necessary, and afterward Maya felt closer to her mother than she had in years. That was the thing she was learning. Honesty wasn't always comfortable, but it was often worth the discomfort, and silence, chosen wisely, could be a gift rather than a withholding. Her father's treatment went well. By spring he was in remission, exhausted and changed but alive. Maya visited more often, had more real conversations, built the kind of relationship with her parents she'd always wanted but had been too cautious to pursue. In May, Maya went hiking again. Not Greystone Ridge this time, but a trail near the coast, all wind and salt spray and the constant sound of the waves. She found a cairn on the beach, built from smooth stones tumbled by the ocean, and she added one of her own before continuing her walk. Just a rock on top of other rocks. Nothing supernatural. Nothing meaningful beyond the simple human impulse to stack things, to make order, to leave a mark. But Maya thought of Hush Cairn anyway, of the hillside and the fog and the patient presence that marked unspoken truths. She wondered if it was still there, still building cairns for hikers who carried silence like weight. She wondered if other people had experiences like hers, or if the trail remained quiet and ordinary, for those who didn't need the lesson. She didn't go back to check, not that year or the next. The stone on her shelf was enough of a reminder, and the work of being honest while honouring the value of silence was ongoing, daily, ordinary. Life continued. Maya met someone, a woman named Sarah who worked in the city's planning department, who was kind and funny and appreciated both Maya's honesty and her occasional need for quiet. They dated for 6 months before moving in together, and Maya found that the hard conversations were easier with someone who valued communication as much as she was learning to. When Sarah asked about the stone on the shelf, Maya told her the truth. "I got it on a hike where I learned something important about myself. It's a reminder to be honest, but also to choose silence wisely." Sarah accepted that without pressing for details, and Maya loved her a little more for that discretion. 3 years after the initial hike, Maya found herself thinking about Greystone Ridge more often. Not obsessively, not with fear, but with a kind of pull she couldn't quite explain. The trail was calling her back, or maybe she was just ready to return to see if the experience still held the same weight, or if distance and growth had changed it. In October, on a grey Saturday that felt like a mirror of that first foggy day, Maya drove to the trailhead. Sarah offered to come with her, but Maya declined. This was something she needed to do alone. The parking area was empty again. The yellow marker at the trailhead just as faded, the fog just as thick. Maya started hiking, her body remembering the rhythm of the climb, her mind quiet with anticipation. She didn't know what she expected to find. More cairns? Another conversation with Hush Cairn? Some kind of closure or confirmation? What she found was simpler. Just the trail, just the fog, just the quiet climb through familiar terrain. There were cairns, yes, scattered along the hillside, stacked with varying degrees of skill. But they felt ordinary now, human-made, nothing supernatural. Maya climbed to the section where she'd taken the stone, where she'd made her admission 3 years ago. No large cairn blocked the path, no presence waited in the fog, just the narrow trail and the steady rain, and the sound of her own breathing. She stopped there anyway and spoke out loud to the hillside, to whatever might be listening. "I'm doing better. Not perfect, but better." I speak up when it matters. I stay quiet when it serves. I'm learning the difference. Thank you for teaching me." The fog didn't respond, didn't shift, didn't reveal any hidden shapes or voices. It was just weather, just moisture and temperature and physics. But Maya felt heard anyway, felt acknowledged, and that was enough. She turned to descend, and there, just off the trail, barely visible through the mist, was a single cairn. 3 stones, simply stacked, with a 4th stone resting at the base. The 4th stone was smooth and grey with a band of lighter colour running through it, and Maya recognised it immediately. She picked it up, feeling its familiar weight, its cold smoothness. This was the original stone, or one version of it anyway. The stone she'd taken 3 years ago was still on her shelf at home, but this one was also real, also part of the hillside. Both things were true. Maya held the stone for a moment, then set it back at the base of the cairn. She didn't need to take it again. The lesson was learned, the truth admitted and carried forward. This stone could stay where it belonged. Part of the hillside, part of Hushcairn's eternal collection, part of the ongoing work of marking silence and honesty in the space between. She walked back down the trail with empty hands and a full heart, and the fog began to lift as she descended, revealing the valley below in patches and glimpses. By the time Maya reached her car, the sun was breaking through the clouds, turning the wet hillside into something almost beautiful. She sat in the driver's seat for a moment, looking back at the trail, at the fog still clinging to the upper elevations. "Thank you," she said again, quieter this time, just for herself. Then she started the engine and drove home to Sarah, to her life, to the continuing work of being honest while honouring silence, speaking truth while respecting the unsaid. The stone remained on her shelf, the cairn remained on the hillside, and somewhere in the fog and rain of Greystone Ridge, Hushcairn continued its patient work, building monuments to silence, waiting for hikers who needed to learn the difference between the quiet that heals and the quiet that harms. Maya had learned that difference. She was still learning it, would probably be learning it for the rest of her life, but she was trying, and that was enough. On the foggy trail, cairns rise where no one builds them, and Hushcairn waits, patient as rain, for a voice to become another stone, but not Maya's voice. Not anymore. She'd found her balance, spoken her truth, chosen her silences wisely. She was free, not from silence itself, but from the kind of silence that turned truth into weight, that let important words die unspoken, that chose comfort over connection. She drove home through clearing weather, the stone behind her and the road ahead, carrying her truth lightly now, no longer a burden, but a companion, a reminder, a promise she'd made to herself in the fog and intended to keep. And if sometimes, on grey rainy days, she thought she heard the faint sound of stones clicking together, building cairns in places no one could see, well, that was just weather, just imagination, just the mind making patterns from randomness. Or maybe it was Hushcairn, still doing its work, still patient, still waiting for the next hiker who needed to learn the weight of silence and the value of truth. Either way, Maya was at peace with it. The lesson had been learned. The truth had been spoken. The silence had been chosen wisely. That was all anyone could ask for. Restart this story keeping the same vibe, however, extend it by 30,000 words, 1:24 a.m. The fog came down like a curtain being drawn, and Maya Reeves realised too late that she'd missed the last good chance to turn back. The hillside trail, Greystone Ridge, marked on every outdated map of the Northern Highlands, had swallowed the valley view behind her and was now working on the path ahead, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet of wet rock and skeletal brush. Rain fell in that methodical way that promised hours more, turning the packed gravel into something between mud and paste, each step requiring a small negotiation between boot tread and slick stone. She'd started the hike at noon, which had seemed reasonable. 4 hours up, 4 hours down, back to the car before dark. But the weather had come in faster than the forecast suggested, and now, at what she guessed was around 3:30, the world had taken on that premature twilight quality that made her neck tense and her pace quicken despite the treacherous footing. The trail markers, faded yellow blazes on weathered posts, appeared and disappeared in the mist like breadcrumbs she wasn't entirely sure she could trust. Maya's jacket, supposedly waterproof, had given up that claim about 40 minutes ago. Water ran down the back of her neck in cold rivulets, and her hair hung in dark ropes against her cheeks. Her breath came out in small pale clouds that the fog swallowed immediately, as if the air was hungry for any warmth it could find. She kept her eyes on the ground, watching for loose stones, for the places where the trail edge dropped away into slopes she could barely see but could hear. The sound of water rushing somewhere below, invisible and constant. The silence bothered her. Not that she expected conversation up here, alone as she was, but there should have been more sound. Birds, at least. The rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. Wind through the sparse trees that clung to the hillside in twisted clusters. Instead, there was only the rain, her footsteps, and her breathing. All of it muffled, absorbed by the fog as if the hillside itself was listening with a predator's patience. She'd hiked Greystone Ridge 3 times before, always in better weather, always with her ex-boyfriend Daniel, back when they'd still been trying to convince themselves that getting out of the city and into nature would somehow fix what was breaking between them. It hadn't worked. Daniel was gone now, not dead, just gone, moved to Portland or Seattle or somewhere else wet and far away. And Maya had returned to the trail alone because she'd told herself she needed to reclaim it, to prove she could do things without him, to stop associating every decent memory with a relationship that had ended in the kind of silence that hurt more than any argument. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was now hiking through the most oppressive silence she'd ever experienced. She rounded a bend where the trail narrowed, hugging a key section of hillside that dropped away sharply to her right. This was the part that had always made Daniel nervous, the part where he'd go quiet and focus intensely on his footing, while she'd talk to fill the space, pretending not to notice his fear of heights. The memory came with a familiar ache. Not grief exactly, but something close to it. Regret, maybe. Or just the exhaustion of carrying around all the things they'd never properly said to each other. That's when she saw the first cairn. It sat just off the trail to her left, tucked into a small depression where water pooled around exposed roots. 5 stones, stacked with obvious intention, the top rock no bigger than her fist balanced perfectly on the others. The stones were wet, darkened by rain, and looked recently placed. No lichen, no weathering, no settling into the ground the way old stacks would. Maya stopped, frowning at it. Cairns weren't unusual on hiking trails. People built them to mark routes, to commemorate a summit, sometimes just because stacking rocks scratched some primal human itch for order and creation. But this one was in a strange spot. Not at an intersection, not at a viewpoint. Just here, in this forgettable stretch of trail where the only notable feature was the unpleasant drop-off to the right and the increasing hostility of the weather. Maya studied it for a moment longer, noting how precisely the stones fit together, how carefully balanced they were despite the rain and the uneven ground. Someone had spent real time on this, had invested care and attention in something that served no practical purpose. She wondered about them. This unknown hiker who'd stopped in the fog and rain to build a monument to nothing. She kept moving. Probably some hiker's boredom project built while waiting out an earlier storm. Nothing worth thinking about. Except 10 minutes later there was another one. This cairn was larger, maybe 8 or 9 stones, and positioned even more oddly, right, at the edge of the trail where any passing hiker would have to step around it or risk knocking it over. The rocks were different sizes, but fit together with an almost architectural precision, each one chosen to lock into place with the others. Maya had stacked plenty of rocks in her life, and she knew the difference between a casual pile and something built with real attention. This was the latter. She glanced back the way she'd come, but the fog had already erased the previous stretch of trail. Forward, the path curved around another rocky outcrop and disappeared into the mist. She couldn't shake the feeling that the cairn was watching her somehow, though that was ridiculous. It was just rocks, just some random hiker's handiwork, nothing more. The rain picked up slightly and Maya pulled her hood tighter, hunching her shoulders against the cold. She needed to keep moving, needed to get down to the lower trail before the weather got worse or darkness came early. The cairn could sit there and stack itself to the sky for all she cared. But as she passed it, she noticed something that made her pause despite herself. The top stone had what looked like a deliberate mark on it, a small groove carved or worn into the surface in the shape of an eye, or maybe just an oval. Hard to tell in this light. Maya shook her head and kept walking, irritation flaring at how easily the fog and isolation were getting under her skin. She wasn't the type to get spooked by rocks and weather. She was practical, rational. The one who'd always rolled her eyes at Daniel's fascination with local legends and ghost stories. Daniel. She tried not to think about him too much these days, tried to keep her thoughts focused on forward momentum, rather than dwelling on a relationship that had ended 6 months ago. But out here, alone in the fog, memories kept surfacing like debris from a shipwreck. The way he'd laugh at her obsessive trail planning, the way he'd always lag behind, stopping to take photos of moss and lichen while she powered ahead, the way conversations between them had slowly dried up over their final year together, until they were hiking side by side in silence that felt heavier than any argument. The third cairn appeared 5 minutes later, and this time Maya felt something cold settle in her chest that had nothing to do with the rain. It stood directly in the centre of the trail, impossible to miss, impossible to pass without engaging with it. 7 stones, stacked in a tower that came up to her knee, each rock darker than the last as if they'd been selected by shade. The precision of the construction was unsettling now, not impressive, not creative, but wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. The stones fit together too well. They shouldn't have balanced like that on a trail where hikers passed regularly, where boots and weather should have knocked them down by now. Maya walked around it slowly, giving it a wide berth, and that's when she saw the fourth, cairn, partially hidden in the brush about 15 feet off the trail, and beyond that, barely visible through the fog, what might have been a fifth. Her breath came faster. This wasn't random. This wasn't hikers marking a route or passing time. This was something else. Something organised and intentional and deeply wrong. She thought about the stories Daniel used to tell, the local legends he'd researched before their hikes, stories about haunted trails and vanishing hikers, and places where the land itself supposedly held grudges. She'd always laughed at them, called them campfire nonsense designed to scare tourists. But Daniel had mentioned something about Greystone Ridge once. What was it? Something about stones and silence, and the memory wouldn't come, or maybe she'd never really listened in the first place, too focused on planning their route or checking her phone or doing anything except engaging with Daniel's enthusiasms. Another regret to add to the pile, she'd been good at not listening. Good at filling silences with practical chatter, or letting them stretch into awkward voids rather than having real conversations. Good at avoiding anything that might require vulnerability or honesty about what was actually happening between them. Maya forced herself to keep walking, to not look back at the cairns, to focus on the trail ahead and the descent she needed to make. The fog seemed thicker now, pressing against her face like damp cloth, and the rain had taken on a quality she didn't like. Not harder exactly, but more present, more deliberate, as if each drop was choosing where to fall. Her footsteps sounded wrong. That was the thought that crystallized as she navigated a section of trail slick with running water. Her boots on the gravel should have made a certain amount of noise, scuffing, crunching, the normal sounds of hiking. But each step seemed muffled, dampened, as if the ground was absorbing the sound before it could travel. She stamped her foot, experimentally, and the resulting sound was flat, dead, swallowed by the wet earth almost before it happened. The fog was doing something to sound. That was the only explanation. Some meteorological phenomenon she didn't understand. Something about moisture and air pressure and acoustic properties. There was probably a perfectly rational scientific reason for why the hillside felt like it was eating every noise she made. She wanted to believe that. She needed to believe that. Another cairn appeared ahead, then another to her left, then 2 more clustered together near a twisted pine tree that looked like it had given up growing years ago. Maya's pace quickened despite the slippery trail, despite the danger of moving too fast on uncertain ground. The cairns were multiplying, appearing with increasing frequency, and though she tried to tell herself they'd probably been there all along, just hidden by fog and her own inattention, she knew that wasn't true. She'd hiked this trail before. She knew its landmarks, its character. These cairns were new, and they were increasing in number with every section of trail she covered. The sound of her breathing seemed to fade as well, pulled down into the fog, and Maya had the horrible thought that she might be disappearing somehow, being erased piece by piece, first her footsteps, then her breath, then her voice if she tried to use it. She stopped that thought with force, with anger at herself for being irrational, for letting weather and loneliness turn her into someone who believed in haunted trails and supernatural stones. She was a 32-year-old data analyst from Portland. She did not believe in ghosts or curses or whatever bullshit legend Daniel had tried to tell her about this place. But she walked faster anyway. The trail began to descend more steeply, winding through a section where the hillside pressed close on the left and dropped away sharply on the right. Maya kept her eyes on the path on her footing, refusing to look at the cairns she could now see in her peripheral vision, dotting the slope like markers at a mass grave. One every 20 feet, then one every 10 feet, then clusters of them, small and large, crude and precise, new and weathered, as if the hillside had been seeding them for years, and they were only now pushing up through the soil like some terrible crop. She turned a corner and nearly collided with a cairn that stood chest high, built from stones so perfectly fitted they looked mortared together. Maya stumbled back, her heels skidding on loose gravel, and for one terrible moment she felt herself tilting toward the drop-off, arms windmilling, before she caught her balance and pressed herself against the hillside wall, breathing hard. The cairn stood in the exact centre of the narrow trail, blocking the path. There was no room to squeeze past it on the hillside side. The rock face pressed too close, and the drop-off on the right was steep and unstable, disappearing, into fog that could hide a 10-foot fall or a 100-foot cliff. Maya would have to move the cairn or climb over it. She stared at the stack of stones, and something in her chest went tight and cold. She didn't want to touch it. The thought of putting her hands on those rocks filled her with a revulsion she couldn't explain, a visceral wrongness that made her skin crawl. "This is insane," she said out loud, and her voice came out flat and small, as if the fog had pressed down on it, crushing it into something barely larger than a whisper. "It's just rocks. It's just fucking rocks." But the words felt thin, inadequate, swallowed by the hillside almost before they left her mouth. Maya forced herself forward. She'd dismantle enough of the cairn to squeeze past, then rebuild it if she felt guilty about destruction, though at this point she was angry enough not to care. She reached for the top stone, a smooth oval about the size of a softball, and froze. There was a mark on it, not the kind of mark that comes from weathering or chance, but a deliberate carving, shallow but unmistakable. A small mouth, sealed shut, etched into the stone's surface. Maya's hand hovered over the rock, not quite touching. She looked at the next stone down. Another carving, a pair of eyes, closed. The third stone, a hand pressed over a mouth. The fourth, lips sewn together with crude cross-hatching meant to represent thread. Every stone in the cairn bore some variation of the same message: silence, secrecy, things kept shut and hidden. Maya pulled her hand back as if the rocks were hot. Her breathing came faster now, loud in her own ears despite the fog's dampening effect, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, measured, evaluated by something patient and vast and utterly inhuman. "Hush, Cairn," she whispered, and the name came to her from some buried memory, some fragment of Daniel's storytelling she'd only half heard while focusing on her phone or the trail map or anything except his voice. Jesus Christ, Daniel told me about Hush Cairn. The legend crystallized in her mind, incomplete but vivid, a presence that moved through fog and rain on Greystone Ridge, building cairns to mark moments of silence, of words left unspoken, of truth swallowed to keep peace. Not a ghost exactly, not a creature, something older and stranger, something that fed on the weight of what people refused to say. Maya had laughed when Daniel told her, had rolled her eyes and called it nonsense, had changed the subject to something more practical like water intake and blister prevention. And later, when Daniel had tried to talk about their relationship, about the problems they weren't addressing, the conversations they weren't having, the truth they both kept dancing around, she'd done the same thing, changed the subject, laughed it off, kept it light and surface level until Daniel had finally given up, and the silence between them had hardened into something neither of them could break. And now she was here, alone in the fog, face to face with cairns that marked silence like tombstones marking graves. The cairn stood motionless in front of her, waiting. Maya looked back the way she'd come, but the trail had disappeared into fog so thick it looked solid, and she couldn't see any of the yellow markers that should have been visible. Forward, the path curved around the cairn and continued its descent, but the fog was just as heavy, and she had no way of knowing if the trail was even passable or if it dead-ended into more cairns, more obstacles, More of whatever the fuck was happening on this hillside. She could try to go around the cairn, could risk the drop-off and hope it wasn't as steep as it looked. Or she could knock the whole thing down, scatter the stones, refuse to engage with whatever supernatural nonsense was trying to make her believe in curses and legends. Or she could do what the legend said. What she was pretty sure the legend said, anyway, from the fragmented memory of Daniel's storytelling. If you found a cairn built with stones meant for you, you had to take one, hold it close, and admit the truth you'd been carrying. Silently. Never out loud. That's insane, Maya said again, but her voice carried even less weight this time, and she knew, with a certainty that made her want to scream, that she wasn't getting off this trail any other way. She looked at the cairn again, really looked at it, and her eyes caught on one stone near the middle of the stack. It was smaller than the others, smooth and rounded, dark grey with a band of lighter colour running through it like a scar. The stone was unremarkable in every objective way, but looking at it made Maya's throat tight and her eyes hot because she knew that stone. Not literally, she'd never seen it before in her life, but she knew it the way you know your own face in a mirror, the way you know the weight of your own name. It was hers. Somehow, impossibly, that stone belonged to her. Maya's hands shook as she reached for it. The other stones were wet and cold, slick with rain, but they felt normal at least, solid and real. She worked her fingers around the grey stone with the scar-like band, wiggling it carefully free from its position in the stack. The surrounding rock shifted slightly but held, the cairn settling into a new configuration, as if it had always meant to stand this way. The stone was heavier than it should have been. Not physically, it couldn't have weighed more than a few pounds, but the weight was psychic, emotional, like holding a year's worth of guilt condensed into mineral form. Maya clutched it to her chest, feeling its cold surface press against her jacket, against her sternum, against the place where her heart was beating too fast and too hard. The rule was clear in her mind now, delivered in Daniel's voice from a campfire conversation she'd barely paid attention to. Hold the stone and admit the truth silently. Not out loud. Never out loud. Hushcairn responds to confession spoken aloud. It feeds on that. But internal admission, honest, unvarnished, without audience or performance, that's what releases you. Maya closed her eyes, rain running down her face, and let the truth surface. I knew Daniel was trying to tell me something important, and I shut him down every time because I was scared of what he might say. I knew our relationship was failing, and I said nothing because speaking the truth felt harder than just letting it die quietly. I knew he needed more from me, more honesty, more vulnerability, more willingness to have the hard conversations, and I gave him silence instead because silence felt safer. And when he finally left, when he packed his things and said he couldn't do this anymore, couldn't keep trying to connect with someone who wouldn't let him in, I said nothing. I let him go with barely a word because speaking up felt like too much, like breaking open something I'd kept, locked tight for so long that I didn't know how to access it anymore. The thoughts came in a rush, unfiltered and raw, each one landing like a physical blow. Maya's chest ached, and she realized she was crying, tears mixing with rain on her face, her whole body shaking with the force of finally naming the thing she'd spent so long avoiding. I'm good at silence. I've always been good at it. Swallowing what needs to be said, keeping things smooth and conflict-free, letting important words die in my throat because it's easier than the alternative. I do it at work when I see problems I should flag but don't. I do it with my family when they ask if I'm okay, and I say fine when I'm not. I did it with Daniel for 2 years until he finally gave up on me. And the worst part is I'm still doing it. I'm still carrying around truths I won't speak, still choosing silence over honesty, still letting important things go unsaid because I'm scared or tired or convinced it won't matter anyway. I'm scared that if I start speaking the truth, really speaking it, without hedging or softening or keeping things safe, people will leave, that they'll see who I actually am, what I actually think and feel, and decide it's not worth dealing with. That honesty will cost me more than silence ever has. But silence has already cost me Daniel, and it's costing me relationships with my family, with my co-workers, with myself. Because you can't be close to someone you won't be honest with, and you can't be close to yourself if you won't admit your own truths. The admission kept coming, peeling back layers Maya hadn't known she was carrying. Every conversation she'd avoided, every truth she'd swallowed, every time she'd chosen comfort over courage, chosen smoothness over authenticity, chosen the safety of silence over the risk of being known. She thought about her mother, who'd been asking for years if Maya was happy, if she was fulfilled in her work, if she was taking care of herself, and Maya had always said yes, everything's fine, don't worry. While inside she was screaming that she hated her job, that she felt stuck and purposeless, that she had no idea what she actually wanted from life because she'd spent so long not admitting the truth even to herself. She thought about her best friend Rachel, who'd noticed when Daniel left that Maya seemed more relieved than sad, and who'd gently asked if maybe the relationship had been wrong for a while. And Maya had brushed it off, made jokes, changed the subject, because admitting that Rachel was right meant admitting that Maya had wasted 2 years in a relationship she'd known was failing, had let Daniel waste 2 years on someone who couldn't give him what he needed. She thought about her boss, who'd asked last month if Maya was interested in a promotion that would mean more responsibility and higher visibility. And Maya had said she needed to think about it, when what she'd really meant was, I'm terrified of failing publicly, so I'd rather stay small and invisible where it's safe. Every silence had a reason. Every unspoken truth had felt justified at the time. But standing here on the foggy trail, holding a stone that somehow knew her secrets, Maya saw the pattern clearly. She'd been choosing safety over honesty for so long that it had become her default mode, so automatic she barely noticed she was doing it anymore, and it was killing her, slowly, quietly, invisibly, but killing her nonetheless. Maya stood there on the narrow trail clutching the stone, letting the truth sit in her mind without trying to soften it, or explain it away or make excuses. Just the plain, ugly fact of her own silence and what it had cost her. When she finally opened her eyes, the fog had changed. Not thinned exactly, but the quality was different. Less oppressive, less like a living thing pressing against her skin. Maya could see farther now, maybe 30 or 40 feet, and the next trail marker was visible ahead, a yellow blaze, on a weathered post that somehow looked cleaner than the fog around it. She looked down at the stone in her hands. It was just a rock now, heavy, yes, and cold, but ordinary. The sense of it belonging to her had faded, and what remained was simple geology, simple weight. Maya tucked it into her jacket pocket, and the cairn behind her remained standing but made no move to grow, no sound of stone tapping stone. The trail descended, and Maya followed it, her footsteps gradually regaining some sound, no longer quite so muffled. The rain still fell, but it felt like normal rain now, weather instead of something with intention. The fog still hung heavy, but it was just fog, just moisture and temperature, and normal atmospheric conditions. She walked for 20 minutes, maybe 30, losing track of time in the repetitive motion of descent, of watching her footing, of breathing. The cairns were still there. She passed several, saw others in the distance, but they no longer seemed to multiply. They were just there, scattered across the hillside, marking whatever they'd always marked. The low-crouched presence she'd sensed in the fog, the feeling of being watched and measured, had faded into nothing. Or maybe it had never been there at all. Maybe it had been fear and isolation playing tricks on her mind, making her see intention in random stone stacks and supernatural meaning in ordinary weather. But Maya didn't believe that. She couldn't. Not fully. Because something had happened on the trail, something real and necessary, and whether she called it hush cairn or psychological breakthrough or just the mind doing weird things under stress didn't really matter. What mattered was the stone in her pocket and the truth she'd finally admitted, if only to herself. The trail eventually dropped out of the worst of the fog, descending into sparse forest where the rain fell more heavily, but the visibility improved. Maya recognized this section. She was maybe 40 minutes, from the trailhead now, from her car, from the safe mundane world of highways and coffee shops and normal human concerns. She kept walking, the stone a constant weight against her hip, and tried not to think about what might have happened if she'd refused to take it, or if she'd spoken the truth out loud instead of keeping it internal. The legend had been clear about that. Speaking to hush cairn changed things, made your voice part of the collection, turned you into another stone in another cairn. Maya didn't look back, but as she walked, her mind kept returning to the admission she'd made, turning it over like the stone in her pocket. The truth about her silence, about her fear, about the way she'd been living her life in a carefully constructed bubble of safety that kept her small and isolated. She thought about a meeting 3 weeks ago where she'd noticed a major flaw in a proposed project timeline, but had said nothing because challenging the senior manager who'd created it felt too risky. The project had moved forward with the flawed timeline, and now the team was struggling to meet impossible deadlines. Her silence had hurt people she liked, people she worked with every day. She thought about her sister's wedding last year, where Maya had been asked to give a speech and had delivered something bland and generic, full of platitudes about love and happiness, because saying something real, something about how proud she was of her sister for choosing vulnerability over safety, for having the courage to build a life with someone despite all the risks that entailed, felt too revealing, too honest, too much like admitting her own fears and failures. She thought about the therapist she'd seen for 2 sessions before quitting, because the therapist had started asking questions about Maya's childhood, about her parents' divorce, about patterns that might have started early. And Maya had decided therapy wasn't for her, had made excuses about time and money, when the real reason was that she didn't want to dig into those patterns, didn't want to face whatever truths might be buried there. The stone in her pocket felt heavier with each memory, each recognition of how deep the silence went, how pervasive the pattern had become. Maya reached her car as darkness began to fall, the rain still steady, her clothes soaked through, and her legs shaking with exhaustion. The parking area was empty except for her aging Honda, which looked almost beautiful in its ordinary reliability. Maya got in, started the engine, turned the heat on full blast and sat there shivering while the windows fogged and the rain drummed on the roof. She pulled the stone from her pocket and set it on the passenger seat. In the dome light it looked completely ordinary, just a smooth grey rock with a lighter band running through it. Nothing special, nothing magical. Maya could throw it out the window right now and never think about it again. But she didn't. She buckled her seatbelt, put the car in gear and drove down the winding access road with the stone still sitting on the seat beside her like a silent passenger, a reminder of what she'd admitted and what she still carried. The drive home took 3 hours, traffic thick around Portland, rain making everyone cautious. Maya stopped for gas and coffee and stood in the fluorescent brightness of the convenience store, watching normal people do normal things, buy lottery tickets, flirt with the cashier, complain about the weather, and felt the distance between herself and them like a physical gap. They hadn't been on the trail. They hadn't held a stone that knew their secrets. They were just living their lives, unburdened by fog and cairns and the terrible weight of truth. She envied them. But she also pitied them a little, because they hadn't been given the gift she'd been given. The brutal, necessary clarity of seeing yourself without the protective layers of denial and avoidance. Back home, in her small apartment with its second-hand furniture and walls that needed repainting, Maya set the stone on her dresser and stood looking at it for a long time. The apartment felt different somehow, smaller and sadder than she remembered. The same furniture she'd lived with for 5 years suddenly looked shabby and temporary, like she'd been camping in her own life rather than actually living it. She thought about calling Daniel, about trying to explain what had happened, about attempting to articulate the realization she'd had on the trail about silence and honesty, and all the ways she'd failed to show up in their relationship. But what would she say? I went hiking and got spooked by some rocks and had a breakdown about our communication issues. That sounded insane, and besides, Daniel had moved on. He had a new girlfriend. Maya had seen the photos on social media before forcing herself to stop looking. He was happy, or seemed to be, and dragging him back into her mess of belated revelations would be selfish at best. So Maya kept her silence, but this time it felt different. Intentional rather than avoidant. A choice rather than a default. Some truths needed to be spoken, but not all of them, and not always to the people they involved. Sometimes the most important person to be honest with was yourself. She showered until the water ran cold, dressed in warm layers, and made soup that she mostly didn't eat. Outside, the rain continued, and Maya stood at her window watching it fall, thinking about cairns and fog and the things people carry without speaking. Her phone buzzed with a text from Rachel. "Hey you, haven't heard from you in a while, everything okay?" Maya stared at the message for a long moment. The old response would have been automatic. "Yeah, all good, just busy with work." Bright, reassuring, revealing nothing. Instead, she typed, "Honestly, I've been struggling. Can we talk sometime this week?" The response came quickly. "Of course. Coffee. Tomorrow after work." "That would be great. Thanks, Rachel. Always. Love you." Maya set the phone down, heart beating hard, feeling both terrified and relieved. One small step toward honesty. One small crack in the wall she'd built around herself. Sleep didn't come easily. When it finally did, her dreams were full of stones and mist and a voice that might have been Daniel's saying her name over and over, each repetition a little quieter than the last, until finally there was only silence and the sound of rain. Maya went back to work on Monday, and the week passed in its usual rhythm of meetings and spreadsheets, and the careful navigation of office politics. She was good at her job, good at analysing data, finding patterns, presenting information in ways that made complex things clear. She was less good at the interpersonal aspects, the networking and small talk, and knowing when to speak up in meetings versus when to stay quiet. On Wednesday, her manager, a middle-aged man named Tom, who'd always been pleasant but distant, pulled her into his office and asked if she had concerns about the new project timeline. Maya could see the issue clearly. The deadlines were unrealistic, the team was understaffed, and pushing forward without addressing these problems would mean either a rushed, subpar product or a lot of unpaid overtime from people who were already stretched thin. She opened her mouth to say exactly that, to lay out the problems and propose solutions. Then she hesitated, feeling the familiar pull toward safety, toward not making waves, toward letting someone else voice the concerns she was too cautious to speak. Tom was looking at her expectantly, and Maya felt the moment stretching, felt the opportunity starting to close. But this time, she thought about the stone on her dresser at home, about the cairn on the trail, about the relief of finally admitting truth, even if only to herself, about the promise she'd made standing in the fog with cold rain, running down her face that she would try to be braver. "Yes," Maya said, and her voice came out stronger than she expected. "I have several concerns. Do you have time to hear them?" Tom looked surprised. Maya wasn't usually the one to push back, but he nodded and settled into his chair, steepling his fingers in that way managers do when they're trying to look thoughtful. "Go ahead." Maya took a breath and laid it out. The timeline issues, the staffing problems, the likely outcomes if they didn't adjust course. She was specific, factual, calm. She didn't apologise for having opinions or couch everything in hedging language or say, "I might be wrong but," before every point. She just told the truth as she saw it, backed up with data and examples, and then waited for Tom's response. He was quiet for a moment, studying her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Then he said, "You know, you're absolutely right. I've been worried about the same things, but I thought I was the only one, seeing problems. Why didn't you bring this up in the team meeting last week?" "Because I was scared. Because I didn't want to be the one who challenged the plan. Because staying silent felt safer." "I should have," Maya said instead. "I'm trying to get better about speaking up when I see issues." Tom nodded slowly. "Well, I appreciate you telling me now. Let's see if we can adjust the timeline before it becomes a disaster. Can you put together a revised proposal for the next team meeting?" "Absolutely." Afterward, walking back to her desk, Maya's hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline making her jittery. But she also felt lighter, as if speaking up had released some pressure she'd been carrying without realising it. It wasn't a huge moment. She hadn't saved the world or solved every problem, but it was a step, a small, concrete step toward being someone who said the true thing instead of the safe thing. Her co-worker Janet looked up from her computer as Maya passed. "Hey, I heard you. Talking to Tom about the timeline. Thank God someone finally said something. We've all been thinking it." "Why didn't you say anything?" Maya asked. Janet shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "I don't know. I guess I figured someone else would. Or that maybe I was wrong and everyone else was fine with it." Maya recognised the logic. It was the same reasoning she'd used for years. Safety and silence. Let someone else take the risk. But standing here now, seeing how her honesty had given Janet permission to admit her own concerns, Maya understood something new. Silence wasn't just personal, it was contagious. When one person refused to speak up, it made it easier for everyone else to stay quiet too, and vice versa. "For what it's worth," Maya said, "I think we should both try to be better about saying something when we see problems." Janet smiled. "Deal." Small steps. That's what Maya told herself throughout the day, through the week. Small steps toward being someone who spoke truth when it mattered, who chose honesty over comfortable silence. It wouldn't happen overnight. She couldn't undo years of learned behaviour in a few days. But she could try, could make different choices, could build new patterns one uncomfortable conversation at a time. The stone stayed on her dresser. Maya didn't know what to do with it. Throwing it away felt wrong, but keeping it felt like maintaining a shrine to her own dysfunction. So it just sat there, gathering dust, a grey rock with a lighter band running through it. On Friday after work, Maya met Rachel at a coffee shop near downtown. They'd been friends since college, had survived roommate drama and bad boyfriends, and the awkward transition into adult life. But over the past few years, especially during Maya's relationship with Daniel, they drifted. Not dramatically. They still texted, still saw each other occasionally, but the closeness had faded, replaced by the kind of surface-level friendship that felt comfortable but hollow. Rachel hugged her hard when she arrived, and they got their drinks and settled into a corner table, and for the first few minutes they made small talk about work and the weather and Rachel's new apartment. Then Rachel said, "So what's going on? Your text sounded serious." Maya wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, feeling its warmth, and tried to figure out where to start. The old impulse was to downplay it, to say it wasn't that serious, to make everything sound lighter and easier than it was. Instead, she said, "I've been thinking a lot about how I communicate, or don't communicate, and it's been kind of rough. I went on a solo hike a couple of weeks ago and had this experience. I can't really explain it, but it made me realise how much I've been avoiding honesty, how much I've been choosing silence instead of having real conversations." Rachel listened, really listened, her attention fully focused on Maya in a way that felt both wonderful and terrifying. Maya kept talking, the words coming easier now, telling Rachel about the pattern she'd recognised, about the relationship with Daniel that had died in silence, about the work situations where she failed to speak up. She didn't mention the cairns or hush cairn or the supernatural fog. That part felt too strange, too impossible to explain. But she talked about the core realisation, about seeing herself clearly for maybe the first time, about deciding to try to do better. "I know I've been a shitty friend," Maya said, the words harder than everything else. "I know I've kept you at a distance, that I've been superficial and guarded, and I'm sorry for that. I want to do better." Rachel's eyes were bright with tears. "God, Maya, thank you for telling me this. I've missed you. The real you, not the polite version you've been for the past few years. I was starting to think our friendship had just run its course, you know? That maybe we'd grown apart and that was okay." "I don't want that," Maya said, surprised by the intensity in her own voice. "I don't want to lose you because I was too scared to be honest." "Then don't," Rachel said simply. "Be honest, even when it's hard. I can handle it." They talked for 2 hours, and by the end Maya felt wrung out but also strangely proud of herself for having the conversation at all. It wasn't a magic fix. One honest conversation couldn't repair years of distance, but it was a start, a real start. "Thanks for telling me," Rachel said as they were leaving, pulling Maya into another hug. "I know that wasn't easy for you." It hadn't been, but it had been necessary. Maya walked home through the cold November evening, hands in her pockets, and thought about the stone on her dresser, about the truth she'd admitted on the trail, about the slow, difficult work of becoming someone different, someone braver, someone who chose honesty over easy silence. The rain had stopped, and the sky was clearing to reveal stars scattered across the darkness like salt spilled on black cloth. Maya tilted her head back, looking up, and felt the weight of the day settling into something like hope. Small steps. That's all it took. Small steps and the willingness to keep walking, even when it was uncomfortable, even when it was scary, even when silence would have been so much easier. November slid into December, and the holiday season arrived with its usual mixture of joy and obligation. Maya's family celebrated Thanksgiving at her parents' house, a sprawling gathering of aunts and uncles and cousins that Maya usually endured with forced cheerfulness and strategic bathroom breaks. This year felt different. Her mother cornered her in the kitchen while they were doing dishes, the rest of the family occupied with football in the living room. "You seem different," her mother said, hands deep in soapy water. "Lighter somehow. Are you seeing someone new?" The old Maya would have deflected, made a joke, changed the subject. But Maya dried a plate carefully and said, "No, not seeing anyone, but I've been working on some things, trying to be more honest with myself and other people." Her mother glanced at her, eyebrows raised. "That's good. Is everything okay?" And there it was, the opening Maya had been avoiding for years. The chance to have a real conversation with her mother instead of the carefully pleasant surface interactions they'd defaulted to since Maya's teenage years. "Can I ask you something?" Maya said. "Do you think I'm happy?" Her mother stopped washing, hands going still in the water. I don't know, honey. I want you to be happy, are you?" "I don't think so," Maya admitted, the words coming out quieter than she intended. "I think I've been going through the motions for a while now. Doing what I'm supposed to do, checking boxes, but not actually living, not making choices based on what I actually want." Her mother dried her hands on a dish towel, and there were tears in her eyes. "I've been worried about that. You've seemed distant, like you're hiding something, or hiding from something. But every time I ask, you say you're fine." "I know, I'm sorry. I've been saying I'm fine because it's easier than admitting I'm not." They talked for 20 minutes, right there in the kitchen while the dishes sat half done, and Maya told her mother things she'd been holding back for years. About hating her job, about feeling stuck and directionless, about the relationship with Daniel that had failed because Maya couldn't be vulnerable, about the fear that had been running her life, keeping her small and safe and lonely. Her mother listened without judgment, and when Maya finished, she said, "You know what I regret most about your father and me getting divorced? Not that we split up, that was necessary. But all the years before that, when I knew something was wrong and didn't say anything, I thought if I just kept quiet about the problems, if I didn't rock the boat, everything would magically get better. It didn't, it just got worse." "I think I learned that from you," Maya said gently. "The silence thing. The keeping quiet to keep the peace thing." Her mother nodded slowly. "Probably. God, I'm sorry for that. I wanted to protect you from conflict, from hurt. But I guess I just taught you to avoid it instead. It's not your fault. I'm an adult. I made my own choices. But children learn from what they see, not what they're told. And you saw me choosing silence for years." They stood together in the kitchen, the sounds of football and family drifting in from the other room, and Maya felt something shift between them, a small crack in the wall of pleasant distance they'd maintained for so long. "I'm trying to do better," Maya said, "to be more honest, even when it's hard." Her mother hugged her, and it felt real in a way their hugs hadn't felt in years. "I'm proud of you, and I'm here if you want to talk. Really talk, not just the surface stuff." "Thanks, Mum." The rest of the holiday passed in its usual chaos, but Maya felt lighter, more present. She participated in conversations instead of just observing them. She laughed genuinely instead of performatively, and when her cousin asked about Daniel and the breakup, instead of saying it was mutual and fine, Maya said, "It was hard. I wasn't a good partner. I'm working on understanding why." The honesty felt strange in her mouth, foreign and uncomfortable, but also right. Like speaking a language she'd been learning in secret and was finally ready to use in public. Maya started seeing a therapist in January. Her name was Dr. Patricia Chen, and she was in her 50s with kind eyes and a directness that Maya both appreciated and found terrifying. Their first session was mostly intake, family history, relationship history, what brought Maya to therapy. Maya told her about the pattern of silence, about choosing comfort over honesty, about the recognition that this way of living was making her small and isolated. She didn't mention the cairns. Not yet. That still felt too strange, too impossible to explain to someone who'd think she was having delusions. Dr. Chen listened carefully, taking notes, and at the end of the session she said, "It sounds like you've had a significant insight about yourself. That's good. Many people never get there. But insight alone doesn't create change. You'll need to practice new behaviours, and that's going to be uncomfortable. Are you ready for that?" "I think so," Maya said. "I mean, I have to be, right? I can't keep living the way I was." "You could," Dr. Chen said bluntly. "Many people do. They see the problem but don't do the work to change it. So the question is, are you actually ready to do the work, or are you just hoping the insight will be enough?" The question hit hard. Maya sat with it, feeling its weight. "I'm ready," she said finally. "Or at least, I want to be ready. I want to try." "Then let's try." Therapy was harder than Maya expected. Dr. Chen gave her homework. assignments that required her to practice honesty in specific situations, to notice when she was defaulting to silence, to track her avoidance patterns. It was exhausting and uncomfortable, and Maya wanted to quit approximately 5 times in the first month. But she kept going, kept showing up to sessions, kept doing the homework, even when it made her want to crawl out of her own skin. In February, Dr. Chen asked about the hike that had triggered Maya's realization. Maya had mentioned it briefly in their first session, but hadn't gone into detail. Now Dr. Chen wanted to know more. What exactly happened on that hike, she asked. Maya hesitated. This was the moment, the choice between honesty and comfortable vagueness. She could say it was just bad weather and isolation that made her reflective, or she could tell the truth, the whole truth, and risk Dr. Chen thinking she was delusional. She thought about the stone on her dresser, about the promise she'd made to herself. This is going to sound insane, Maya said, but I think I encountered something on that trail. Something, I don't know, supernatural maybe, or maybe just my mind doing something strange under stress. Dr. Chen's expression didn't change. Tell me about it. So Maya did. She told her about the fog and the multiplying cairns, about the feeling of being watched and measured, about the stone that had somehow felt like it belonged to her, about the legend of Hush Cairn that Daniel had told her and she'd dismissed, about the admission she'd made while holding the stone, and how the trail had released her afterward. When she finished, Dr. Chen was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Do you think it was real? The supernatural aspect?" "I don't know," Maya admitted. "Part of me thinks it was just stress and isolation, and my mind creating narrative from weather. But another part of me thinks it was real." "Does it matter?" Dr. Chen asked. Whether it was literally real or psychologically real, the result was the same. You had a breakthrough. You admitted something important. You changed. "I guess not," Maya said. "But I kept the stone. It's on my dresser at home, and sometimes I look at it and wonder." "What do you wonder?" "If it's watching me, if Hushcan is still, I don't know, paying attention, making sure I'm keeping my promise." Dr. Chen made a note. "That's interesting. The idea of external accountability for internal change. Many people find that helpful, having something or someone watching to keep them honest. Even if it's a potentially supernatural presence that marks silence with cairns." Dr. Chen smiled slightly. "Even then, whatever works, Maya. If believing that Hushcairn is watching helps you make better choices about honesty and communication, then believe it. The psychological function is the same whether it's real or not." Maya thought about that for the rest of the week. The idea that it didn't matter if Hushcairn was literally real, that what mattered was the function it served in her psychology, in her behaviour. It was a relief in some ways. She didn't have to figure out if she'd actually encountered something supernatural. But it was also slightly disappointing, because some part of her wanted it to be real, wanted to believe that the universe cared enough about human honesty to send mysterious presences to test people on foggy trails. Work continued its usual rhythms, but Maya found herself speaking up more in meetings, flagging problems earlier, being honest about capacity and timelines. It earned her a reputation as someone who wasn't afraid to push back, which made some people uncomfortable but also gained her respect from the people who mattered. In March, Tom called her into his office again. Maya's stomach clenched. The last time this had happened, she'd been asked about project concerns. Was she in trouble now for being too vocal, too challenging? But Tom was smiling. "I wanted to let you know that you're being considered for a promotion. Senior analyst with a focus on strategic planning and oversight. It would mean more responsibility, more visibility, and yes, more money. Are you interested?" The old Maya would have said she needed to think about it, would have made excuses about not being ready, would have found reasons to stay small and safe. Instead, she said, "Yes, absolutely. When do we talk details?" Tom looked pleased. "I'll set up a meeting with HR. But Maya, I want you to know that this is partly because of the changes I've seen in you over the past few months. You've become someone who isn't afraid to tell the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. That's exactly what we need in leadership." After he left Tom's office, Maya sat at her desk for a long moment, processing. A promotion, recognition, the reward for choosing honesty over safety. She thought about texting Rachel, or calling her mother, or sharing the news with someone, but instead she just sat with it, feeling the pride and fear and excitement all mixed together, letting it be real without needing to perform it for anyone else. That night she looked at the stone on her dresser for a long time. "I'm doing it," she told it, feeling slightly ridiculous. "I'm trying. I hope that's enough." The stone sat there, silent and heavy, offering no response. Just a grey rock with a lighter band running through it. Nothing more and nothing less. But Maya felt better for having said it out loud. Spring arrived slowly, reluctant and hesitant, and by April the worst of the rain had passed into the more gentle precipitation that defined Pacific Northwest springs. Maya had been in therapy for 3 months now, had been in her new position at work for 6 weeks, and was beginning to feel like a different person. Or maybe like the person she'd always been under the layers of fear and avoidance. She'd had hard conversations with team members who weren't pulling their weight. She'd pushed back on unrealistic demands from upper management. She'd admitted to her boss when she'd made a mistake instead of trying to hide it. Each of these moments had been terrifying. Each one had made her want to retreat back into comfortable silence, but she'd done them anyway. The stone stayed on her dresser, a constant reminder. Sometimes Maya caught herself talking to it, updating it on her progress like it was a silent accountability partner. Dr. Chen found this amusing but not concerning. "You've created an externalized representation of your commitment to honesty," she said during one session. "It's actually quite healthy, better than keeping that commitment purely internal where it's easier to ignore or forget. Even though I'm talking to a rock? Lots of people talk to objects, diaries, photos, pets. The rock just happens to have special meaning for you." In late April, Maya ran into Daniel at a coffee shop near their old apartment. He's looked good. Healthier than she remembered. More relaxed, more at ease in his own skin. He was with someone, a woman about their age with bright eyes and an easy laugh, and Maya felt the old ache of loss mixed with something newer, genuine happiness for him, and relief that he'd found someone who presumably gave him the honesty and openness she'd been unable to provide. They made awkward small talk for a few minutes. "How have you been? Good. You? Good. Yeah." And Maya could see Daniel wanting to escape the conversation, to get back to his girlfriend and his new life. Before he could make an excuse, Maya said, "Hey Daniel, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for how things ended, for not being more honest with you when we were together. You deserved better than what I gave you." Daniel looked genuinely surprised. His girlfriend tactfully stepped away to look at pastries in the display case. "Wow," he said. Thanks. I appreciate that, really. I mean it," Maya said. "I've been working on being less." She trailed off, searching for the right word. "Less silent about important things. It's been hard, but it's necessary. I understand now what you were trying to tell me, about the way I kept you at a distance. I'm sorry it took me losing you to figure it out." Daniel smiled, and it was warm, genuine, without the edge of hurt that had coloured their last interactions. "I'm glad you're doing that work. That's great. Really great." He paused, then added, "You remember that hike we did on Greystone Ridge? The one where I told you about the Hushcairn legend?" Maya's heart kicked hard against her ribs. "Yeah, I remember. I always thought that story was kind of about us, about the things we weren't saying. I probably wasn't subtle about that." He laughed a little, embarrassed. "I was trying to tell you that I needed more from you, more honesty, more openness. I thought if I used the legend as a metaphor it might be easier than just saying it directly." "I know," Maya said quietly. "I understood what you were doing. I just wasn't ready to hear it. Are you ready now?" Maya thought about the trail, about the fog, about the cairn and the stone and the truth she'd finally admitted. "Yeah, I think I am." They parted with a hug, brief and friendly, and Maya walked home through the spring afternoon feeling like she'd closed a door that had been standing open for too long. It wasn't a grand gesture, wasn't the kind of reconciliation that happened in movies, but it was honest, and that was enough. That night Maya took the stone from her dresser and held it, feeling its familiar weight, its cold smoothness. She thought about the truth she'd admitted on the trail, about all the smaller truths she'd been speaking since then, about the slow, difficult work of becoming someone who chose honesty over easy silence. The stone was just a rock, but it was also a reminder, a token, a physical anchor for a promise she'd made to herself, in the fog. Maya set it back on the shelf and went to bed, and her dreams were quiet, peaceful, unmarked by cairns or mist, or the sound of stones clicking together in the rain. In May, Maya got promoted again, not officially, but in terms of responsibility and trust. Tom started pulling her into higher-level strategic meetings, asking for her input on decisions that would affect the whole department. It was both thrilling and terrifying, and Maya found herself constantly battling the impulse to make herself smaller, to defer to more senior voices, to stay safely quiet. But she kept speaking up, kept offering her perspective, kept choosing honesty even when it was uncomfortable. One afternoon, during a particularly contentious meeting about departmental restructuring, Maya found herself in direct disagreement with the VP of Operations, a man named Richard, who had strong opinions and didn't like being challenged. The old Maya would have backed down, would have found a way to soften her position until it was barely distinguishable from agreement. Instead, Maya held her ground. "I understand your perspective, Richard, but I think you're underestimating the impact this will have on team morale. The data shows that when we've made similar changes in the past, we've seen a significant spike in turnover within 3 months. I think we need to reconsider the timeline and implementation strategy." Richard's face reddened slightly. The data from 3 years ago isn't necessarily applicable to current conditions. "You're right," Maya said calmly, "but the pattern is consistent across multiple restructuring attempts over the past decade. I can send you the analysis if you'd like to review it." The room went quiet. Tom looked between them, clearly uncertain whether to intervene. Then Richard said, "Fine, send me the analysis, but I still think you're being overly cautious." "That's fair," Maya said. "I might be, but I think caution is appropriate when we're talking about decisions that affect people's jobs and livelihoods." The meeting moved on, and afterward Tom pulled Maya aside. "That was well done. You stood your ground without being aggressive. That's a hard balance to strike." "Thanks," Maya said, though her hands were still shaking slightly from the adrenaline. "I thought I might have crossed a line." "You didn't. Richard can handle pushback. He respects people who don't just agree with him. You're doing good work, Maya." That night, Maya looked at the stone on her shelf and whispered, "I'm really doing it. I'm actually becoming someone different." The stone offered no response, but Maya hadn't expected one. It was enough just to say it out loud, to name the change she was experiencing. Dr. Chen was pleased with Maya's progress in therapy. They'd been working together for 5 months now, and the patterns were starting to shift in noticeable ways. Maya was speaking up more consistently, setting better boundaries, being honest about her needs and limitations. But Dr. Chen also warned her about the risk of overcorrection. There's a difference between being appropriately honest and using honesty as a weapon or as a way to push people away. You're learning to speak up, which is great. But make sure you're also listening. Make sure you're choosing honesty because it serves connection, not because you're trying to prove something or protect yourself through aggressive transparency. Maya thought about that. She'd noticed herself sometimes being more blunt than necessary, using honesty as a kind of shield. "How do I know the difference?" she asked. "Check your intention. Are you being honest because it's in service of the relationship, the situation, the work? Or are you being honest to make yourself feel better, to relieve your own anxiety, to control the outcome? Both can look like honesty, but one builds connection and one erodes it." It was a subtle distinction, and Maya found herself thinking about it constantly. When was honesty helpful? And when was it just another way of avoiding real intimacy, real vulnerability? She thought about the legend of Hushcairn, about how it marked unspoken truths, but also, according to what Daniel had told her years ago, punished truth spoken to the wrong audience, truth that should have been kept internal. Maybe that was part of the lesson too, not just learning to speak, but learning when to speak, and when to hold silence. In June, Maya went on a date, her first since Daniel, and she was nervous enough that she almost cancelled 3 times. But Rachel had encouraged her, and Dr. Chen had gently pushed, and Maya had decided that hiding from potential connection was just another form of comfortable silence. The woman's name was Sarah, and they'd matched on a dating app after Maya had finally worked up the courage to create a profile. Sarah worked in urban planning for the city, was funny and smart, and seemed genuinely interested in Maya beyond just surface level attraction. They met for drinks at a wine bar downtown, and the conversation flowed easily at first. Jobs, hobbies, favourite books and movies. Safe territory. But then Sarah asked, "So what made you decide to start dating again? Your profile said you'd been single for a while." The old Maya would have given a vague answer. The new Maya paused, checked her intention. Was honesty appropriate here, or was she oversharing? And decided that yes, this was the kind of honesty that built connection. "I got out of a relationship about a year ago that ended badly," Maya said. "Not in a dramatic way, just I wasn't a good partner. I had communication issues. I've spent the past year working on that, trying to be more honest and open. I feel like I'm ready to try again now." Sarah nodded thoughtfully. "That's really self-aware. A lot of people don't do that work. They just jump from relationship to relationship carrying the same patterns. I definitely did that in my 20s, Maya admitted. This time I wanted to actually change things." They talked for 3 hours, and by the end Maya felt both exhausted and energized. The honesty had been scary but also liberating. She'd been herself, not the carefully curated version, but the actual messy work-in-progress version, and Sarah had responded positively. They went on a second date, then a third. By August they were seeing each other regularly, and Maya found that the hard conversations were easier with someone who valued communication as much as she was learning to. When Sarah asked about the stone on Maya's dresser, they'd progressed to spending nights at each other's apartments, Maya told her the truth. "I got it on a hike where I learned something important about myself. It's a reminder to be honest, but also to choose silence wisely." Sarah accepted that without pressing for details, and Maya loved her a little more for that discretion. The summer passed in a blur of work and therapy and new relationship. Energy. Maya kept the stone on her dresser, kept updating it occasionally on her progress, kept using it as a touchstone for the commitment she'd made to herself. In September, her sister called with news she was pregnant, due in March. Maya felt a complicated swirl of emotions. Happiness for her sister, fear about becoming an aunt, worry about whether she'd be good at it, jealousy that her sister seemed to have her life figured out in ways Maya still didn't. The old Maya would have just said congratulations and kept the complicated feelings to herself. Instead, Maya said, "That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Also kind of terrified, and maybe a little jealous, if I'm being completely honest." Her sister laughed. "I'm terrified too. And you don't need to be jealous. Your life is pretty great too, you know. New job, new girlfriend, doing all that therapy work. That's impressive." "Thanks. But I guess I still feel like I'm figuring things out while everyone else already has the answers." "No one has the answers, Maya. We're all just making it up as we go along. Some of us are just better at pretending we know what we're doing." It was a small conversation, barely 5 minutes, but it left Maya feeling closer to her sister than she had in years. Honesty did that, she was learning. It created connection in ways that polite distance never could. Fall arrived with its usual fanfare of changing leaves and increasing rain. Maya had been in her new position at work for 8 months now, had been with Sarah for 3 months, had been in therapy for 9 months. The changes felt more solid now, more integrated. She still had moments of wanting to retreat into silence, still caught herself defaulting to avoidance sometimes, but the pattern was breaking. She was different than she'd been a year ago. In late October, on a grey Saturday that felt more like December, Maya drove out to the Greystone Ridge trailhead. She'd been thinking about it for weeks, feeling a pull, to return, to see if the experience still held the same weight, or if distance and growth had changed it. Sarah had offered to come with her, but Maya declined. This was something she needed to do alone. The parking area was empty, just like last year, and the weather was almost identical. Heavy clouds threatening rain, fog sitting low on the hillside, wind making the sparse trees bend and whisper. Maya sat in her car for a long time, engine running, heat on, watching the trailhead. She could turn around right now, drive home, forget this impulse. There was no good reason to go up there, no benefit to confirming or denying what had happened a year ago, except she needed to know, needed to understand if Hushcairn had been real, or if she'd been alone on the trail that day with nothing but her own mind and its capacity for creating meaning from weather and fear. Maya turned off the engine, got out, and started hiking. The trail was exactly as she remembered, wet gravel turning to paste, the steady climb, the sparse vegetation clinging to rocky hillside. The fog closed in quickly, reducing visibility to 20 or 30 feet, and Maya's footsteps made that same muffled sound, absorbed by the wet ground as if the hillside was hungry for noise. She walked steadily upward, watching for cairns, for any sign that what she remembered was real. The trail curved and climbed, and Maya recognized landmarks. The twisted pine tree, the section where the path narrowed dangerously, the rocky outcrop that marked the worst of the ascent. But there were no cairns, not a single one. Maya searched the trail edges, the slopes, the places where she'd seen the stone stacks multiply into small forests of balanced rocks. Nothing. Just wet hillside, sparse brush, the occasional boulder. Relief and disappointment warred in her chest. So it had been in her head after all. Just stress and fear, and her own psychological needs creating narrative from nothing. The cairns had never been supernatural. They'd just been ordinary trail markers that her panicked mind had transformed into something significant. Maya stopped at the section of trail where the large cairn had blocked her path, where she'd taken the stone that now sat on her dresser at home. This was the place. She was certain of it. But there was nothing here now, just the narrow trail, the drop-off to the right, the rock face to the left. No cairn, no stones carved with images of silence. She stood there for a long time, wind pulling at her jacket, fog pressing close, and tried to feel whatever presence she'd sensed before. But the hillside was just a hillside. Weather was just weather, and Maya was alone with her own thoughts and the slow realization that she'd been carrying a rock from a hallucination for a year. "Fuck," she said out loud, and her voice was small but normal, not muffled or strange, just a human sound in a natural space. She should have felt foolish, should have been embarrassed by how thoroughly she'd convinced herself that something supernatural had happened, that she'd been tested and measured by some ancient presence that marked silence with cairns. But instead, Maya felt oddly calm, because whether Hushcairn was real or not didn't really matter. The admission she'd made had been real. The changes she'd implemented in her life had been real. The stone on her shelf was just a rock, but it had also been a catalyst, a turning point, a physical anchor for a commitment to honesty she'd needed to make. The experience had been real to her, and that was enough. Maya turned to head back down the trail, ready to return to her car and her life, and the ordinary challenges of being a person trying to do better. But as she started walking, something made her look back one more time at the section of trail where the cairn should have been, and there it was. Not in the centre of the path, but off to the side, partially hidden by a small outcrop of rock she hadn't noticed before. A cairn of 5 or 6 stones stacked with careful precision, each one dark with rain. Maya's heart kicked hard. She hadn't seen it before. It hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. She was certain of that. She walked slowly toward it, and as she got closer she could see that the stones were marked, not with carvings this time, but with something that looked like charcoal or dark ash, smudged symbols that might have been letters, or might have been nothing, already running in the rain. The top stone was different from the others, lighter in colour, smooth and rounded, with a band of darker grey running through it like a scar. It looked exactly like the stone Maya had taken from the trail a year ago. The stone she'd kept on her shelf, the stone she'd held while admitting her truth, the stone that was currently sitting in her apartment 40 miles away. Maya's breath came fast and shallow. She reached for the stone, her hand shaking, and as her fingers touched its cold wet surface she felt something shift in the air around her, something vast and patient and deeply pleased. A voice spoke, or maybe she just felt it, words forming in her mind without sound. "You came back." Not a question. A statement of fact, almost approving. Maya pulled her hand away from the stone, heart racing. "What are you?" she whispered. The fog thickened, and shapes moved within it, low, crouched, barely visible. Not threatening exactly, but present in a way that made Maya's skin prickle with ancient fear. The shapes didn't approach. They simply waited, as they had waited before, as they would wait for as long as fog fell on these hills. We are the weight of what goes unsaid. We are the silence that calcifies into stone. We are Hushcairn, and you know us. Maya did know them. Not logically, not in any way she could explain, but in the deep animal part of her brain that recognized truth when it was spoken plainly. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice barely, more than a whisper. Nothing. You gave us what we asked for. You admitted your truth and kept it from the air. You held your silence properly and we released you. But I've been speaking, Maya said, finding her voice stronger now despite her fear. I've been doing the opposite of silence. I've been trying to be more honest, more open. I thought that was the point. The fog shifted, and Maya could almost feel approval in the movement, in the way the hillside seemed to settle into stillness. You understand nothing. Silence is not the absence of truth. Silence is choosing when and how to speak, to whom and for what purpose. We do not punish honesty. We mark the silence that prevents connection, that chooses comfort over courage, that lets important words die unspoken. You held your truth close and spoke it to yourself first. That is proper silence, the kind that strengthens rather than erodes. Then you carried that truth forward and spoke it where it mattered. That is proper speech. You understand now the difference. That is why you returned. Maya stood very still, processing this. All these months she'd thought the lesson was to stop being silent, to speak more, to voice every truth regardless of context. But that wasn't it at all. You're saying silence has a place, she said slowly. That the problem isn't silence itself, but choosing silence when honesty would serve better, and choosing speech when silence would be wiser. Yes. The word resonated through the fog, through the hillside, through Maya's chest. She thought about all the times she'd spoken up in the past year, at work, with her family, with Sarah. Some of those moments had been necessary and good, but there had also been times when she'd pushed herself to speak, when silence would have been kinder, when she'd confused honesty with the compulsion to voice every thought and feeling. She was still learning, still figuring out the balance. The stone I took, Maya said. Why is it? Here again? It was always here. You took a truth from this place. The stone remains. Both things are real. Maya looked at the cairn, at the stone that was and wasn't the one on her shelf, and something clicked into place. The stone at home was real, solid, physical, sitting on her dresser. But it was also here, part of the hillside, part of whatever Hushcairn was. Both states existed simultaneously because truth worked that way, existing in multiple forms, held close and also set free. Can I take it again? Maya asked. If you need to, but you already carry what you took. Maya understood. She didn't need the stone. The admission she'd made, the truth she'd finally voiced to herself, was already part of her. Taking another rock would be redundant. Instead, she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a small stone she'd grabbed from the parking lot before starting the hike. A smooth grey pebble, unremarkable except for the fact that she'd brought it with intention. She'd half thought she might add it to a cairn if she found one, though she hadn't been sure why. Now she knew. Maya set the pebble at the base of the cairn, a small addition to the larger structure. An offering, maybe, or an acknowledgement, or just a way of saying she'd been here, she'd learned something, she was still learning. The fog began to thin, slowly, barely perceptibly at first. The shapes within it faded, or maybe they'd never been there at all. The oppressive weight of the hillside's attention lifted, and Maya could breathe more easily. Go well, the voice said, or maybe it was just wind through sparse trees, or maybe it was her own mind creating meaning from sound. Remember, silence and speech are both tools. Choose wisely which one serves. Maya turned and walked back down the trail, leaving the cairn standing, leaving the stone balanced on top, leaving whatever Hushcairn was to its eternal work of marking silence on the foggy hillside. The descent was easier. Yeah, this time. Quicker. The fog lifted enough for her to see the trail ahead clearly, and by the time she reached the parking area the rain had stopped, and a weak sun was trying to break through the clouds. Maya sat in her car for a while, not starting the engine, just breathing and thinking and letting the experience settle into memory. She'd come here for confirmation, and she'd gotten something stranger. A conversation with whatever presence haunted these hills, a deeper understanding of the lesson she'd thought she'd already learned. She would come back again, maybe next year, maybe in 5 years. Whenever she felt the need to check her progress, to see if she was still maintaining the balance between silence and speech, between keeping truths close and sharing them wisely. For now, though, She started the car and drove home through clearing weather, the stone on her bookshelf waiting for her, exactly where she'd left it. Winter came and went. Maya continued her therapy, continued her work, continued the slow, awkward process of being a person who tried to communicate honestly, while also respecting the value of silence. It wasn't easy. She made mistakes, spoke when she should have kept quiet, stayed silent when she should have spoken up. But she was learning, adjusting, finding her own balance. The relationship with Sarah deepened. They moved in together in February, a decision that terrified Maya but also felt right. Sarah was patient with Maya's ongoing work on communication, understood when Maya needed to process internally before speaking, and called her out gently when Maya was using silence as avoidance rather than wisdom. "I can tell when you're doing the thing," Sarah said one evening after Maya had been quiet for most of dinner. "What thing?" Maya asked, though she knew. "The shutting down thing, where you go internal and won't let me in. Is it something I did, or something you need to process on your own?" And there it was, the invitation to honesty, the space to choose how to respond. Maya could retreat into defensiveness, could say it was nothing, could keep the walls up, or she could be honest. "I'm scared," Maya admitted, "about us, about letting you see too much of my mess. I know that's not fair to you and I'm working on it, but sometimes I retreat. I'm sorry." Sarah reached across the table and took her hand. "Thank you for telling me. And you know what? I'm scared too. Everyone is. But we can be scared together instead of you being scared alone." It was such a simple thing, such an obvious truth, but it hit Maya like a revelation. She didn't have to carry everything alone. She didn't have to process every fear and doubt in silence before bringing it to Sarah. She could share the process, could be messy and uncertain and still worthy of love. "I'm really glad I met you," Maya said, feeling tears prick at her eyes. "Me too," Sarah said, squeezing her hand. "Even when you do the shutting down thing." They laughed, and the tension broke, and the evening continued in easy warmth. Dr. Chen was proud of this interaction when Maya recounted it in their next session. "You're learning to ask for what you need while also being responsive to your partner's needs. That's a really sophisticated level of communication." "It doesn't always feel sophisticated," Maya said. "Sometimes it feels like I'm fumbling around in the dark." "That's what growth looks like. If it felt easy and natural, you wouldn't be changing anything. You'd just be repeating old patterns. The fumbling means you're actually doing new things." Maya thought about that. The fumbling as evidence of growth rather than failure. It was a reframe she needed. In March, her niece was born, a tiny, red-faced creature that her sister named Emma. Maya visited the hospital and held the baby, and felt a rush of emotions so intense she had to excuse herself to cry in the bathroom. Love and fear and hope and terror all mixed together in a way that made her feel cracked open and vulnerable. When she returned to the room, her sister said, "You okay?" Maya could have said yes, could have kept the intensity of her feelings private, but she thought about hushcairn, about the balance between silence and speech, about choosing wisely. "I'm overwhelmed," she admitted. "In a good way, but also scary. She's so small and perfect, and I'm terrified something will happen to her." Her sister smiled tiredly. "Join the club. I haven't slept in 3 days because I keep checking to make sure she's breathing." They talked for a while about fear and love and the impossible responsibility of caring for another human, and Maya felt grateful for the honesty, for the ability to share the difficult feelings alongside the joy. Work continued its upward trajectory. Maya was given a team to manage, which meant not only doing the strategic work she'd been doing, but also navigating the complex interpersonal dynamics of supervising people. It was hard, in ways she hadn't anticipated. She had to be honest with team members about performance issues, had to have conversations about expectations and consequences, had to balance being supportive with being clear about standards. One of her team members, a younger analyst named Chris, was chronically missing deadlines. The old Maya would have compensated, would have picked up the slack without saying anything, would have let resentment build until it poisoned the relationship. The new Maya scheduled a one-on-one meeting and said directly but kindly, "Chris, I've noticed you've missed the last 3 deadlines. Can you help me understand what's going on?" Chris looked uncomfortable, defensive. "I've been busy. The workload has been heavy. I understand that. But other team members have had similar workloads and have met their deadlines. I need to understand if there's something specific that's making it difficult for you to complete your work on time." They talked for 20 minutes, and it came out that Chris was struggling with some personal issues at home that were affecting his focus. Maya worked with him to adjust his workload temporarily and connected him with the company's employee assistance program. "Thanks for being direct with me," Chris said as he was leaving. "I know I've been dropping the ball. I appreciate you calling it out instead of just letting it slide." After he left, Maya sat at her desk feeling proud and exhausted. The conversation had been uncomfortable, but it had been necessary, and it had helped rather than hurt the relationship. The stone on her dresser, now on a shelf in the apartment she shared with Sarah, remained a constant presence. Maya still talked to it occasionally, still used it as a reminder of the commitment she'd made. Sarah found this charming and a little odd, but didn't question it. "Everyone has their thing," she said. "Yours is a rock that reminds you to be honest. I've seen weirder coping mechanisms." Spring turned to summer, and Maya found herself thinking about Greystone Ridge more often. Not obsessively, but with a kind of pull she couldn't quite explain. The trail was calling her back, or maybe she was just ready to return, to see if another year of work had changed her understanding of what had happened there. In August, on a weekend when Sarah was visiting her family, Maya drove to the trailhead. The weather was better this time. No heavy fog, just some light clouds and the promise of rain later. The parking area had a few other cars, hikers taking advantage of the relatively nice day. Maya started up the trail, her body remembering the rhythm of the climb. The hillside looked different in better weather, greener, less hostile, almost welcoming. She passed other hikers coming down, exchanged greetings, felt the normalcy of it all. When she reached the section where the cairn had blocked her path 2 years ago, there was nothing there. Just the narrow trail, the drop-off, the normal terrain of a hiking path. No cairns, no marks, no sense of presence. Maya stood there for a moment feeling, what? Disappointment? Relief? She wasn't sure. Then she saw it. A single cairn, small and neat, set back from the trail about 10 feet. Just 4 stones, carefully balanced with no special markings or characteristics. It could have been built by any hiker, for any reason. But when Maya approached it, she felt that familiar shift in the air, that sense of attention focusing. "Still learning?" the voice asked, or maybe she imagined it. "Always," Maya said out loud. "I think that's the point, right? There's no finish line, just ongoing practice." The cairn sat silent, but Maya felt approval in the stillness, in the way the air seemed to settle around her. She didn't add a stone this time, didn't take one, just stood there for a moment in acknowledgement, in gratitude for the brutal lesson the trail had taught her 2 years ago. Then she turned and continued her hike, and the cairn remained where it was, marking nothing and everything, a reminder that silence and speech were both sacred and both dangerous, and wisdom lay in knowing which one to choose. When Maya returned to the parking lot 2 hours later, sweaty and tired and content, she sat in her car and texted Sarah, "Love you. Looking forward to you being home tomorrow." Sarah replied immediately, "Love you too. How was the hike?" "Good. Quiet. Exactly what I needed." "See you tomorrow." Maya set her phone down and looked back at the trailhead, at the path disappearing into the hillside. Somewhere up there, Hushcairn waited, patient as rain, for the next hiker who needed to learn about silence and truth. Building cairns where no one else could see them, marking the moments people refused to speak up, teaching the hard lesson that honesty and silence were both necessary, both valuable, and the wisdom lay in knowing when to use each. Maya had learned that lesson, was still learning it, would probably be learning it for the rest of her life. But she was trying, and for now that was enough. She started the car and drove home to Sarah, to her life, to the continuing work of being honest while honouring silence, speaking truth while respecting the unsaid. The stone remained on their shelf, a grey rock with a lighter band running through it, both ordinary and extraordinary, both real and impossible. And on Greystone Ridge, in the fog and rain, cairns rose where no one built them, and Hushcairn waited, patient as rain, for the next voice that needed to become stone, or the next silence that needed to become speech. The balance continued, the work continued, the learning continued, and Maya walked forward into her life, carrying her truth lightly now, no longer a burden but a companion, a reminder, a promise she'd made to herself in the fog and intended to keep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.